Go racing, and we're clean and away. Great stuff. More of that, please. Played a blinder here, side by side. Until he's off the track. What a battle to the end.
Fantastic race. Great team effort. Good job, everybody.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Asian Le Mans Series. I am Nadia Nash, your host. Now this is the 2022 season of the Asian Le Mans Series and we're back in the UAE for the second time. We've got 2 races here in Dubai and another 2 will be in Abu Dhabi. Now the battle is going to be intense. As we saw yesterday, the Dubai Autodrome was the home to the qualifying session and we saw race 1 as well. Now of course the battles are going to be stiff and competitive because teams are fighting for championship glory and also a chance to race at the prestigious 24-hour of Le Mans. Now yesterday's race was intense. It was everything we hoped for and we saw Nielsen Racing car number 3 come out on top with a few laps to spare, and guess what? They are also starting in pole position today. So what a great start to the season. In LMP3 we saw CD Sport car number 3 come out on top and Inception Racing car number 7 with their McLaren was number 1 for the GT field. So we are going to be in for some great endurance racing action here today, but of course the show will not be complete if it's just me in pit lane. We also have our series commentator. Happy to have them back. We have Graham Goodwin and 5-time 24-hour Le Mans winner Oliver Gavin.
Thanks so much, Nadia. And it is indeed great to be back. Great 4 hours of racing yesterday into darkness. We enjoyed it so much we thought we'd come back and do it again today.
Absolutely, great to be here.
It's good to have Ollie Gavin back in the booth with us. Ollie, it's an hour later, the start for this race, so we're going to go into darkness much more quickly in this running. It was great, by the way, to see one car we were slightly worried about just behind Nadia there, the number 2 D-Car engineering car. You've been down with the team a little earlier. What was going on there?
Yeah, so I was down there and I managed to bump into Kendi, the team manager down there, and he was just talking us through some of the problems they had yesterday with the car. First of all, they had a bit of an issue with the starter motor. And then they ran into a bit of an electrical problem, and that caused the car to stop on the track with 20 minutes to go. And they've been working through those problems. It looked like they got everything fixed, and then it came to warm up, and they had more of a problem. But fortunately, it looks like they've got the car out, ready, prepared. It's in the pit lane, and hopefully ready to roll out onto the grid very shortly. Yeah,
they've had a dominant run from the number 2 car for much of the race yesterday until those problems struck in a late race pit stop and it all started to unravel. This car, though, the number 7 Inception Racing McLaren, the first time we've seen a McLaren 720S GT3 take a win. You can see the rear view camera there with the high-class racing car behind. First time we've seen the 720S take a win in an ACO Rules Racing Championship. In fact, the last McLaren to do so was again here in the Asian Le Mans Series with the Clearwater Racing car, I think back in 2015 at Sepang. This is a sister car, the 42 car, that was part of a splendid battle for third position, won eventually by the number 17 car. Well, before the cars get out on track, we're going to take a look at what that track is going to look like. And that's going to be down to you, Ollie, to describe this fantastic 5.39 kilometre Dubai Autodrome.
Well, thank you, Graham. Yes, it got the track map coming up, and it's the 5.39, 16-kilometre Dubai Autodrome coming down the hill, plunging down into turn 1, one of the crucial overtaking spots on this racetrack. Quite quick right-hander flows through into another quick left, and this is the fastest point on the track here. Turn 3, 4, very difficult in the dark here to see where you're going. No exterior lights, but the lowest point of the racetrack, turn 6 into 7, and then coming off of there into 9, one of the bank corners here on this racetrack. racetrack that leads you out onto this long back straight, climbing up the hill, all the time climbing here onto this another great overtaking opportunity in turn 10. Bumpy, need to be careful there on the brakes. More traction coming off that corner into 11 and then through and into 12, another spot where you really got to rely on very good traction. Another overtaking opportunity coming up as you come through 13 and into 14. Another bank corner here. You need to keep tight to the left before flicking right into the turn 15 and then turn 16 to finish the lap. That's the highest point on the racetrack and over the line to start another lap of the Dubai Autodrome.
We've got cars on track now coming to the starting grid. And as we saw last night, Ollie, a series of problems, a series of challenges, rather, with tackling this Dubai Autodrome. High tyre degradation, we were hearing a little earlier from Matt Bell, after a stellar stint in the car that took a dominant win here, the number 4 Nielsen Racing Orica, that his third stint was called to a halt towards the end of it.
Yeah, it's that left side that really does take quite a hammering round here, and it's particularly that sort of 3, 4 down into 5 section that you're really loading that left side. So it's taken a bit of a hit all the way into turn 1. You go through 2, it's a little flick left, but then it's right again, and that's where you really load up. And in the night, that's a really tough part of the track to see. And talking through a few with a few GT drivers, I was talking to Johnny Adam earlier on and a few others, Peter Cox, and you know, it's trying to find the turn-in point into like turn 3 and turn 4. It's really dark and black down there, and you really are reliant on the car's headlights. And you know, GT cars, they're pretty good. P2 cars, they're pretty good. They've all been set up to run at night. But P3 cars, when they were first designed, they were never really thought about for driving in the dark. And it truly is dark here out on track.
Yeah, I heard a couple of mentions from some of the drivers who've been chatting to this morning in the paddock that they were following cars that then turn when they didn't expect them to. They're actually looking for the apex, couldn't find it to make the turn, possibly at a point where they wouldn't expect them to. It is properly dark out there.
You really are relying on all your senses, you know, whether it's your eyesight or feel back through the steering wheel or something that's happening in the seat, you know, because you're just looking for those cues, and all your senses are right out on stalks trying to pick up absolutely everything. And it is a really big challenge to get you navigate your way through this challenging racetrack here in Dubai. But I think we are now going to go and have a bit of a look at a lap round here with my old teammate of mine, Nicky Katzberg, in the BMW M4.
To take you on board for a lap of the Dubai Autodrome in my BMW M4 GT3. Long straight here, coming onto turn 1, which is a big downhill brake zone, heavy braking, really tough for the brakes, for the left front tire. So downhill here, turn in, try to clip the curb on the inside to get some extra rotation. Get ready for a fast left-hander here, over the curb, and then into this really high-speed section, turn 3, double apex, really cool part of the track. Still high speed to the left here, over the curb, big curbs on the right. Double right-hander, really tough to slow it down for the slow part here. Not using too much of the curb. Try to use all of it on the exit, maybe a bit too much here. Double left, very interesting corner, banked, which makes it interesting. Long corner, very tough on the right-hand side tires, fully over the exit curb here and preparing for the longest straight of the track, trying to have a good exit speed to be faster than everyone else. Again, big braking zone, I would say around about 120 meters. Very heavy on the brakes into the ABS, making sure you clip the inside here for that extra bit of rotation, staying to the right, preparing for the next left-hander. Over the curb again, might get a little unsettled, exit curb, very technical section here. Uphill for this right-hander, and then the exit is off-camber and downhill, which makes it very tricky for traction, but our BMW M4 is fantastic, new car, and it's doing really well. Last sector of the track, fast left-hander into a very high banked left-hander here, very technical part again of the track. Love this part, making sure that you stick to the left here to prepare this right-hander. Take all of the inside curb, as much exit speed as you can. I might have gotten a penalty for going too wide. Last corner, making sure you clip the apex and prepare for the straight. All of the exit curb. That was a lap of the Dubai Autodrome circuit.
That's great to see a lap there on board with Nicky Katzberg, working away at the wheel there. And the BMW M4 has been running pretty well here. I think that we're looking to unlock a little bit more speed. And nice to see Nicky there out on track, you know, carving his way around this racetrack. This is Dubai Autodrome, 5.39 kilometres, but it's, I think that they're struggling maybe a little bit with traction off of those slow speed corners, but they're also looking to make sure that they keep themselves inside the track limits, and that is something that we are going to see again here today. Track limits was a big story from yesterday. I think Eduardo talked to me after the race, and there was a track limit incident every 12 seconds during the race yesterday. So it was very, very busy. And then I saw Tom Ferrier earlier on as well, and he was saying he had to go up to race control, and he said it was a very busy place. Lots of team managers, lots of people up there.
Which explains why some of those penalties came quite late after the incidents were actually called. Grid is forming up, and once again, we've got guests out on the grid and we've got fans in the grandstands
today.
Great
to see, isn't it?
Which is great to see. Life is beginning to come back to normal. We've got under 19 minutes to the start of this race. Car rolling to the halt in the middle of the picture there. One of the two purple GT cars. The Quality Street Oman Racing Aston on the right, on the left rather, and the Herbeth Racing number 33 car on the right-hand side.
I think there was some incidents yesterday at the start of the race, wasn't there?
There
With
were.
people being out of position, not in the right grid spot, not coming to the line in the correct way. So once again, you know, all of these things, the race director in Eduardo Freitas will be talk through that again with the drivers to make sure that they fully understand what he's looking for, have a nice formal start. And he's got that Ben Handley jumping out of the car there in the number 4.
No, that's Rodrigo Salas, I think.
Oh, sorry.
That's Rodrigo Salas, who will start the race again aboard the number 4 car. Did, I thought, a great job in his first run in an LMP2 car. Was with us last year in LMP3 with Nielsen Racing, but his first race in an LMP2 car. Did a solid opening to that stint, made a mistake.
Yes, he did.
But
Yeah.
it didn't rattle him. And
No,
that
he
was
did.
the really impressive part
wasn't-
of it.
Yeah, it was something that was very easy to get thrown off by something like that happening, where you half spin, you're in the middle of the racetrack, and it can really set you off. Gets the heart racing, really does it peak your adrenaline levels. But he got his head together, and he got going again, and he quickly started setting purple sectors and personal bests, and that's great to see. And he got his head down, didn't make any more mistakes, and brought the car back undamaged back to his teammates, and then they went through to take the victory, which was really fantastic. You know, great result for Nielsen Racing. Great to see Matt and Ben out there running at the front, running hard as well. And, you know, they're still managing some things. It wasn't a completely straightforward run for them, but it's great to see them get that victory, that first victory in LMP2 for them. So I think we've now got some highlights of race 1 coming up, and which Graham will be talking those through for us very, very nicely.
Start of the 2022 Asia Le Mans Series season at Dubai Autodrome, with the number 4 Nielsen Racing Oreca making its debut here in the UAE and jetting away into a convincing lead. A great early move from the number 42 McLaren. That car would play a part later. Contact with the number 77 Aston Martin put the number 48 Salassam by Cox Racing car out early on. As we got in towards sunset, there was fantastic racing between a number of battling groups of GT3 cars in this record GT3 entry. Number 55 the Rinaldi Racing Ferrari looked pretty dominant at one part of this race, but was chased down by the number 7 Inception Racing McLaren as Ben Barnicoat got his second wind aboard the 720S. So battle was decided with a fantastic move from Barnicoat in the final turn. LMP2, very start of the race, whilst looking comfortable in the lead, a half spin from Rodrigo Salas cost him the lead and second place, but he kept his head down and pushed on. The 13 car looked set for a podium position, but faltered, as did the number 2, dominant almost throughout this race, until problems at a pit stop that might well have caused the issue that finally stopped Lawrence Hurt, the car failing to finish. It would be CD Sport that would come home with not just a win, but a 1-2 in a season where the team have told us they're struggling for a deal for the rest of the year. Number 4, though, hands of Matt Bell, punishing pace to seal the deal, and it would be Ben Hanley's experienced hands that would bring home the car to what for this team will be a famous win under the lights and the gantry. In the darkness, happy Nielsen Racing. It's Matt Bell there with big hugs around the Nordic script on the Orica as Ben Hanley climbed out after a night's hard work well done. Nielsen Racing will go to tomorrow's race as the championship leaders after a faultless run under the not very many lights at Dubai Autodrome.
So back to the grid, and we're not a million miles away from getting these cars underway to form up for the start for race 2 here at Dubai. Remember, if you enjoyed last night, you'll enjoy tonight, I'm sure, again, and you won't have very long to wait for even more thrills and almost certainly spills too, because just next weekend we kick off 2 races back-to-back at Yas Marina in Abu Dhabi. You can see fans in the stands, and that is great to see. But, Ollie, as you look up and down this grid, well, it's a great scene.
Yeah, so now we're going to be going down. Well, very shortly we're going to be going down with Nadia to speak to Matt Bell in the number 4 car.
Yes, always a pleasure to be standing here at the front of the grid, and of course Matt Bell is here with us. Now from yesterday's race, it was just a short turnaround time, well, about 24 hours, and now you guys have to be ready to be racing again. How is the team? How are preparations?
Yeah, gone pretty well. Oh. Yep, gone pretty well. It was a busy 24 hours for the crew and the team. They've done a great job to get our car ready for another 4-hour race. And yeah, just head down. The goal is to aim for the same result as yesterday, and yeah, we'll see how it goes.
All right, thank you so much, Matt. All the best for the 4-hour race later.
It was Matt Bell that was given the role in the middle of the race yesterday to put the punishing pace in. And worth reminding viewers that perhaps didn't see the race yesterday, it was pace from Matt Bell that made a big difference. Also, though, there was a bit of a difference between the rule set for LMP2 with the other 3 cars listed in LMP2AM on a minimum pit stop time, which they don't have to apply. They still would have won, I believe, by 2 laps. But
yes.
It rather flattered the pace. But a 2-lap lead at the end of a 4-hour race just goes to show there was a pretty huge.
I think it was some 40 seconds that they were losing in each stop was the LMP2 AM.
Well, we've got 12 minutes to go before this race starts. We've had qualifying already for this race yesterday morning, back-to-back race qualifying sessions. And we're going to go back and have a look of how that went right now. Race 2, and it was Ben Barnicoat that would be looking to do what he could do after that matched times at the top of the order. But he could do no better than 3rd quickest, a mighty 500th of a second off pole position, because it was Johnny Adam that set pole this time for the TF Sport car. Just 0.003 of a second to the good over the nearest contender this time. Fantastic stuff there. In LMP3, it was the Nielsen Racing car tussling away at the start of the session with Colin Noble trying to get track position. Didn't quite manage to do that ultimately. Good run for the 26 car, but could do nothing to prevent Lawrence Herr completing a pole double for D-Car Engineering. Luxembourg at the top of the tree, as we've seen so many times. LMP2. And Neil Muston, an improvement, and he managed to grab 3rd place in the order from the high-class racing car. Great run from David Drew, who is putting Ben Hanley under pressure, but Hanley still managed to come back with a double pole position for the LMP2 season debut for Nielsen Racing in their number 4 Orica 07. And under 10 minutes to go until these cars get underway on their formation lap. And those gaps in qualifying, Ollie, through both qualifying sessions, particularly in the GT classes, were mesmerisingly close. It was identical times for race 1 between the top 2 cars. We then had 2 different cars contesting pole position for the second race, and 3 thousandths of a second separated those two.
Yeah, pretty extraordinary. Great to see, you know, such a full field here. 35 cars going to be starting today here at Race 2, Dubai, the Asian Le Mans Series. But it's 22 cars that are going to be on the grid with GT cars, that is. And we've got some 7 different manufacturers in that field of GT cars, and you've got front engine, you've got mid engine, you've got rear engine, you've got flat 6, straight 6, V8, V10, non-turbo, turbo-powered cars. I mean, it's got a wide spectrum, and we saw that yesterday. Some cars quick in some spots, some cars quick in the daylight, and some cars are also quick at night. And, you know, certainly the class of the field was that Inception entry, and the number 7 car, particularly in the hands of Ben Barnicoat. I think he was exceptionally quick yesterday and seemed to sort of control the speed and the pace of that car. But he was very well backed up by Brendan Arieb, and also Ollie Milroy had a very, very strong middle stint. But they had like a textbook race, which is what you need to do in such a strong field.
We saw a quick shot inside the 39 car, the Graf Racing car that came home second yesterday. Trullier preparing himself, and there is confirmation that number 2 car is on the grid.
The Nemo car.
The Nemo car. Tell us a little bit about the moments before these races get underway. You're sitting there, you're alone, you'll be listening, I'm sure, to some chatter on radio, but what's going through your mind as you prepare for a race?
Well, as a driver, you're sort of sitting there and you're trying to get yourself mentally prepared, and there is that nerves. You're trying to sort of run through, okay, what happened yesterday, and what do I need to do today to maybe just improve on that. Also, you know, the team are talking about, you know, we've got the weather, for instance, and what that's going to be doing here. At the moment, it's 20 degrees C, a little bit of wind, 24 kilometres an hour, but that humidity is very, very low, really. And I think we're going to see that really dropping off. I think one of the things we're going to see today, and those drivers are going to be talking about this and thinking about this with their engineers, is the track temperature is going to be lower. That's for sure. We've had a lot more cloud cover today, far less solar on the track surface, so that track temperature is going to drop off even further as we get into the night hours. So, you know, as a driver, as an engineer, as a team manager, you're trying to manage all of these things and get the tyres prepared as best you possibly can, and then talking to the driver about how he's going to prepare those tyres coming to the green flag or the green light at the start of the race. It is a real intense moment, but one that I absolutely relished, and I'm sure all these guys are right now.
Well, it's about under 5 minutes now to the start of formation lap. As you can see on screen, it's just around 7 minutes to the start of the race. This is the 95 TF Sport car. One of 3 cars prepared by the TF Sports operation on the grid here this weekend, with the Oman Racing Quality Street car, as we called it yesterday. That's John Hartshorn, is it not?
Yes, it is. And actually, I was speaking to Tom and Johnny earlier on, and they were saying about John's performance yesterday, and that he is significantly quicker than last year on average, which, again, it just goes to show, you know, more time in car, more practice, more good coaching.
That's Johnny.
That's Johnny just giving the big
Johnny
thumbs up. Yep. And, you know, that's just shows the level of work that the guys at TF Sport go to. You know, that level of preparation, and also, you know, working away with someone like John to make those improvements and keep improving himself. That's great to see, really is.
One major improvement for John Hartshorn between last year's Asian Le Mans Series, where we saw him, and this year's, is he got married again, which is great stuff. So we're going to go back to the grid in time for the cars to get rolling. But this is what we've already seen, what we're going to see today, and what we're going to see next weekend, Ollie. 2 races, of course, here at the Dubai Autodrome. Yesterday, 4 hours into darkness. Today, 4 hours into darkness. A little earlier in the race. We're starting an hour later. And then next weekend, Saturday and Sunday, 4 hours again under the lights of Yas Marina. And I'm looking forward to those. The colours of these cars will really pop. 3 minutes to start the formation lap. The grid is almost completely cleared. They're about to button down these cars, and it will not be very long before we get to go racing once again.
Well, the AF Corsa car there, number 17, they had a very strong run and a great race with the Optimum car with Joe Osborne, and it was Vincent Abril, I believe, who was there battling it out almost for the last 2 hours of the race in the darkness. Super close. There was almost nothing between them for those last 2 hours. They were right stuck to each other's, one to the tail and to the nose of each other's car, and it was great to see.
It was a very clean race yesterday. Not a lot of contact at all, despite the fact we had some very, very close racing in GT in particular. do wonder whether or not, with a week to repair and prepare these cars, whether or not we might see a little bit more physicality this time. Let's wait and see with that, because the bronze drivers, for the most part, starting the race yesterday, I thought did themselves proud.
Yeah.
And beyond that, what we then saw was some really high-quality battles through the GT field and the LMP3 field as well. And for a good time too, Eric Trullier was giving Rodrigo Salas a pretty hard time at the start of the race. Forced an error, in fact.
I think we're going to be seeing a replay of that in the start of this race in about 4.5 minutes.
So 4.5 minutes to the race. We'll be rolling very, very soon. Crowd beginning to settle and get ready for when the noise comes.
Great to see.
It's,
Really
I'm sure, a pleasure to motorsport fans in the UAE to be able to come back trackside. They'll have missed it, as everybody around the world has missed it. And we'll be welcoming you all back wherever you can join us trackside. But we're delighted you can join us on air, on the internet, live and free around the world for what's been a huge audience in recent years for the Asian Le Mans Series. It's 1 minute now to the start of the formation lap. So doors will be closed, engines fired, and it will be before very much longer. We'll see the cars rolling and under the control of the pace car, then for Rodrigo Salas to bring the cars under control to start this race.
This is always that point as a driver that you're just double checking everything, you know, just maybe cinching down those belts, just checking where all the switches and the dials are, making sure you're in the right engine map, making sure that you've got the TC in the right position, making sure that, you know, you're just sure of exactly where you're at. Also looking across on the pit wall there, or the marshal that's next to you, to make sure, okay, I am on row number 3 and I need to come back to row number 3. You know, all the, you know, in when you're sort of like lining up and making sure that you're all in the right position as you're forming up for that grid and that rolling start as you get out onto this start, and the BMW M4 pace car gets away and they're rolling. That UAE flag's being waved.
UAE flag to the left of your picture, with the green flag, of course, waving to signal the start of this formation lap. It's Rodrigo Salas that will start this race for the number 4 Nielsen Racing team, ahead of Eric Trullier in the 39 Graf Racing car, 44 ARC Bratislava Miro Konotka aboard that car, and Kevin Weider, the 49 high-class racing car, completes the LMP2 grid. DKR Engineering on pole again for LMP3 with Mathieu de Barbeau. Fabrice Rossello with the G-Drive racing car that came on 3rd yesterday. Tony Wells will be hoping for a better run after troubles for the Nielsen Racing number 8 car. Alexander Bekantsov in the Inter-Europol competition number 13 car. They too will be hoping for a better race today after a broken light panel cost them time. Michael Jensen brought home the car, the CD Sport car, with his 2 teammates to a win yesterday. They will start 5th in LMP3. Rinaldi Racing 22 car, a late pit stop cost them a podium position. Torsten Kratz will start the number 22 car. The 21 Conrad Motorsports Ginetta did finish the race yesterday. It'll be locally based expert Jordan Grogor that will start the race today. CD Sports' second car came home second yesterday, and it will be Christoph Cresp that will start the 27 Ligier. And finally, in LMP3, it is Kainen Kempi Motorsport and Tommy Väyäläinen, the Finnish driver. They will start 13th overall, 9th in LMP3. TF Sports starts on pole position in the GT class. It will be John Hartshorn to start the 95 Aston Martin. Winners yesterday, the number 7 Inception Racing McLaren, that will be started today by Brendan Reeb once again. Conrad Grunewald had a great run yesterday in the number 17, the blue AF Corsa car, and he will start that car. Roman Zeman in the Kessel Racing number 57 car, he will start 4th and pole in the GT AM class. The second AF Corsa car, the number 51 car, this is the red car with the round number panels alongside the regulation number panels, Francesco Pianonetti from Puerto Rico will start that car. Hubert Haupt will start his car, the Haupt Racing Team number 6, the blue and yellow Mercedes-AMG GT3 Evo, and Ian Loggy will start the other Mercedes, that's the black with the red pinstripe SPS Automotive Performance car that won GTM yesterday. The Quality Street car, number 69, Oman Racing, and Sam de Haan will start the car today for the car operated by TF Sports. Herbeth Motorsports, number 33, will be started by Ife Ye. Dynamics, number 12, Philip Sager, and Chandler Hull in the 34 Valkenhorst Motorsport car. Optimum Motorsports, Herbeth Motorsports 99, the D-Station Aston Martin, both of the Garage 59 McLarens, the final Herbeth car, the attempt to Audi, the Sanderlock by Cox Racing, 35 Walkenhurst BMW, and the YC Panda Audi complete this grid, as now the leading car pulls into the pits, and it's for Rodrigo Sales to dictate the pace as they come down towards the start gantry and wait for the lights to go out, and then we will be racing for the second 4 hours of Dubai here at Dubai Autodrome. And they're away, and neat and tidy as they come by the start-finish straight. What's going to happen though into turn 1? It's slippy and it's tricky.
It's a little bit cooler. We get a little bit of action in the GT class.
Hubert Haupt, good move there through the middle, threading the needle, and I think gaining a couple of places, Ollie.
Yeah, and Rodrigo Sales has got away, and it's the AOC Bratislava car that's got itself up into second spot. Miro Konopka is up into second spot, and the Graf car is third.
Yeah, Miro to hero, and up into second. They'll be loving that. They'll be dancing on the streets of Bratislava tonight. Miro Konopka from third position on the grid, so that's a move in qualifying from Neil Mustard. There's contact somewhere there, a little bit of debris thrown up, and trouble for the finish entered Duquesne by the look of it. It's dropped all the way back with Tommy Violainen.
Yeah, Tommy looks like he's having a bit of a problem. I'm not sure what that is. We'll see if we can pick up on it.
And trouble as well, as there's a lock up there from the 49 high-class car for Francesco Pianonetti. He's dropped right back as well from a high starting position for the 51. He's dropped right to the back of the field. Under pressure here, Miro, from Eric Trouillet.
We've actually got the G-Drive LMP3 car number 26 is pressing on and sitting on the back of that that battle for LMP2. They've made a strong start. Who's in the? That's Fabrice
Rossello. He's got ahead. In fact, the DKR car has lost another place, the pole-sitting car, so maybe just edging into this race after that last-minute repair for the car. But you're right, the 26 car, the orange and grey liveried G-Drive LMP3 car, hanging on to these LMP2 AMs and pulling away from Tony Wells, who's now up into second place in LMP3 for the Nielsen Racing number 8 car. Through they come, Rodrigo Sales already a 2-second gap to Miro Konopka, with Eric Trouillet looking for a way by, looking to the outside here. Can that be covered off by Miro Konopka?
I think maybe nicely done around the outside. And Eric Trouillet maybe just got bogged something on that first lap through turns 2 and 3, and he's now just trying to get himself back on track and get after Rodrigo Sales. There in the Graf car is Eric Trouillet, and it's just going to get himself settled and get going. It's all about just getting the tyres up, everything all into your rhythm, and not trying to rush. Just making sure that everything's underneath you as you remember it from yesterday. Yeah, confidence in the car, very important. And well up the field, by the way, just looking here, I can't remember Motorsport, Jordan Grogor, I think, has made a little bit of progress. There's G-Drive from Nielsen, DKR into Europol, Rinaldi, the number 22 car, then the Conrad Ginetta, and then the two cars that finished 1-2 yesterday are at the back of the train in LMP3, though we've got the 72 Duquesne further down the field. Yeah, I think Tommy Violainen in the Koronen Kempi Motorsport car, number 72, he had a bit of a spin, maybe ran wide, but he's got himself going, and he's running cleanly now, so that's good. It does look like maybe also the Optimum cars had a bit of an issue. with Nick Moss behind the wheel.
I wouldn't be remotely surprised if we got a replay with multiple cars being involved in a little bit of a tussle in the turn 1 to 2 tour area. That looks to be what's happened there. Certainly there was a big delay for the 72 car, dropped almost to the tail of the GT field. So Nielsen Racing pulling away, but Eric Trullier going off in pursuit now. Now he's free from the challenge from Miro Konopka, who's dropped to 4th, with Kevin Weeder now ahead of the Ligier as well. It is a 2.4 second lead for Rodrigo Salas, so 2 seconds on the first lap, just half a second away on the second lap. And it's an almost equal gap to 3rd for Kevin Weeder. So Salas from Eric Trullier from Kevin Weeder. Fabrice Rossello, a couple of seconds ahead of Tony Wells, with Mathieu de Parpo in the DKR Engineering, the number 2 Duquesne, right there, and with Alexander Bekantov in the Inter-Europol car, the number 13 car.
Hubert Hab's going well nicely in the 6 car.
He's taken the lead, hasn't he?
He has.
And that was that excellent move. Threaded the needle into and through turn 1.
Yep.
And grabbed a couple of positions there, and I think he's done more since.
He's got close attention from Konrad Grunewald. Yeah, that car was very strong yesterday, the 17 car, and I think that's going to be right there in the battle throughout today's race.
Also making good progress, and you'd expect it, is our overall champion from last year, from the G-Drive LMP2 team last year, Ife Ye, starting in the purple number 3 car, 33 car, is up to 5th and looking to make progress up through this field. His first ever season in a GT car, and already going well here against some experienced racers ahead of him. He's already passed a few of them, and more to come. Fastest lap of the race, meanwhile, last time around went to Eric Trullier. It's a 1:52.934. We will see much quicker times than that when the pro drivers get aboard these cars later.
Yeah, but that's quick though. That's going pretty well for these guys this early on in the race. Still getting everything up to temp and going. So, and I'm pretty sure Eric's going to have the bit between his teeth to try and catch up for that lost time. Being held up there, but we've got a nice race coming down here into turn 14.
This is the race for 3rd place. It's led at the moment by the 69 car in the hands of Sam Dehaan. This is the Oman Racing car, operated by TF Sport. Brendan Arib, race winner yesterday, 2nd in that group, and the number 7 Inception Racing McLaren. And then it's the 33, the other purple car, the 33 Herberth Motorsports Porsche.
Yep.
Very different looking cars, these front, middle and rear engine cars.
Yeah, great to see.
3rd, 4th and 5th place.
Yeah, the Inception boys, I'm sure, will be pretty happy with this. Be sitting here just taking stock, just getting themselves bedded in, and looking to bring out their bigger guns a little bit later on in Ollie Milroy and Ben Barnicoat. So
Hubert Houghton, meanwhile, under pressure here from an impressive opening run here from Konrad Grunewald, Ferrari Challenge racer from the United States, and he's adapting to this GT3 car very well indeed. He's been doing a bit of racing in the Gulf region through the winter, and that certainly looks to be paying off. Great line through there, bit of a block up from one of the CD Sport cars ahead, but he is not letting the highly experienced German away.
No, that Ferrari's been in the zone all weekend. They've been quick, and it looks like it's handling pretty well now, but the Mercedes of Hubert Houghton is going well, going nicely.
And we've had a change in that group behind. We got a chance to look at that. Brendan Arib has gone by Sam Dehaan, as has Ife Ye. So Arib up to 3rd, and now he's free. The genie is out of the bottle. What can he do about closing the gap to this lead too? Look to me in the background as if Ife Ye was looking to see whether or not he could make a move up the inside of the McLaren for 3rd.
Battle going on here.
Jordan Krogor looking to see what he can do about the Duquesne. We saw that variety in GT3. Here's the variety pack in LMP3. Ligier, number 13, ahead of the 22 Duquesne, ahead of the 21 Ginetta. These 3 cars at the moment are battling for, what is that, 4th, 5th and 6th places in this 9-car LMP3 pack.
Yeah, it's action-packed, isn't it? And racing all the way through all 3 classes. Great to see. Got the Konrad car coming off that corner nicely. It looks like the Ginetta's got its power down pretty well. Might be looking to line up and move up the inside of the Rinaldi car into turn 1.
Well, Jordan knows this circuit better than anybody else on this grid, with the possible exception of Axel Jeffries. And that's it now, he's gone around. That was a bit of a lunge, and that was an ill-advised move. And the Konrad car to go wide in avoidance of that, so that's cost him dear. That's
Torsten Kratz, is it?
It is indeed.
Yeah.
Torsten Kratz has dropped down now behind.
He didn't get all the way up the inside, and then he tried to get out of it. And in doing so, then he spun. He got too much weight on the front axle, and the rear came around.
Somewhat self-inflicted.
Yeah, it was. It was too big a lunge.
I think it was under pressure from the Ginetta. Green flag back at... so another look at this, Ollie.
Yeah. So coming down into turn 1 here, the Rinaldi car just lunges up the inside, and it just was never really on. He needed to get further up alongside him. And fortunate to get away with no contact there with the Conrad car.
Wasn't he just?
Yeah.
John Grogor did well to go wide though. I think there was a minor contact, by the way, with the 13 car, so let's hope there's no damage there. Up the inside, by the way, for the 17 there, for the lead in GT. Briefly has led this race, but it's the number 4 car, so 6 car rather, is back into the lead.
Yeah, there's going to be a few team managers in the pit boxes taking a few deep breaths here.
You're not missing action at the lead of this race, by the way. We'll call that as and when we see it, but right now the action is here. It's in GT3, and it is for the lead of the race, and there's the Rinaldi car, and they're recovering from that spin, now trying to get back ahead of these GT3 cars and get back in touch with its own class members. There it is, the 22 car behind these two. Hubert Haupt, Conrad Grunewald.
It'll be interesting to see how Torsten Kratz now gets himself back to the back of the LMP3 pack, and to see if he can navigate his way past these GT cars, not lose too much time, but do it in a clear and a concise way, and not make any more mistakes.
Grunewald giving a bit of a flash of the Ferrari's lights to Hubert Haupt, trying to throw him off his rhythm. Don't think that's going to work with someone as experienced as he moves to block. Is that 2 moves?
Yeah, it's 2 moves for sure.
That was a little bit naughty, Hubert.
Yeah, you've got to move once and stick to your line. You can't go back.
So he survives for the moment. We're 11 minutes in, not a single message from race control. And as soon as I said it, up comes a message from race control. It is something I don't think we're going to see any action on. It's contact at 22 at turn 1 under investigation.
Somewhat self-policing, I think.
Somewhat self-policing, yes. I don't think I'm going to worry too much about a penalty there. But I'm not the referee in this game, so I'll obviously respect any decision that's made by Eduardo Freitas.
You will? Okay.
An incident turn 5, lap 1, no further action.
Was that the incident maybe that
that
Tommy Violainen was in?
Yes, almost certainly. But I'd have thought that possibly happened a little in turn 5, so maybe there's more than one incident that we're talking about here.
It looks like also the Garage 59 James Vowles car is also...
That's been in trouble, hasn't it? And if James Vowles, by the way, is not a name that you're familiar with, you perhaps should be. Whilst he's not a well-known name in endurance racing, it's delightful to have him here. You want to explain who James Vowles is?
He is the strategist for Lewis Hamilton.
He is indeed. He is a race strategist for Mercedes Formula 1 team, and is here. It's a bit of a weekend off, really, before the season starts.
Nice for him.
He's loving it.
I'm sure he is.
I think he's had something of an incident out there, because that was a slow lap from James, and that wasn't what we saw yesterday. He was pretty pacey. This pair looks like a bit of a repeat of the kind of pattern we saw throughout yesterday in GT, Ollie.
Yeah. With
matched pairs and triples, getting themselves together, having a good battle. Ife finding it tough to catch up to these two.
Yeah, and I'm actually surprised that the Mercedes is just holding the pack, you know, and leading away. And they weren't as quick yesterday. But certainly seems like they've maybe made a few setup changes,
I'm sure
got
that's
themselves a bit more dialed in. And just watching the 13 car, his Europole car here in LMP3. Solid job. It's
they'd be ruining actually their
P5 right now.
Yesterday. If not for a failed number panel, that would have been the winning car yesterday.
Yes, it was a tough break for them. And they're not the only team that was struggling with that. There was many of them. And in fact, the Graf racing car ended up finishing the race with, on the left side, with torches illuminating their numbers.
Gaffer taped to the side of the car.
Taped to the side of the car. Got to do anything to finish the race.
Absolutely. But they're running second at the moment. Hanging on in there here. It's that gap is opening up, but not dramatically. It's 4.5 seconds, Rodrigo Salas to the good from Eric Trullier. Kevin Weider dropping back 15 seconds back from the Graf racing car. Mira Konopka hanging on in there too, just 2 seconds back from the high-class racing Orica. Have a look again at the start to see whether or not there's anything we can spot at this point. Look as they come through turn 1 at the yellow and blue Mercedes AMG that was in the lead by the end of lap 1. There's a big move here from Hubert Haupt as they came into turn 1. So in the middle of this pack, towards the middle of the road, look for not the first yellow and green. There it is, the yellow and blue car, up the inside of the Ironman Racing car, up the inside of the 51 car.
It's amazing how that sometimes happens. It's like the parting of the seas. It just opens up for you and you can thread your way through. And there could be cars on the left and the right that are being held up and slowed up, and you can just find a nice clean bit of tarmac in front of you. And that's exactly what happened with the number 6 car.
There's a massive bunch of cars as they cleared the lead cars in LMP3, and I think that's where it got a little bit busy.
Yeah,
I think that's what's
maybe
delayed
the
2 or 3 of the
car
cars.
and the number 59 car.
So relatively clean for the cars at the head of the race overall, as we've got already. Is that the YC Paddock car? This is the first cars being lapped in 15 minutes.
And also he had an M4 there, which was going quite slowly. Or maybe it was maybe they both had to come into the pits, or
so we've
both had an incident together. I don't know.
Just had a notice of a contact I think was misposted, but we'll tell you that in a moment. I think that was contact between the 55, I think it said the 59, and that is James Voll's car, the one that's at the back, and by the way is now back up to speed. So has there been an incident out there with Rinaldi Racing in Garage 59? I think there possibly has been.
Yeah, most probably
been
has.
looked at.
But it's nice to see Rodrigo Sales getting the hammer down and getting really into the groove. He had a little bit of an incident at the start of the race yesterday, locking the rears coming into turn 16 and half spin. But today it seems like it's far plainer sailing, and he's got the car under him. Had a little bit of a wiggle there as he's on the power coming off of turn 2. But you know, just needs to keep working away, building that tyre temperature, getting comfortable with the car. Fuel load's been dropping off, and he can really get into the meat of the stint here. It was surprising to hear from Matt that they were really struggling.
They were
really struggling with tyre wear yesterday, and he had to finish one of his stints early yesterday because it was to the canvas on the left sides.
Yeah.
So
there was an investigation for contact between the 51. That's the AF Corsa car, and that is Pino Vanetti, isn't it?
Yes.
That car, and the James Voll's pedals 59 car, team manager car 51 immediately to race control. That will be for a chat of some description. We'll bring that to you as and when we get it.
yeah, it's
also
turn 11, I believe.
Yeah. Also, by the way, we've had a change for the overall in LMP3, because back into the lead of the race is DKR Engineering. So has leapfrogged Fabrice Rosello. So it's DKR from G-Drive, and now it's an excellent run here for the Ginetta, up to 3rd from Jordan Grocor. At the moment is
Using his experience here.
he is, and second quickest car on the track in LMP3 right now. So
it looks like it's
great to see.
It's well hooked up, good traction.
So it's Duquesne from Ligier from Ginetta, and you know what? That's exactly what LMP3 was intended to be. And it's not worked out that way in the marketplace, but let's hope that Conrad Motorsport can get their heads around this car, which we are going to see in Europe, by the way. So the fans of the Michelin Le Mans Cup will be delighted to hear.
Another car that had a very strong run yesterday, the 42 Optimum car. Nick Moss at the wheel today, right now, and these guys were battling for that last podium spot all the way through the last 2 hours with the AF Corsa car. DKR car here now coming down into turn 14. Yeah, they had such a strong run yesterday, didn't they?
They will feel very, very
almost
unlucky.
faultless race, and then first of all they had that starter problem, and then they just had this electrical issue with fuel pumps. They've got 2 fuel pumps on an LMP3 car, and one dropped out after 20 minutes of Lawrence Hoare's stint. And then the 20 minutes further into it, the second one went, and that's when the car stopped, pulled over on the left-hand side of that long back straight in between 9 and 10. And that was it, game over for them.
I think the G-Drive racing cars possibly had a bit of an incident, because that's a big gap, just 2 laps after the 26 car led the race. So I wonder whether or not there's been a bit of a moment for Fabrice Rosello.
Yeah, he just set his fastest lap of the race, so maybe it was a spin and he's now got the blood up and is really pumping and going.
Fastest lap of the race, by the way, is going down and down. It's now 150.694. That is a good lap from Rodrigo Sales. So 148 or so, wasn't it, Matt Bell's
Yes.
fastest lap of the race yesterday?
Absolutely.
So for a guy in his debut weekend in LMP2. That is some going. And he's,
I think that's a case of him just going, okay, right, what have I learnt yesterday?
Yeah.
And then talking it through with Matt and Ben and going, right, what can I do now? And what do I need to do to improve? And he's absolutely executing. Look at that, 150.694. That's a solid lap. You know, like you say, only 1.5 seconds or so off what Matt did yesterday.
And we were talking about the pace that Matt Bell was actually showing as being very impressive, and that's equally impressive for a bronze rank non-professional driver in a car that he is not that familiar with. It bodes well
It was
for
only his second or third day in the car.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
You know, this is this bodes well for the season to come here, because we've got the rest of this race and another 8 hours of racing next weekend, and the season to come in Europe later in the year. This is the 26 car.
I can't see any damage on it.
No, I just wonder whether he's had a quick spin or gone wide, missed a braking point, cost himself 3 or 4 seconds. This car, by the way, colours that fans of endurance motorsport will be familiar with, the black or very dark grey and orange of G-Drive. What is G-Drive? It is a Russian filling station brand, part of the Gazprom empire. And this car being run by Graf Racing. We will see a second G-Drive liveried car in the European Le Mans Series later this year, part of a 2-car effort from Euro International. More news of that later today.
Yeah, he's being hunted down, isn't he, by Jordan Greger in the Conrad car. And
it's great to see.
It is, and we were talking with Franz earlier on, weren't we?
We were.
Always got a story. Great guy, just such a character. Brilliant guy to drive for as well.
That problem, by the way, so if you're listening to yesterday's broadcast, we didn't actually understand why, having seen the Conrad car stationary, we thought under tow why that car was a posted finisher. And by the way, the 17 car is ahead now of Hubert Haupt, and also Ife Ye now giving Haupt grief. He's now up into third and looking for second. So Ife Ye is beginning to get to grips with this GT3 lark.
Yeah, he is. He might just be bedding himself in. Ye's being coached this weekend by Sasha Masson is here, just helping him out and guiding him through these first few steps he has with Porsche. And I think he's got a very bright future, very, very bright future.
Sasha, a great guy to be involved with the more junior members of the Porsche factory and affiliated drivers with his amazing record in GT and LMP cars, because Ife will be back in an LMP2 car later this year with Cool Racing in the European Le Mans Series. I think he and they have high hopes. There's a future for him in what is coming next in the top class of world motorsports, and as we see more and more of the Porsche LMDH car been seen with its lights fitted for the first time in testing Barcelona this week. So that look of the future for Porsche is coming.
Ife is just trying to carve out an opening here to get past the HRT car, and he's not quite close enough, not yet. He's just working to get that traction down. Maybe the Mercedes is just starting to struggle with its tyres a little bit, and there's the Inception car just keeping a watch. Brendan Aribe is just monitoring the action in front and just clicking off the laps.
Second, third and fourth, this trio. Hubert Haupt being warned for track limits. That's pretty early to get that warning for Hubert Haupt.
Yeah, it's this could be, again, a story of this race. Track limits, particularly those corners there that are listed, turn 6, turn 9, turn 16, all on the exit.
I'm prepared to make a prediction here, which is, having put race control under not a little stress yesterday with track limits, this field, I think, can expect there is going to be payback here. There will be penalties flying, I've no doubt. There will be a message sent for this race as we go into darkness, and for next weekend, that what Eduardo Freitas, our race director, said at the driver's briefing, he means. So I think people can expect that there will be few liberties allowed here, and that is the first evidence of it. The second evidence of it, by the way, is car 51 is going to get a drive-through penalty for the collision with car 59 at turn 11. So that is the 51 Ferrari of Francesco Piovanetti is been adjudged at fault for a collision with James Foles in the Garage 59, number 59 McLaren.
Ife is pushing pretty hard here. He's missed a couple of apexes. He's just got in deep there into turn 9, rear of the car, stepping and moving around on the ABS. Just needs to just wind it in a little bit, maybe just a little bit less. He just looks like he's overdriving somewhat. I'm sure Sasha will be having a bit of a chat with him afterwards, talking him through it. They'll be going through the data, going through all of the video and vision that they get from the onboards. And you couldn't have a better coach really than Sasha, one of the great characters of the paddock. A huge amount of experience, and really Ifeye couldn't have a better coach.
Absolutely, and let's not forget, this is Ifeye's first weekend racing in a GT car.
Yeah.
Came out of single-seaters into LMP2 with a bang, is the only driver to hold consecutive championships in both the Asian Le Mans Series, one last year here in the UAE with the G-Drive Racing by APR squad, and then moving on to do exactly the same in the European Le Mans Series with Team WRT, and almost completing the full set with a Le Mans 24 Hours win, only for the car to break on the very last lap.
Yeah, that was such tough luck, really, really, really hard. But if you compare the way that Ifeye is driving and the way that Brendan Aribe is driving, you can see that Ifeye's just taking that extra little bit of road everywhere, right up to the very limits of the track, whereas Brendan, he's just nicely inside the white line, not using that extra bit of road, hardly any curb anywhere. It's just little bits he's using, but it looks like he's driving nicely inside the car, looking after the tyre, thinking about what's coming up, you know, the longer game, the full stint, keeping the tyre underneath him. Certainly talking with these guys earlier on, you know, we spoke with Ben Barnicoat and Ollie Milroy as well, and there's definite time management is a big thing here. That's one of the things that McLaren have been working on.
Just at the 9th, 10th and 11th place battle, Dynamic Motorsports, Tempter Racing and the Salasan by Cox Racing effort. Peter Cox having a great start to this race. He did a great start to the last race until he got clobbered by the number 77 Aston Martin yesterday, but he'll be a lot happier today.
Yep.
This is the very rare father-daughter effort with his daughter Stephanie.
Yep.
And their friend and Peter's driving coach client Nico Bronk. He's locally based here in the UAE, and I believe Nico's wife here with some of her friends and colleagues from the Racing Gazelles Supercar Club. It's supposed to be the world's only all-female operated supercar club, and it operates here in Dubai.
Fantastic.
There's a black and white flag now for Hubert Haupt. That's the final warning.
And this maybe is to your point, you know, that we are going to see those penalties coming.
I think so. I think it's going to be early. It's going to be solid. Also, the same black and white flag. It's a final warning, therefore, for car 6, Hubert Haupt, and car 96.
Yeah.
And that is the Tempter Racing car, isn't it? So that's Florian Scholze.
Mathieu de Barbeau is pressing on in the number 2 DKR car. He's just stretching away.
And the Ginetta, by the way, is through to second.
Yeah, Jordan Gregor, fine job.
8.5 seconds behind here, not matching the times of the DKR Engineering car right now, but this is a good run from the little Ginetta.
Yeah.
So what is a Ginetta? If you're not familiar with that brand, it is based in the north-east of England, Yorkshire. Ginetta, a old established brand bought some years ago by Lawrence Tomlinson, and has had a fine history in single make racing, club and national racing, supported the British Touring Car Championship with their GT style cars, and then with LMP cars, LMP3 and LMP1 with 2 efforts, one brief, one less brief in the FI World Endurance Championship. And that's one of the cars that many enthusiasts would say that if only that car definitely had the prospects of tweaking the tail of some very established operations. This is the Duqueine, though, the leading Duqueine, the Nemo car we call it, with the orange and white stripes across the back of the cabin and the rear deck. And this is a Duqueine DO8, LMP3 cars with a carbon tub, steel roll hoop, Nissan V8 engine. This is the entry point for international sports car racing, but these little cars are very quick indeed.
They are indeed, and it's been driven extremely well by Mathieu de Barbeau. He's doing a fine job, and the car, he's very disciplined in his approach and what he's doing. As an old friend of mine, Tommy Vierlein, in the number 72 car, Tommy and I used to race against one another way back in Formula Ford. He's got Jordan Gregor in the Conrad car right behind him, putting him under pressure.
The battle that Tommy's in, by the way, is for position. The 51 car is in 31st. The Karin Kempe car clearly had a problem on the opening lap, recovering a little up the field. The Piovanetti car, by the way, is just out from that drive-through penalty for the contact. That penalty has been served. And Jordan Grogart do what he can to remain as least delayed as possible as he makes his way through the traffic.
Yeah, he's trying to catch up with the DKR boys, isn't he?
Difficult with a P3 car, the GT3. Straight line speed, not a great deal of difference, as you can see. So all of the action tends to take place in the most dangerous places, under braking and through the turns.
Yeah, so you're battling away there in that LMP3 car, and you're trying to pass a car that has ABS when you're trying to pass a GT car, and you don't have ABS, so that does really hamper you somewhat. So you've really got to be on the game and really on your brake zones and have everything right and bang on to get past a GT car in the brake zone. And you've got to really line the cars up to get by, much like the G-Drive car is now. He's just managed to get past the 51 car, and it looks like Tommy is struggling a little bit up behind the 51.
He looked like he was trying to take advantage of the fact that Piovanetti made that pretty easy. Well done, sir, for allowing the lapping car through, the 26 car through, and trying to get on the tail of the Ginetta. It's a drive-through penalty.
First one.
That's Florian Scholzer.
Yeah, first one.
The black and white flag wasn't enough of a warning, so he's going to serve a drive-through penalty here.
Yeah, certainly talking with Eduardo last night, you could sort of see that he was frustrated with the situation, and you could almost read his body language going, this is going to happen, you know,
right.
The penalties are going to come quicker today.
Well,
he needs to stamp it out.
Anybody that's experienced the race direction of Eduardo Freitas will know that what he says he means, he is consistent with it, and whilst drivers sometimes don't agree with those decisions, they respect the consistency.
Yep.
And if he's said what he expects, and he's very clear in his driver's briefings where the danger zones are, and that's not obeyed, you can expect a penalties coming. That's a good-looking little car, isn't it?
It is. It's a lovely, nice paint job. You know, it's the classic Conrad paint scheme, that grey and teal. I remember racing in those colours myself.
Indeed, Celine back in the day, and it was a great surprise to both Ollie and I when we popped into the Conrad garage to have a chat with Franz to find out who the team manager is.
Yeah, Ralph Juttner.
Ralph Juttner from Yost Racing. So if you're a recent convert to endurance racing, as so many people are, Ralph Juttner may not be an immediately familiar name to you, but should be, because Ralph is one of the men in sports car racing history that has won the most Le Mans, not as a driver, not as a team owner, but as a team manager and as an engineer for a long period of time with Audi Team Yost. He was telling me earlier this week, as we see the overall race leader coming through to try to get through this battling pair. Could this be the moment Ifeye manages to close in? And all of a sudden, Rodrigo Sales was struggling there, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was. He's got some 21 seconds in hand, so he can just take his time and not risk the car. And I'm sure the boys at Nielsen Racing will be just reminding him of that. But yeah, it's tricky. It's multi-class racing. Everybody has to exist on the racetrack at the same time. We're getting another car being worn for track limits. Car 88.
That's Alex West. And a great run yesterday, I thought, fending off as he's made that move now, the number 4 ahead of the number 6. Alex West was fending off that row of 8 GT3 cars for lap after lap. I thought he did a splendid job.
We're already seeing that the headlights are making a bit of a difference on the tarmac. You know, the sun is getting very low. A little bit of cloud cover.
Yeah, those light panels are beginning to become quite prominent, and we're only half an hour into this race.
Yeah.
Darkness will be falling with a vengeance within the hour.
Yeah, talking with a number of teams, they were saying about getting their bronze drivers done, in as much of it done in the daylight, to make sure that they don't have to deal with too much of the darkness. This track is tough and tricky, particularly this section of track. The 4 car going around the outside of the 17, nicely done. I said that really illustrates the difference there between a P2 car and a GT car, the way that the P2 car could just drive right around the outside, and that is done because the P2 car is lighter and it has more aerodynamical downforce than the GT car. GT car based upon a road car, based on that Ferrari that you can go into your showroom and buy, if you're lucky enough to do that.
Absolutely.
And you know, so those cars are going to be heavier, they're not going to be as bespoke to the racetrack, whereas a P2 car is fully designed to be that race car.
terms of where we stand in the order at the moment, the Nielsen Racing car you just seen making its way by the GT leading cars. That's lapped everything now up to 12th place. And we'll be dealing with LMP3 traffic next. So Rodrigo Salas leads the race in the number 4 Nielsen Racing Orica, 23 seconds now ahead of the Graf Racing Orica of Eric Trullier. Kevin Weider is a further 17 seconds back from the Graf Racing 39 and the 49 high-class racing car, with the ARC Bratislava 44, Miro Konopka, dropping back a little now, 8 seconds back from the 49 in the bright yellow 44 ARC Bratislava Ligier, the only non-Orica LMP2 car now in contemporary competition that I'm aware of worldwide. DCAR Engineering lead LMP3, the number 2 Duquesne of Mathieu de Barbeau, and the 21 Conrad Ginetta in the hands of Jordan Grogor is 13 seconds back in second place, and Fabrice Rossello third place in the 26 G-Drive Racing Ligier. So 1, 2, 3 different chassis in LMP3, and that is something to be celebrated. Tony Wells fourth in the Nielsen Racing number 8 car. They had a disappointing race yesterday with broken exhaust. This is the team, same team of course as the overall leader is racing for. This is the team that won the title just a couple of years ago, and it was their championship win, by the way, that gave the team their LMP2 debut at Le Mans. So Tony Wells, part of that squad. Colin Noble didn't manage to make it into the LMP2 car as they get the LMP3 from CD Sport, just going by the 35 Volkswagen M4 there.
It looked like Yifei was going to be lining up the HRT car going into turn 9, and he's got him. He's done it.
Yeah. So Yifei through to second now.
You can see that the traffic was all bottling up together there, and Yifei just lined him up nicely and managed to get the lunge up the inside into turn 9. So hopefully he can hang on to that now coming up into turn 10.
So he's got work to do though to catch the number 17A, of course, a Ferrari, a Conrad Grinowald. It's been a great run for him in the early part of this race. That is the 13 into Europol competition car was Alexander Bekentsov. That car running 6th. The gaps are not large in LMP3.
No.
His next target is that 22 Rinaldi racing car. So there, of course, number 17 leads GT3 in 12th position overall. They've got the CD Sport number 27 between him and Yifei, who is only under 5 seconds back in second place, ahead now of the number 6 Haupt Racing Team Mercedes-AMG. So it's Ferrari from Porsche, from Mercedes-AMG, from McLaren. 1, 2, 3, 4 different makes, and the gap between the 4 is well under 10 seconds.
Yeah, it's strong running. Torsten Krantz is kind of recovered after his spin at turn 1, but he's not really made too much headway. He's bottled up a little bit behind Tommy Violainen here. Tommy looks like he's still battling a bit with the balance of that car. He's trying to let Torsten Krantz through, and these guys from Karajan and Kempe, they're working hard to get that car up to pace and up to speed. You've got 2 very young and relatively inexperienced teammates, so it's important that they just try and learn this weekend and take everything on board.
And let's hope they find a programme that carries this effort forward, because they'd be very welcome. Fear we're going to lose one of the cars from that lead group in GT, because car 6, that's Hubert Haupt, has now been reported to the stewards for track limits. So that black and white flag for the HRT team owner has not done the job. And my guess is a drive-through penalty is going to have to suffice for the slap on the wrists.
Yeah.
So we'll keep an eye out for that being called. Not yet. We've already had 2 cars serve drive-through penalties, but my solid guess, informed speculation, I think it's fair to say, would suggest that you're going to see a blue and yellow Mercedes-AMG join that list of cars on the naughty step.
Driving down pit lane.
So the Polish team into Europol, another, by the way, LMP3 title winner here, just going into turn 14. That's the 96 Attento Racing Audi. That is one of the cars that has served a penalty, about to be swallowed up and lapped by the LMP3 leader. It's another good run here from Mathieu de Barbeau. Lost the lead in the early running here.
Car 96 is being reported for track limits.
That's already had a drive-through.
Oh dear. So Matthew,
that's Florian Schulze, isn't it? It is, yeah.
Matthew de Barbeau just making his way past the Attempto car, coming up the straight here into turn 10. It's a very strong run again. How far are they in the lead? They're about 13 seconds or so in the lead. Pulling away nicely. Got it in control again, and you just hope that DKR have got rid of all of those little gremlins and bugs, electrical issues they had yesterday. Fingers crossed for them. It's the Conrad car comes up into turn 10.
Strong run,
yes,
from the Conrad car, and good lap times as well.
Yeah,
where he's clear of traffic, Jordan Groscor. So that's a credit to the team. It's a credit to the Ginetta. It's a credit to Jordan Groscor, long-time racer for Dragon Racing, locally based team here at Dubai Autodrome. And fans in the stands here, I know, are hearing our commentary as well, will know the name, I'm sure, from a number of national and international races.
And Graham, once again, you were right. So that's one.
That's four. Well, one today.
One today, you were right. The car number 6, HRT, he's going to have that track limits drive through now.
I'm going to make the mark on the smallest tally pad in the world. That's 1. So 40 minutes almost in the books for this race. Out of the 4 hours we're going to get of action here in Dubai. And that seems to be the case when we come to this quick-fire format for the Asian Le Mans Series. It just seems to fly through once action starts. 26 car coming through. Has led the race briefly. Dropped back now to 3rd. Just looking at what the lap times are like. Can't quite match the lap times of 2 cars ahead at the moment, Fabrice Rossello. This 26G drive effort.
Yeah, just a little bit wide at the apex there. And just be doing with hitting those apexes really nicely, but it starts to get a little tricky now. You've seen the GT cars move around an awful lot more as the tyre degradation really kicks in. Watching the 49 car, the high-class racing entry.
This is Kevin Weider, American racer, and Kevin aboard the number 49 Orica. And the principal programs for the Danish-flagged Barcelona-based squad this year, here in the Asian Le Mans Series and in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. But there'll be news of what they intend to ask the ACO for by way of Le Mans entry soon.
Yeah, hopefully it's exciting. Hopefully.
I think it's going to be very exciting.
Yeah.
It's car tucks in behind one of the BMW M4 GT3s, which are running, by the way, together on track at the moment. The next 2 cars through in the GT class, there's one of them. That's the 34 car, and behind is the 35 AM entered car. So I think the 34 has put a lap on it. Chandler Hull has put a lap on his colleague.
High Class Racing ran a car at Le Mans last year, didn't they, with Kevin and Jan Magnussen?
He did.
Jan, my old teammate from Corvette Racing, and fantastic character, great guy to race with, and as a teammate, but also sort of race against on track. Ferociously fast over a qualifying lap, Jan was. And his son certainly got that same talent.
Yeah, we've got an FI Formula 1 world champion at the moment, who's the son of a racing father in Max Verstappen, Jos Verstappen, of course, who was here, by the way, and was due to drive at Dubai Autodrome in the 24-hour race, but was called home. There's another one. It's both father and son Magnussen.
Yep.
Magnussen the elder and Magnussen the younger, both Formula 1 racers.
And Yifei has got past Ruben Haupt on the track.
And has pulled away.
And that was, I think that was on the cards.
It's a stop-and-go penalty this time for 5 seconds for car 96. That's the second offence. This is where you see what we talked about very early in the race. As we get into darkness, the race
we might see the 6 car
this
pulling in the
sorted.
pits now, actually.
Yep,
yes,
so
he's got to serve that drive-through. Sorry to talk over you, sorry.
That's right. That's Yifei will pull away now. That's kept his mirrors clear. Now he can concentrate on one job. The job in hand, catch the leader, stay with the leader. As the 17 car comes through into turn 1, I think his next target is actually his AF Corsa teammate. I think Piovanetti, who had that drive through early in the race, is about to be swallowed up by the blue and yellow. Yes, it is. It's the 51 car ahead, to be lapped by the number 17 car.
I mean, this first stint by Yifei will be all about just delivering the car back into the pit lane exactly as he set off from the grid, making sure he's not put any marks on it. He's made sure that he's kept it nice and clean, because there's no way you can win the race in this first hour, but you can definitely lose it.
There you go. It comes from that same book of endurance sports car racing wisdom as nothing good ever happens in warm-up.
No, absolutely. You almost see lots of really bad stuff. I hated morning warm-up.
Is that just because it's the morning?
Partly.
So it is that stop-and-go penalty for the Tempto racing car. So that's one drive-through penalty for track limits. And press the repeat button, and it's going to be the same again. But this time, instead of driving through, you must bring the car to a halt, and they will count to 5.
Yeah.
They're in that car on pit lane right now, and it's going to mean a further drop down the order from the number 96 car.
Brendan Arib has dropped back a little there in
And
the
there is the
inception
leader.
car.
And this, I think, is the end of Rodrigo Sales required. He's not getting out the car.
No, he's not. They're just fueling him. Maybe they're just confident with where
That's
he's
good.
at.
That's good.
And maybe they're also a little bit nervous about the drive time thing that was going on towards the end of the race yesterday. That they were concerned about whether Matt was being in the car for too long.
We can see just behind the timing tower there, just there's Matt Bell.
Matt Bell, yeah.
So he's not ready to get the car. So this is the team showing great confidence in, and it's Rodrigo Sales showing great confidence in himself. He will go on and do a second stint. That's great stuff.
That is. Matt, the brother of Rob. Matt, the better-looking one of the two.
I'm not sure, you know.
No.
Some would say.
Some would say.
Bit of a stall
Yeah.
there, but got underway just a second or two. Say better looking. Rugged.
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 So here's the leader now. The Graf racing car, Eric Trullier.
Yeah. They're both very rapid, by the way, the brothers Bell. Whatever you think about their level of personal attractiveness, and I'm sceptical about that on both their parts. But, you know, there's no getting away from the fact that they are both extremely talented racers. In comes the high-class racing car from third. Graf Racing, by the way, have gone through and lead the race. ARC Bratislava also in. A little bit of history, by the way, yesterday. We mentioned it on the grid with the first win in ACO rules racing by the McLaren 720S yesterday. The last time a McLaren won an ACO rules race was in Sepang in 2015, and it was Matt Bell's brother was part of that driving squad, and that earned Clearwater Racing their shot at going for the Le Mans 24 Hours, which led to a 2-year stint in the WEC. What are you seeing here in this pit
Is Dennis
stop?
Anderson going in the car, in the 49 car, the high-class racing car?
Oh, this is a bit of a mess.
Yeah, they've got themselves confused here with the tyre change, doing the left side, so they got confused with who was doing what there, and now they can't decide who's taking the tyre back over the line. The car can't be started until everybody's back over that line.
Should say, by the way, this is an important part of what you're going to see this 4 hours emerging as. That is an LMP2 AM entered car, as the leader, by the way, 39, is now on pit road as well. They have got to go through 3, I think I'm right, timed pit stops. So they will lose time to the 4 car in each of those pit stops.
Yeah, I believe it's about 40 seconds that they're losing each pit stop.
Now that, generally
to the 4
speaking,
car.
is to help the teams with what deemed to be, likely to be, a more entry-level effort. Not the case for high-class racing, but they've entered that class.
Yeah.
To just do this in a more controlled fashion. It's long, by the way, been the rule in LMP3 racing in Europe, where the teams in both the Michelin Le Mans Cup and the LMS have got a number of time pit stops and then 1 short pit stop.
Yep.
For the LMS.
So we're seeing the Oman Racing quality street car. Love the look of that car.
Yep.
It's fantastic.
Must ask Ahmed Al-Hati the significance of the colour scheme, or indeed Sander Hahn, because it does look the absolute business.
It really does.
4th place at the moment,
Yep.
courtesy of, well, a pretty clean run to this point. It will immediately get a penalty, of course, for Sander Hahn, but at the moment, perfectly clean run. It is
It's running P5.
P5, not P4,
Yep.
apologies. And he's 6.8 seconds back from Rino Mastronardi. He'll be racing this weekend and next weekend in his last outings as a bronze rank driver. Remember, this is technically, by regulation, the 2021-22 Asian Le Mans Series, and so last year's FIA driver rankings still apply here.
So Alexander West, we're seeing coming under pressure from
Nick
the
Moss.
Optimum car of Nick Moss. Two McLaren 720S's racing away there. Nick Moss having a look.
Very different levels of lighting on the front of those cars.
Yes.
And then again,
the Optimum and the Inception boys have actually been very helpful. They've got those LEDs in the middle of the windscreen.
Yeah, you can tell which one. Yeah,
blue one on the
42,
Optimum car, and the green one on the Inception number 7 car.
So really, after these, as we watch this, and Nick Moss really pressing now.
Nicely done.
He's not quite got the overlap though, has he?
No, I think that he might be able to do the cutback. So we're just going to see if he can get it done. Maybe around the outside. No, it's tough to do. And as we saw yesterday, Alexander West was great at defending and holding his line, sticking to, you know, eyes forward, not looking in the mirrors, overly getting consumed with what was happening behind him. I think it's not going to be too long before Nick gets by him.
Good stuff again from Alex West. He had a great run yesterday, held off a snarling pack of GT3 cars for lap after lap, and that gave us great entertainment as they all battled with him and with each other, as this pair about to be encounter a faster car in the shape of
Graf Racing.
It is still Trullier, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just double checking he stayed aboard the car. He did. At the moment, second place overall is the lead LMP3 car, courtesy of those longer pit stops from the LMP2 AMS. So Matteo De Barbo is only 13 seconds off the lead, would you believe?
Yeah.
But hasn't pitted yet, of course.
It's a tricky part of the racetrack with multi-class racing, seeing the P2 car, the P3 car, GT car. They're all dicing over the different bit, that same bit of racetrack, and all the different lines that they're trying to drive to get their by and clear the traffic.
Trullier needs to get by here. Why? And I can barely believe I'm going to say this, because he's under pressure for the position from Jordan Crocor in the Ginetta. So Trullier currently running 3rd position, 4th overall, 2nd in LMP3. Is the car just going to the inside there with the McLaren not making it? And it's Jordan Crocor doesn't need to do that, but does need to take the position, but it's great form while it lasts, isn't it? But the Conrad Motorsport Ginetta, 4th overall right now. Remember, this is all about the fact that these cars in the different classes pit at different times, and it's going to be timed pit stops as well for the LMP3 cars and the GT3 cars.
Yeah, we're already seeing some cars that don't have the light panel working on the side. That 55 car, that's the Kessel.
It's the Rinaldi car.
Rinaldi car.
That's the car that contested the overall.
Need to be turning their light panels on because you can't see the numbers on the side, but he's getting by the 51.
That's a lap on Piovanetti.
Yeah.
55 car had a great run yesterday.
It did.
Rinaldi
P2, wasn't it?
It was P2. Rinaldi Racing, another of the teams that last year earned themselves an automatic invitation to the Le Mans 24 Hours. It's not quite as easy this year. There'll be one entry apiece for each of the major classes here, LMP2, LMP3 and GT3 for the overall. Each of the class winning cars, we see that is the Inception car, isn't it, the green?
Yes, it is. And you can see that the usual suspects in GT that we saw yesterday, they're lining themselves up for another fine battle at the front. A little bit different this time. The AF Corsa car is in the lead, but you can sort of see the Rinaldi car is just sort of lining itself up nicely, as well as the Inception car. They're all going to be right there for that battle.
Yeah.
You know, come the last hour or so of this race, so it's going to get spicy.
It's an impressive run here from Brendan Arib to stick with a driver of the quality of Rino Mastronardi. He's the bogeyman in bronze-ranked GT racing over the last couple of years. He's the one that people moaned about in the European Le Mans Series paddocks as being too fast to be a bronze.
Right.
And for Brendan Arib to stick with that, that's a very impressive run from the American.
Well, Brendan, when we saw him earlier on, he seemed pretty confident,
didn't he?
And happy, and you know, really full of it, which you want to see. And they've got the game face on, and they've got a plan, and they're certainly executing it.
So the 17 car, Conrad Grunewald, going great guns. Ifeye is still about 7 seconds back from the class leader, but with the CD Sport 27 car between them. And then the Rinaldi Racing Ferrari, as we've just seen, they're 6 seconds back. It's a black and white flag, though, now for Brendan Arib. So that's his final warning.
Yeah.
And Brendan, as we see, is just under 2 seconds back from this car. That's the top 4.
Yeah, when we saw Brendan a few laps ago, you know, it looked like it was all pretty clean and tidy, and maybe the tyres have just started to drop off, and he's battling a bit with those track limits, trying to keep up that sort of same lap time, but just running a little bit wide and using that extra bit of racetrack. But yeah, hopefully he doesn't get an actual penalty for any of this. As you can see, the sun is going down. The lights are really strong on all of the GT cars. Rinaldi racing car just coming through turn 10. He's looking to chase down that Garage 59 car that's in front.
As we saw last night here, if you're watching the race yesterday, the light goes very quickly here, and already at certain parts of the circuit, in particular not helped by the rise and fall of this Dubai Autodrome, we're in shadow. Did I spot the same bit of bodywork damage on that Garage 59 car again?
Yes, but I think yesterday it was on the right. I think this time it's on the left.
Ah, it's a feature, sir.
Maybe.
Yellow flags at turn 9 we're seeing. We've not seen an incident there yet.
Sure, that's for
CD Sports number 3 car, by the way, on pit lane right now. So car 6 it is that is in trouble. That is the Hout Racing Team car, Hubert Hout. He's been in trouble for track limits. It's a double yellow at turn 9. Was shown briefly. We'll keep an eye on that. There's the YC Panda Audi.
Yeah, the YC Panda boys were struggling yesterday.
Worst Douglas Koo again aboard that car. He was.
That night running has been very tough for them.
It's green flag back, so whatever's happened with the 6 car, Hubert Hout has got it away. He's gone wide here.
YC Panda car was looking for the way around the track. Maybe he's just come out of the pits, but it does look a bit of a battle for them.
It does.
Now he's getting himself a little bit in the way.
That's John Hartshorn as well, with the number 66 car, but they're a lap apart, I believe. They are a lap apart, so...
Yeah, that 95 car started on the pole.
It did.
In GT, but it's,
you know,
had a difficult hour.
Yeah, John,
first hour.
You know, the answer, the game for John here, John Hartshorn here, the gentleman driver aboard this car, is finish consistently and trouble-free. The team will be happy enough with that as CD Sport car and the TF Sport car come through the corner side by side.
Yeah, the YC Panda car there just running wide again, and that is not going to help his cause, unfortunately. He's going to be picking up a lot of rubber and dirt and muck on those tyres.
This is helping us see the Kessel Racing car, the 57 car down pit lane. We're getting close to the point where they're getting into their fuel window. But
P3 for sure.
This is helping Ifeye. He's closed that gap by a second or two with this traffic. There's driver change for the 77D station car. That'll be Satoshi Yoshino getting out of the car.
Yeah.
And they'll be hoping for a better run today. Didn't really feature, did they, in the battles yesterday? But they'll be hoping for better form. They've got great form in GT3 at home in Japan in GT3 Aston Martins, and GT4 Aston Martins for that matter, the Super Taikyu Championship. But see whether or not they can repeat that form here in the Asia Le Mans Series. Car 6 again reported to the stewards. That's going to be a stop and hold for the number 6 car.
Yeah, and we've also got to the end of the minimum drive time, haven't we?
We have 55
for
minutes.
the bronze drivers.
So that's John Hartshorn.
Yeah, bringing the car in. The TF Sport boys go to work.
Brendan Arieb down pit lane. Who else is in there? The 57 Kessel Racing car, Roman Zemian. Apologies. D-Station Racing, we've already said. Jürgen Haring in the number 99 Herbeth Motorsport car. But Brendan Arieb ducks out of that battle.
Yeah, so all the boys here in this pit stop are working away. The fuel is plugged in. They've been cleaning the screen, getting the new driver on board at the Aston Martin Vantage. The D-Station car just takes off, new tyres on, and the boys there on the 95 car just waiting to start on the tyre change. John Hartshorn's just closing the door and he'll be walking away. Nice job, well done. Brought the car back.
He looks a bit sore, John.
Yeah, he does look a little bit sore, and that was one of the things also that we were going to talk about, is how the physicality of racing around here in 2 races back to back, day after day, it will take a bit of a pounding. So, you know, both the mechanics and the driver crews will be getting a well-earned rest for the first couple of days next week.
It's an incident involving car 6 and 96 appears to be the basis for that problem. That's the two cars that have been in most trouble for track limits. The Attempter racing car is the other car involved there. That's already had a stop and 5-second hold and a drive-through. And
So say that's not good.
neither, I think, at the moment having their finest racing hour.
Because anything like this, it completely removes you from the GT battle. It's so close at the front.
Yeah.
Any drive-through or incident like that, you are removed, and you're not going to make that lap time back up.
So a couple of minutes away from the fuel window for GT3. The 55 minutes minimum drive time has now expired for a 3-driver squad with a bronze driver aboard. That's what we've been seeing working its way through. TF Sport now is Enrique Chavez aboard the 95 car. 99 Earth Motorsports rejoined with Marco Seefried aboard. 77 will need to press the button for the new driver because it's still showing Satoshi Yoshino. We saw a change. My guess is Tomonobu Fuji.
Car 6 is going to have a 5-second stop and go penalty for abusing track limits. So yeah, it's not a great race for the car 6 car.
Yes, as Mrs. DSC editor would tell you, I'm not a fan of I told you so, but I told you so.
Yeah.
88 car, Garage 59, it's Frank Bird has rejoined, and Dynamic Motorsport, Giorgio Roder has taken over the 12 Porsche. Inception Racing, Ollie Milroy, so they're executing exactly the same plan, and it looks like a driver change 2 for the Cox Racing car.
Yeah, I think Peter's jumping out.
Well, he did well there, didn't
Yeah.
he? Comes in from 7th, as we've still got LMP3 stops underway. They're now in their fueling window.
Yeah, AF Corsa boys there, just in the foreground, just doing that tyre change.
It's a
Getting
51
things
car.
done.
Another
just-
car that had its woes earlier in the race.
Yeah, full service.
Did you see a driver change in
Yes.
that one? Fine, so...
I think it did.
Okay.
Sorry.
Victor Gomez is the other non-professional driver in that car. 2 bronze rank drivers.
I would say there's a bit of a
Puerto Rico.
problem. Maybe there's actually a problem maybe with the drinks bottle, or possibly with the window net, or something going on there with the driver that the AF Corsa car was having to deal with. The 51 that was delayed, and it wouldn't start, fire up, and then it's got itself
We're
going.
going to a full course yellow. We're going to a full course yellow in about 30 seconds. We don't at the moment know why, unless there's debris from that incident between the 96 and the 6. Both cars have continued, but we are going to go to a full course yellow.
Yes. Eduardo's most really seen something out on track there that he needs to neutralise the race for, to make it
In 10
safe for
seconds.
everybody.
So the sound levels will go down a little. We can all take a bit of a breather. Let's wait and see to see whether or not we can find... Let's look back at the first hour. Well, second race here at Dubai, round 2 of the 2022 Asian Le Mans Series at the Dubai Autodrome, with 4 hours of racing to come. It's a 35-car grid, and it was a neat and tidy start, and in particular for Rodrigo Sales, the Nielsen Racing number 4 Orica team, looking to repeat their success of yesterday. Behind, lots of tussles, in particular in the GT3 battles. The Rinaldi Racing car made its way through within the first hour to lap the AF Corsa number 51 that we'll see later in the hands of world champion Alessandro Pierguidi. Ife Ye, the reigning overall champion, is back in a GT car here. He is pounding on as we get through to the end of the first hour in pursuit of this car, the number 17 AF Corsa Ferrari, in the hands of Konrad Grunewald. 26 car, the G-Drive car, G-Drive Deligier, running 3rd after leading. The 21 Conrad Ginetta running 2nd in LMP3. An excellent run from that team, but the number 2 car from the Duquesne from DCAR Engineering, after just dropping back at the start of the race, back into the lead. 49 Orica from High Class Racing runs 3rd in LMP2. Behind the number 39 from Graf Racing, Eric Trullier taking that car into a 2nd stint, but it's been a controlled start to the race again from Nielsen Racing. This time though, no errors from Rodrigo Sales. He holds a comfortable lead as we come at the end of the very first hour of the second 4 hours of Dubai.
we're still under full course yellow here at the Dubai Autodrome, and we're trying to find where the incident is.
It's debris.
Debris, oh, turn 10.
It's turn 10.
Driver's
Debris
right.
on driver's right. So that, my guess, bearing in mind the issue with the two cars, the 6 and the 96 happened at turn 9.
Right.
I'm guessing that that is debris from one or other or both of the 96 and the 6 cars. So the Haupt Racing car has gone in and out. Now that was the stop plus 5.
Yeah.
So it's been 3 stops now, 3 runs down pit lane rather now for the Haupt Racing car. Looking at the Attempto Racing car as well, the 96 still on 3 stops. But they've just been in for a their regular 1 minute 42 stop, as well as a drive-through plus a stop and 5-second hold. We've got the leaders, the 2 overall leaders. There you can see the 17 car at a halt, and there's the second place car. So if we can stick with this shot, we'll see just how these guys do with the pit stops. Remember, there's time pit stops. There should not be, without a problem, an issue here, Ollie.
Yeah, but I think this is going to benefit the 17 car because they're doing their stop under full course yellow, whereas the 7 car, the Inception car, they did theirs somewhat under green.
Yeah.
So they're going. The 17 car is going to lose actually less time than the 7 car did while they took their stop.
Correct.
So that's a win for them.
Rodrigo Salas, by the way, is in again. So that's a short second stint for him. He'd have done a full hour though. Almost, or bar 4 minutes. So Nielsen Racing taking the opportunity here to switch. I'm sure at this point we're going to see Matt Bell.
Yeah, and I think that must be for drive time, making sure the Nielsen boys will be sitting there trying to look at what happened yesterday, learning that lesson, and just running Rodrigo just that little bit longer. And so Matt and Ben will hopefully be in the clear with all their drive time.
And taking the opportunity that's been offered by this full course yellow. So the full course yellow again for debris spotted by race control and the trackside marshals on the exit of turn 10, and our supposition at the moment is that that might have been to do with the incident that took place between the number 6 Haupt Racing team car and the number 96 Attempto Audi that's still under investigation.
What's going on here with the 4 car?
That's the 4 car in
car.
A regular pit stop, remember.
Well,
but bear in mind,
it doesn't look like it's a regular pit stop. It doesn't look like a regular pit stop to me. Just the
seat.
Yeah, the seat. There's something going on there with the seat. There's some problem there inside the car, and we're not entirely sure what that is. There's still one mechanic working inside the car, and they have got a bit of an issue.
Oh, that could be interesting, couldn't it?
Yeah.
So, anxious moments for the Nielsen Racing crew. That is Rodrigo Salas in the. We just saw it in the garage entry.
Yeah, he's sort of stalking around inside the garage, and he's.
Well, the odd thing is they took the seat out for the right-hand side. Well, the driver sits on the left in this car.
Yes.
So I wonder if that is Rodrigo's seat, and he tried to remove it from the right-hand side of the car, and it got jammed.
Yes, possible. Or Matt just got in quickly and started sitting in on Rodrigo's seat. And then they've got confused, and then that whole thing of being flustered and trying to do it just a little bit too quickly. And now it looks like they've got something else, got the door shut, car's down, and the board is up, and the car is starting, and I think we're going to see Matt pulling away. But that's certainly not what they wanted.
That wasn't a regular stop.
No.
We'll have a look how long that took. We would expect, well, we saw the last pit stop, 1 minute 12 seconds on pit lane for Rodrigo Salas. Remember, this is not an LMP2 AM squad, so they can do this as quickly as they like.
Yeah.
How quickly did they do it? Well, we'll see when we see the Orica clear pit lane. The answer is 3 minutes and 6 seconds. They've lost 1.5 minutes in the pits.
They have.
Now that is going to mean that Matt Bell, I'm sure, will have to chase. The fact that they're lucky it happened under full course yellow.
Extremely.
But that's cost them a bunch of time.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they've lost the lead. And it could actually end up being that Sebastian Alvarez in the DKR engineering car
leads the race.
Might lead the race.
Now they must be due in. Oh, no, he's been in. He's already been in.
It just shows you the pace of that car.
Well, when Matt Bell crossed the line, they were 2 minutes 41 seconds behind.
Yeah.
But of course, timing is slightly odd under a full course yellow. We'll wait and see.
It'll
be an interesting moment, won't it?
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember the last time we saw an LMP3 car lead an international sports car race. I think it happened in the Asia Le Mans series with Nigel Moore a couple of 3 seasons ago. I think it happened at Sepang with a pretty trademark rush to the front from Nigel and holding off the LMP2s for a lap or so. He has indeed taken the lead. The number 2 car leads the race.
And
has pitted.
Yeah, the Graf Racing Sebastian Page is now in the lead in LMP2. So Matt's going to have his work cut out and he'll spice it up.
We're going back to green flag running, by the way, in about 30 seconds' time. So, of course, in darkness, you want to make sure that trackside marshals are protected if they've got to enter the circuit area to remove debris. It is extremely dark here, and it's so important that everybody involved in the race respects the procedure.
I see a little bit of a tussle lining up here between the Inception racing car and the Optimum racing, both McLarens, both from the same team. Ollie Milroy in the Inception car and Andrew Watson in the Optimum car.
But that wasn't the Optimum car, was it? That was a BMW.
No, I know, but
yeah, but you're right. They're going to green flag.
They're 5 seconds apart, and see if Ollie can catch him.
This is going to be good fun from here on in, and we'll call it as we get these cars back up to racing speed and they sort themselves out from the battles they're involved in. Is that the 39? It is the 39 with the left-hand number panel not lit again.
They're going to get those torches out again, aren't they?
So that is the 4 car going by to retake second place. Matt Bell from Sebastian Paget, but there's trouble there, 100% trouble.
He doesn't have any rear lights either for the 39 car.
No rear lights either.
No rear lights that I saw.
Let's have a look at the 39 car. No number panel.
Oh,
there are rear lights,
There are rear lights, sorry.
But there's no doubt in my mind we're going to see that car having to pit. No, definitely no number panel.
Yeah, they're going to have the torches out on that shortly.
What we're talking about here, if you're mystified, is having had the same problem as we got into darkness yesterday. The 39 Graf Racing team opted, unable to repair that car in quick order, to gaffer tape 2 torches to illuminate the number panel. So it's a repeat issue. Not the only team, by the way, to have that issue. That's also affected the number 13 into Europol LMP2. You can clearly see, or rather you clearly can't see. That's what it should look like. It doesn't look like that on the left. It was flickering on the right as well. There you go, 39. Why is this a regulatory issue? So that the trackside marshals can identify a car that may or may not have been involved in an incident.
It's got properly dark now. Really relying on everybody's headlights to see where you're going.
The timing of that full course yellow, we've got an extraordinary looking timing screen. Lead car overall has retaken the lead. Matt Bell has gone by Sebastian Alvarez. He leads the race, the number 4 car. Then it's the lead car in LMP3, the number 2 car, DK Engineering. Then it's the lead car in LMP2 AM from Graf Racing. Just into 4th as I speak is the 49 high class racing car with Dennis Anderson. And Gabriele Rindoni, second in LMP3, is 5th overall, with the Nielsen Racing Ligier of Tony Wells 6th and 3rd in LMP2. Then the 4th car in LMP2, and 3rd in LMP2 AM, is the ARC Bratislava Ligier of Miro Konopka. Torsten Kratz in the 22 Rinaldi Racing Duquesne. And then the lead car in GT, Louis Pret now at the wheel of the number 17 AF Corsa car. That's 9th, and the G-Drive Racing Ligier completes the top 10.
Yeah, certainly that's the 17 AF Corsa car with Louis Pret has managed to get the rest of the field relatively well, and certainly the battle that the Optimum boys and the Inception boys are bringing to them, I think that's been blunted somewhat with this full course yellow. So they have to really fight to get that back.
They are. This is the number 3 CD Sport car. Took the win last night. Nick Adcock at the wheel right now. British driver, but based for most of his time in South Africa, and is a multiple South African endurance champion. That looked like that car was smoking a little.
Maybe just locked a brake.
There was the dynamic car, the number 12 car, and that car, Giorgio Roda is at the wheel of that car. The Roda family, well known in endurance racing circles.
The YC
father and son.
The YC Panda car looks like it's going a little bit better now, but it is right at the bottom of the timesheets.
They have really struggled this
They
weekend.
have, yeah. Looks like it's going to be setting its fastest lap of the race, but it's not a particularly high bar. But let's see.
That's a change of position. That's the Herberth Motorsport car running third in GTM, going by the Dynamic Motorsport car. Both Porsches. Marcus Seefried is aboard the 99 car. It's a car that yesterday's race had to start a lap down and from pit lane after a problem before the race starts. Made good progress up the order, but Marco doing the same. As we said, it goes very dark very, very quickly, and it seems like 15 seconds, not 15 minutes, since we're calling sunset.
Yep.
And this could be 3 o'clock in the morning by the look of things, couldn't it?
Yeah, it's very, very dark out there. Tricky, tough time for the drivers. Certainly the new ones in behind the wheel, just trying to get themselves acclimatised and ready and picking those points out.
Sebastian Alvarez, by the way, is enjoying his time at the top of this timing screen. He's still second, and he's actually doing pretty good lap times. Not long, though, before he's going to have to cede the second place overall here to the Graf Racing car. A little while before Dennis Anderson catches him, though. Great stuff from DCAR Engineering. They're going to be looking to right the wrong done them by the mechanical gods of fortune yesterday. And it was a dominant run until problems started to hit from that car.
Yeah, that last sort of 40 minutes, it really unravelled, didn't it, for DKR? It was really a real shame. It did have all of the hallmarks of last year, where they were so dominant and quick at times through the races in the Asia Le Mans series, and now they've sort of bit them again this race yesterday, those last 40 minutes. But fingers crossed they're going to have a stronger and more fortunate run today.
Very different looking running order from yesterday, although we've got one or two of the same cars featuring in dominant positions, including, of course, the overall leader. DCAR Engineering did feature heavily through the race, but did not finish. Well, we've just talked about the lead car overall in the hands of Matt Bell. We're going to go down to Nadia, who's got Gustavo Sales, who started the car. She's in pit lane now.
Yes, we do have Rodrigo Sales here with us now. We want to know, you came in during a full course yellow just now. Was it part of the plan to get Matt Bell in, or was it just like an opportune moment for you to switch places and give Matt the wheel?
Hi, well, I think you asked about the pit stop, FCY. So no, we just decided to bring the car in to take advantage of the opportunity to pit under full course yellow. The 4 hours doesn't quite work out to an even number of full stints, so you have to do a short one. And if things go your way, it's always nice to be able to take advantage of that.
Right, fantastic. So you heard it from the man himself. They're leading the pack right now. Car number 4 from Nielsen Racing. Back to Graham and Oliver.
My apologies to Rodrigo Sales, not Gustavo Sales. Don't quite know why I called him Gustavo. But,
You got his nationality right, didn't you?
Stop.
Yeah, okay.
Nielsen Racing, though, Matt Bell puts in the fastest first sector of the race. It gets a bit silly when it gets dark here. But Matt Bell from the UK aboard the British entered car.
We didn't get any more details, though, on actually what the problem was. I mean, Nielsen definitely took the opportunity to come in and pit under full course yellow, but we didn't get to see or hear what that problem was, because there definitely was an issue where they were held up. That's the reason why they were back behind the DKR car.
I just want to think it through. They definitely took a seat insert out of the right-hand side of the car.
Which is unusual.
Yes. So I can only think that maybe their routine is that was the exit point chosen rather than throwing it over the car. The problem with that is there is quite a lot of kit in the middle of the car, including the new safety bar that goes across the middle of the cockpit. I just wonder if it got wedged.
Maybe it did, maybe it did.
And they were just removing some debris from that, because it's a shaved foam, isn't it?
Yes, it is, it is. I think we're going to be watching the 17 and the 55 cars, the AF Corsa and the Rinaldi car here battling away for the lead. And, you know, this is going to get pretty close here. They've got a couple of cars in front they're going to have to get round. And the Ferraris have been very strong here all weekend. And these two cars in particular, the Rinaldi and the AF Corsa run cars, have been the class of the field. If we can get the McLaren of the Optimum and the Inception cars also up there in a four-way dogfight, that would just be awesome. But I think the Optimum and Inception boys are just that little bit further back. But Let's see how...
Trouble, and it's the Conrad Motorsport Ginetta just after Gabriele Rindoni took over the car. It stopped at turn 9. It's a yellow flag down there after such a great run, and the Ginetta has stopped out on circuit. Are we going to get another full course yellow for this? We'll wait and find out.
It's possible, but the Rinaldi car is now crawling all over the back of the 17 car. So who have we got on board those? We've got Louis Perret in the number 17 car and David Perel in the 55. David was very quick yesterday, did a solid job.
As the overall leader, I think he's just thinking about that he does thread the needle between the two.
Matt's on it. He's just done the fastest lap of the race. He's just done the fastest first sector. I don't think the second sector is going to be quite so good because of that traffic, but yeah, you know, Matt was really on it yesterday, really brought the car alive, and that Nielsen Racing LMP2 car was certainly using lots of the racetrack and making sure that he was using every last bit of performance from that Nielsen Racing.
We are going to go straight back to another full course yellow, and that will be for recovery of the Conrad Ginetta. Briefly had all three classes in one corner there, as that all panned out with the lead car making its way through that little gaggle of GT cars, and the Rinaldi P3 car in the middle of that lot as well. That is our battle, 17 from 55, the first place car and the third place car from last night's race. It's the Conrad car.
Go full course yellow here.
And I think he went for it just as it went full course yellow.
No, the 55 car's passed him under yellow there. I'm pretty sure that he's going to 55 is going to have to hand that back to 17 in GT. And I think that's what he's being told to do right now.
We'll see. You want to be doing that if you're told to do it, because if not, the punishment is going to be somewhat more draconian. So we're at full course yellow for the second time. Went very deep into the race last night before we saw the very first caution. Not so deep here, and they do say yellow breeds yellow as the number 2 car leading LMP3.
He's coming in, he's
came in from second place.
He did.
Oh, that is because, and we'll explain something we saw last night, it's because the pit in under full course yellow is actually slightly quicker to the timing line.
It is.
Which is why we saw those cars last night, 5 or 6 of the GT cars, trying their luck, I think, a little. Well,
they were looking for any opportunity just to get steel, just a second or two.
It didn't work.
No.
It didn't work. So 5 or 6 of them, including Joe Osborne aboard the Optimum car.
Number 2 car's got a problem with this light panel there. I think they're working on that there.
Right.
And it's a common problem, it seems, here at the Dubai Autodrome.
There's
many cars.
Well, unfortunately, the one thing that is working on the Conrad car is the light panel.
Yeah.
And is that under tow? And if it is,
like
they are dead on. That is outside assistance, and that will be end of the race.
Really sad for them.
So the light panel is being sorted. Is this another torch? I think it is, you know.
Oh, wow. So this idea is working its way down the pit lane.
Yep, it is. It's another torch. The DIY store just outside the circuit must be doing a roaring trade.
They've got mechanics, got mechanics queuing up out the door.
Well, whatever works. So DCAR engineering car. Well, they were fortunate, weren't they, with the time of this full course yellow to do that. So they would have been told there was an issue. We still don't know whether the 39 cars fix that panel or will be told to do so. And again,
or maybe it's actually come alive. We haven't seen.
The time is now if they're going to do it.
Yeah.
So it's now 1, 2, 3 overall in LMP2 again. Nielsen Racing's Matt Bell is ahead of the Graf Racing 39 of Sebastian Paget and my apologies, Sebastian. Dennis Anderson third in the 49 high-class racing car. We'll wait and see just where the DCAR engineering car emerges. They certainly lost less time on track than they would have done had they done it under full green. And David Perel has indeed given back that place. So he had a slightly itchy trigger foot there, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. And he was, you know, just all eyes and just trying to get by him. The 6 car comes onto pit lane. HRT car had a troubled race, number of penalties.
Yep.
They're just trying to get back in their routine here.
And some contact, so whether or not we get a chance to see whether or not there was damage to the number 6 car.
They're taking the opportunity to take some extra fuel.
Nothing that side. Yeah. This is often where you go and see the other side. They've got a torch attached to them. They have.
They have, yeah, and I think it's maybe it's just a different option that you can have. It's just like an LED light bar that's just above the number. Maybe it's less likely to fail.
Maybe that's been the problem. Maybe there is something of a, how can we put this, dodgy batch.
The 4 car back on the pit lane.
They are.
And I'm wondering whether they're actually working on the seat on the left side of the car now. Maybe Matt's got a problem with that. It's,
there's the door. There's something with the door.
No,
They're replacing the door.
They've had to take something off. That's the door. And is it something to do with the head restraint? It could be that they're working away on that. But it's frenzied activity down there at the Nielsen pit, and certainly not scheduled. Much more activity on the pit lane. Many more cars coming down here, trying to take advantage of this full course yellow. They can mix up their strategy now, and the boys behind the laptops will be working hard, trying to figure out what they need to do to leapfrog that car in front or extend their lead if they are in the lead. And D-Station was also on the pit lane. They'll be looking to see how they can steal a march over all of their competition.
Well, anxious moments, Nielsen Racing. They're back out again, Matt Bell. That's another 1 minute 49 on pit lane. Something went badly wrong in that second pit stop, didn't it?
It did. I think when Rodrigo Sales got out, something's just gone wrong there with that whole switch to Matt. And they're now battling something, and this could be an ongoing problem for them when they switch from Matt to Ben. Well, we'll have to see.
Absolutely. So did that cost them the lead? We'll find out as they pass the next timing point. Coulda, shoulda done. I think it did. I think the Graf Racing car will be leading when they complete the next lap.
Yeah, he wasn't that far back,
no,
was he?
He was about a minute and a half back, and it cost them 1 minute 49 on pit road. So in pure time, they should be back in second place. That is some weave to warm your tyres, sir.
That is.
It's either that or he's trying to find out where the corner is.
He's looking for it. It is rather aggressive.
Yes.
But that looks like it's a Mercedes.
51 car on
Of
pit
course,
road.
Yeah. Again, maybe just topped off with fuel. I think it was the CDC car, CD Sport car that was also there on pit lane.
So Nielsen Racing do indeed emerge in second place this time, just behind the Graf Racing car, 3 seconds at full course yellow pace, which means he's right behind him.
Yeah.
Dennis Anderson is just 15 seconds further back. So the 3 leading LMP2 cars, for the moment at least, very close together on the track. Nielsen Racing now lead in LMP3.
They've had a far better run, haven't they?
They have. After that stop for attention to the light panel for the DKR engineering car, it's the little things, isn't it?
Yep.
Tony Wells having a better day after the exhaust problem cost them a decent finish yesterday. Yeah. Sebastian Alvarez down to second. Torsten Kratz in the number 22 car, another car that had its problems yesterday. That in third place, that's the top 6. And the AF Corsa number 17 leads GT. I'm just trying to work out this because the Rinaldi Racing car has just been in and out with David Perel. So they've come in and taken one of those stops, presumably just for fuel.
Yeah, and then now on pit lane at the car 17 is...
They've come in as well.
Of course, a car, yeah, again, to take advantage of this. And
I wonder whether or not Full Course Yellow is going to finish at the top of this minute, so another 40 seconds, if there was something dramatically mechanically befell the Ginetta and we're under Full Course Yellow for a longer period because there may be fluid.
Yeah, it's possible. There's every chance.
So lots of pit stops have just been completed. Everybody knows this is going to go back to green flag racing in about 15 seconds time now.
That's that 1-2 right there. And the Graf Racing, Sebastian Page.
And they still haven't got that number panel net.
No, they haven't, have they? Okay, we're back to green flag racing. And then Sebastian comes into the final turn in the lead. And I'm not sure he's going to keep it for very long. Matt is going to be breathing down his neck.
Where is Matt? There he is. Their line astern on the pit straight. And coming into turn one, just about 0.7 of a second apart as they came across the start-finish line. It's somewhat less than that as they hit the apex of turn one.
Yeah, Matt was taking so much more speed into the apex there, and I think he's going to get
Straight
by him by
away.
turn three,
Yes,
turn
he's
four.
done.
There, he's done it already.
Yeah, got his dander up, and I'm
Yeah.
sure Matt Bell will have been frustrated by the delay in the pits.
Or also, he might be sitting there thinking, I need to press on here, build up
Yes.
a bit of a cushion, because we've still got an issue inside the car that we've got to fix.
Yeah.
And we're going to have to manage at every pit stop.
What door was replaced, by the way, in that pit stop?
Okay.
So Nielsen Racing back to the leader race after 2 lengthy pit stops. One where there seemed to be a problem with the driver change from Rodrigo Sales, and then coming in for a broken door. And Matt Bell now trying to press on, and with LMP3 car ahead of him up the inside, that I think was 72 car. She's making progress, by the way, slowly up the order. Nikita Alexandrov aboard that car, running 8th out of the 9 cars with the Ginetta. The reason for the last full course yellow, believed to be out of the race now after running right at the head of the field. In GT, with the Louis Pret car on its outlap right now, that led coming out of full course yellow, but then took a pit stop and actually burned some of that at green.
Yeah.
Oman Racing second in the hands of Ahmed Al-Hati, the Omani driver that flies his national flag with pride, and nowhere more so than, of course, in the Gulf region. Rinaldi Racing third with David Perel. They too took a second stop under the yellow.
I think this one's going to take some time to unravel, just to exactly figure out where people are in their strategies and how much fuel they've got on board, drive times, and those final stops. I mean, we're an hour and a half into the race now, and you're going to be. It's going to take. People are on different strategies, which is great to see. You know, some people rolling the dice with it and seeing if their chosen path is going to want to be that pays off.
Absolutely. The top 3 cars from yesterday currently running in the lead. That's 17 car that finished third, which is the car that finished second, and where was the 7 car? 6th, which is the car that won the race. Car 13, that's the Inter-Europol competition. Ligier is going to get a 10-second time penalty added to their next pit stop for a pit stop infringement. And that car currently running in 5th in LMP3. So penalties are coming. Becomes more difficult now, of course, for race control because it's dark.
Yes, and they can't see those track limits as well. The YC Panda car there just in front. Is that the Inception car? Number 7. Ollie Milroy behind the wheel there now. And he's just dropped back. He's not been able to make the head road or the headway that I thought he was going to do with Andrew Watson. Andrew's managed to get through the traffic a little bit better. Well, let's go. There's actually now this Alfred Renault's in between Ollie Milroy and Andrew Watson, and maybe they took a stop as well, extra stop. Yeah,
he's catching Alfred Renault, one of the Renault twins, by the way, that run the Hepworth Motorsport outfit, and it's this car, or rather this team, that took the championship win in the Asia Le Mans Series last year and went to Le Mans for the first time and obtained a shiny new Porsche 911 RSR. That is the GTE version of the 911, the mid-engine version for that race. They're hoping to be back this year with that car in the Le Mans 24 Hours. Neil Mustard now aboard the ARC Bratislava car, having taken that car over from Miro Konopka, just putting in some quicker lap times for the car and looking to get on terms with the other 3 LMP2 cars. Matt Bell pulling away, as we expected he might. 10 seconds to good now.
There's the leader in GT, Louis Brett, and he is doing a solid job. That 17 car has really been the class of the field today. In GT, have always been there or thereabouts and not really given up the lead. I think they were second to start with behind the HRT car, but they found their way by, and now they haven't. Doesn't look like they want to give it up that easily. The Armand Racing of Al-Hati is is in second.
Manal Harty is indeed in second, and driver coach, by the way, for Louis Pretz, we bumped into on the test days here, on the 1998 overall Le Mans winner and fellow Monegasque rather, Stefan Ortelli.
Yeah.
Stefan looking in fine form and will have an important part to play in the future of the Asian Le Mans Series, as his day job nowadays is as the balance of performance driver for SRO for their GT2 and GT3 balance of performance, and SRO will take over some duties for the Asian Le Mans Series after this season.
Yeah.
So over next winter, where we hope that we'll be returning for at least part of the calendar to Southeast Asia. And if you're listening to us in Southeast Asia, we wish we were there. We're enjoying it here, of course we are. We've been made very welcome in the Gulf, and I'm sure the likelihood is there will be a bit of a transition to whatever happens next in Asia, whether or not it be here in the Middle East or in Southeast Asia. But we'd like to be back. I have every confidence we'll be back as soon as we possibly can. But Stefan and his work on balance of performance, well, it's been pretty effective across GT3 in recent years. And good to see him. It'd be nicer still to see him in a race car and racing. For many years, by the way, a driver that drove every single one of the then Blancpain endurance races.
Yeah.
And now gainfully employed in supporting the racing rather than being a direct part of it. But I know he'd dearly like to be behind the wheel of a race car.
Yeah. Sebastian Alvarez just coming through turn 1, turn 2, leading in LMP3 DKR engineering. And once again, that car at the front, putting in strong lap times, about 4.5-second lead over Tony Wells and the Nielsen Racing car. Far better running from that Nielsen Racing LMP3 car today. And they had their problems yesterday with that exhaust issue. But
this is setting up, by the way, both these cars run untroubled. A bit of a duel at the end of this race between Colin Noble and Lawrence Herr.
yeah,
And those two are old sparring partners. The drive-through penalty, by the way, coming the way for the 91 Herbert Motorsport car. So that will be
Alfred Brennauer.
issue settled for Ollie Milroy, who was
Yeah.
dropping back from the Porsche. So
maybe the cooler
contact with
conditions.
car 6, that was... So it was 91 with car 6, not 96. So initially it said it was car 96. We commented that both those cars had already suffered penalties. So that was a miscall. It's 91 that will be getting the penalty. And another one that might be, car 51, now under investigation for their pit stop. And who's aboard that car? They've had a troubled run, haven't they? Victor Gomez.
Yeah.
Second Puerto Rican driver after Francesco Piovanetti. I think it's in his third season of the Asian Le Mans Series. We saw him for a number of years partnered with Osnegri. I'm sure a driver you're very familiar with from your time in the United States. What a lovely bloke.
Yeah. I was in and around him and Osnegri an awful lot through my early days of racing. In my early 90s, he was still in the UK racing, and then I went to the States and he was racing there, and we raced against one another many times.
Sebastian Alvarez, by the way, as we check out Ollie Milroy, is pacing away here in the DKR engineering car. He's just found, you know, so looking to see what's going on out there at the moment. Matt Bell is increasingly safe in that this lead he regained straight after we went back from the second full course yellow.
Yeah, but 27 seconds on Sebastian Page, hasn't he?
Yep. Let's wait and see, though, if there's a clean pit stop next time. That's going to be the important moment for Nielsen Racing. It's not at the moment about the pace on track, it's what's been happening in the pits. Has that solved the problem? LMP3 for the overall lead. DKR Engineering, Sebastian Alvarez is pulling away from Tony Wells, 11.5 seconds up after just doing the fastest lap of the DKR Engineering Duquesne's race so far, 155.792. Faster, by the way, than both the P2 cars ahead of him on the last lap.
Yeah.
That's a quick lap for a P3 car. In GT, the F Corsa car of Louis Pret is just looking pretty comfortable there at the moment. and is battling away at the moment with Torsten Kratz in the third place LMP3 car. Look at the overlaps here between the classes in the darkness, looking for where the big battles are emerging. And,
we're seeing actually a number of fastest laps up and down the order. It seems that it's just taken everybody a little bit of time to get going again after that yellow full course yellow period, and we're just seeing how everybody else is running here. Certainly the GT runners going quicker and quicker.
we're going to go down to the pit lane at the moment. Car 17 leading this GT race down in the hands of Louis Pret, but Nadia is down in the AF Corsa garage with the man that started the car, Conrad Grunewald, after a fantastic stint.
Thank you, guys. Yes, I am in the pits of those who are leading the GT pack right now. We managed to grab Conrad Grunewald right now, and of course we want to know, how was the stint outside?
Yeah, so I mean, overall we had a pretty good stint. I got to thank my co-drivers. They did a great job of getting me up to speed out here. We made some big changes to the car that I think worked. So yeah, now I'm just nervously watching the rest of the race. So overall, really happy. Great team, great teammates. Yeah.
Fantastic. So let's see how it all ran, Revels. We have a couple more hours right here in the dark, 4 hours of Dubai. Back to Graham and Oliver.
Thanks very much indeed. That was a great stint from Conrad, and very early in his GT3 career as well. He's done some GT3 racing stateside and spent the winter here and put in a couple of storming drives, but that was, I think, the best we've seen of him.
Yep.
Louis Pret is now aboard that 17 car, and he is storming on again.
Yeah, they're certainly in the pound seats right now. Let's just wait and see how the strategy works out here, but right now it looks like that they are in control of the race in GT.
It does. I mean, bear in mind the form we saw late in the race yesterday from Vincent Abril, holding off a run from Joe Osborne yesterday. Yeah. The difference here, though, that was a run for third. They're now defending the lead of the race. The big battles in terms of cars close together on track at the moment, rather oddly, are between cars in different classes.
Yeah.
So what we've got at the moment is the Oman Racing number 69 car of Ahmed Al-Hati, all over the back of the number 13 Inter Europol competition car of Alexandra Pikantsov. That is for a top 10 position overall. So the 13 and the 69 very close together, and further back down the order, that is Nick Adcock. We've got who is all over the back of Antares Au in that 33, the purple Porsche. Ife started for a position a little further down, 18th position for those two being contested. Look at the 42 car here, though. Andrew Watson had a cracking run yesterday, but he's working quite a gap now to the Rinaldi racing car of David Perel, but he's closing that gap reasonably quickly, Ollie.
Yeah, Andrew is working hard behind the wheel there. It looks like he's pressing on, and he's certainly taking plenty of curb at the apexes. Just saw a bit of sparks coming up from the car as he came through turn 2, and then he took plenty of curb at turn 7. And you know, he just needs to be a little bit careful with that, not to be too aggressive with the car, but he's trying to make the most of his time in the car and close down that gap to the Rinaldi racing car of David Perel. They've got a bit of a lead. David Perel's got some 23 seconds on him, so it's going to take a little time to get there, but just got to keep chipping away at it. A little bit of traffic to take care of here with a Porsche GT, the number 12 dynamic car in front of him, and he's not exactly making it easy.
He's not, is he? He's looking to push on here, and he's not getting very much help. Does it now? No, he doesn't.
No, he backed out of that.
He did.
And that was very unusual, the way that happened. It was almost like he checked up, and he got maybe a little confused by the Rinaldi Racing P3 car. Just lost sight of that.
That, I think, was the leader in P3. I think that was the 2 car of Sebastian Alvarez coming through, and he will, I'll just confirm that if he completes the lap in a few seconds' time, but I'm pretty certain that it was the LMP3 leader coming through 4th overall, who is still a little bit off the pace of the LMP2 cars ahead of him. They're both running in the 156s, Matt Bell in the 153s, 157s at the moment for Sebastian Alvarez in traffic.
Yeah.
Great stuff from him. This is a 17 car. This is the leader in GT, and he's all over the back of Torsten Kratz in the 22 car, third in LMP3.
Has Torsten been in the car the whole race?
I think he has.
Yeah.
So Torsten Kratz at the moment.
He had the incident at turn 1, didn't he?
He did. But this is a battle for overall position with the team manager of the car 26, which is the car next up in the order around this pair. This is the battle for 7th place overall, but it's been between a provisional podium sitter in LMP3 and the leader in GT3.
Yep.
This is cracking stuff from the AF Corsa team. We saw Nadia talking and heard Nadia talking to Conrad Grunewald earlier. This looks like a very, very strong run indeed from the 17 car, and if their strategy is where it should be, and I think it is, they're looking pretty set fair here, aren't they, with a driver of the quality of Vincent Abril still to come. Yeah,
they are going to be tough to beat, but I think that maybe the strategy is going to play out a little bit here. Let's see how that all shakes out as we go through these next couple of hours.
As you can see there, that is the Rinaldi car. It's the Wochenspiegel Team Mansell car, just ahead of this Ferrari on track. We said these cars deliver their performance in very different ways, Ollie, as we were describing earlier. But from the position of a GT driver, just tell me what it's like in traffic with a prototype car, or particularly when, in this case, you're actually getting yourself slightly held up by one.
Yeah, it's somewhat frustrating. You know, you're trying to generate your lap time in all the spots and those braking zones. You're using the ABS a lot, and you're also trying to make sure that you can get a clean run into and through the corners. And it can be a problem with your rhythm, and that's really throwing you off. Also, the LMP3 car will be stealing that little bit of aerodynamical downforce that you get from the front splitter of your GT car. And, you know, because it's all important for lap time, that works, and it's working well. But when the P3 car just steals that little bit of aero away, it's very, very frustrating. So it can be difficult and tough to exist out there on the track, but you understand it's multi-class racing. But yeah, you want to try and get rid of that P3 car as quickly as you can and get him in the rear view mirrors. But not easy to do, certainly on a track like this where a lot of elevation change and you're really relying on your lights and trying to pick those points, particularly when it gets darker down sort of turns 2, 3, 4 and 5. It's very, very dark down there.
Well, we said Sebastian Alvarez was putting in good lap times in traffic. He's put a much better lap time in when he's actually in clear air. 1:55.411.
His fastest lap of the race.
It's his fastest lap of the race. It's almost 4 seconds quicker than Dennis Anderson in the P2 car ahead of him. So Dennis must be getting held up a little in traffic here, but that's some lap for the young man in the DK Engineering car. This is the team from Luxembourg looking to right the wrongs from yesterday and pushing very hard indeed. Matt Bell there, the number 4 car, now 45 seconds to the good. After that delay in the pits for a second consecutive pit stop for some kind of problem around the cockpit and the door been replaced. I'm sure Matt will explain to us what happened when Nadia gets to speak to him a little later this evening.
Yeah, hopefully that's the end of their troubles. They've got that all figured out. Seems to be running well.
But looking to see where these battles are still emerging. The AF Corsa car still hasn't let that Rinaldi racing car out of its sights, by the way. It's still under 1.5 seconds, that gap. Frankie Bird, meanwhile, is having quite the battle with Antares Au in that 33 car. That's the 88 Garage 59 car.
So we're just watching Matt come through this section of corners 4, 5 and 6. Carving his way through there with the flames spitting out the exhaust and the overrun. Just not touching the curb there, just trying to keep it clean. Just navigating his way through up into turn 9.
Looked like he'd been to work yesterday, didn't he, after what was a near triple stint before they're forced into a tyre stop.
Yeah, he'd used all of his tyres up.
Properly impressive pace from him. There is...
Garage 59 car, I believe.
That is the number 88 car. Is that Frank Bird having passed Antares? I think he has. Yes, he has.
Yeah.
So he's got through to take that position. Frank Bird is into 19th position, 8th in GT. His next target, 10 seconds on the road, is an LMP3 car. Ahead of that, it's John Miller, who had a great run yesterday, by the way, in the 34 Vulcanhurst car for much of his stint.
Yeah.
But Frank Bird
Alfred Renaud just in front of John Miller, isn't he, after that drive-through penalty.
Just looking where the pace is coming from at the moment. Antoine Ducam, by the way, the car that finished second yesterday overall in LMP3, making his way back up the field after struggles for both the CD Sport cars yesterday. It's a little bit of deja vu there for these two cars.
Yeah.
Spent most of the race climbing back through the order, and then their main opposition fell apart ahead of them.
Yeah, and they ended up winning 1-2.
Well, watch this space. 6th and 7th at the moment out of a 9-car field.
So we've got the car 39 just coming through and off of turn 12 with 22 Rinaldi car.
Well, let's go down to Nadia. She's got David Drew yet to get aboard the 39 car in second place from Graf Racing.
Yes, Eric Trullier gave a fantastic stint just now. Now Sebastian Paget is in the car, but we managed to grab a hold of David Drew, who will tell us about their stint, because right now they are number 2 overall, but also the leader in LMP2M. So David, tell us, how was the stint that Eric did just now, and also how is the team feeling right now?
So yeah, Eric did a really good job. We are happy he could keep the lead after the start, and yeah, we are trying to progress a lot this weekend to this new car, which because we were in LMP3 last year, so we won already yesterday, and the goal is to win again today.
Fantastic. All the best. So these are your leaders in LMP2M. We have 2 more hours of race to go.
Yeah, David Drew has been rapid in LMP3 cars, and he was pretty quick in the LMP2 car yesterday. Look forward to see what he can do for the rest of the season on the European scene as well as here at Yas Marina. And that, for me, Ollie, we're beginning to see some patterns of form emerge here.
Yeah.
But what we saw last year was just the switch to Yas Marina, and it's more exciting, yet more exciting this year for a reason we'll go into in a moment. The form book across the classes was just thrown in the air. Teams that dominated here did not do that when we got to Yas Marina. And better still for lovers of mixed class motorsports, it's a different Yas Marina.
Yes, it is. It's certainly got some little adjustments to the racetrack. Well, not little, but they're pretty major adjustments, which I think are going to spice up the racing that little bit more. And you know, it's going to be a different animal when we get to Yas Marina, and we are going to be able to see a little bit more in Yas Marina under the lights there. But it certainly will. I think the GT class is going to be a little bit thrown in the air, the rule book there, or not the rule book, the form book, but you know, also in both in P2 and also in P3, I think we might see some different runners at the front.
Excellent stuff, let's hope so, because we do like a bit of a mix-up here. That's the 49 car spitting blue flame from the exhaust from the 4.2 litre Gibson V8 engine. Matt Bell, by the way, puts in the fastest lap of the race in celebration of passing a minute's gap to the number 39 car. We had Nadia talking to David Drew just a few moments ago, but a 1:49.414 beginning to get down to the kind of numbers we saw last night from the Nielsen Racing team. It was 1:48.7, I think.
Yeah, I think it was
the fastest lap.
Yeah, as the fuel load's dropping down, he's things the car's just getting that little bit lighter. He's just coming a little bit more in the zone, and he can really press on. And yeah, it's good to see another quick lap there from Matt.
Yeah, up into 5th overall, the number 44 car recovering back after a couple of problems for the ARC Bratislava car, goes past Tony Wells. Neil Mustard back up to 4th and is still 35 seconds back, by the way, from Sebastian Alvarez, the LMP3 leader, who is still lapping quicker than he is. And that is not going to be the work of a moment. Louis Pret, by the way, is still on the back end of that Rinaldi Racing LMP3. That's for 7th overall. There is team manager 51 and team manager 26. Both are going to join the queue of at race control for an explanation as to some things. We'll wait and see whether or not that emerges. And the second place battle, though, in GT is coming together as David Perel is catching Ahmed Al-Hati.
Yes, it is. And that's the TF Sport Run, number 69 car, Oman Racing.
Yep.
Aston Martin.
Quality Street ahead of Coach Dave right now. And good lap, by the way, just now from Neil Muston, who must have heard what I was saying and says, no, I'm going quicker than the LMP3 car, and he is some 5-6 seconds quicker at the moment. This is a 69 car, the purple chromed Aston Martin. I think it's fair to say one of our visual favourites, Ollie.
It certainly is, yeah, and he has got David Perel in the Rinaldi racing car, not far behind, a couple of seconds back. I think David's just got to get himself past the Volkenhurst BMW M4, and he's slowly getting himself onto the back of the 69 car.
There he goes.
Yep, there's, you see David just cutting underneath the BMW. And is he going to be able to latch onto the back of the Oman Racing Quality Street car?
Great stuff. The 69 Aston Martin Vantage AMR GT3, Oman Racing, run by TF Sport out of the UK. Followed, there you go, by David Perel, South African racer in the Rinaldi Racing Ferrari. It is a multinational effort. There are all sorts of levels with its drivers, cars, teams, or any other aspects of this fantastic sport.
It'll be interesting to see if these guys have pitted and whether during that full course yellow period, and seeing how that now affects and kicks on to later on into the race. We'll be coming up onto the 2-hour mark here, and it could be just you know, 2 more stops to get to the end of the race.
It's going to be now about counting back, isn't it?
Yeah.
As it always is when we get to the second half of any sports car race, particularly.
All those boys in there sitting behind the laptops, sitting there working it through, and they'll be, you know, 0 points and be working back from then, you know, with the checkered flag point, and be working their strategy back from that.
This battle, by the way, is now a battle for an overall top 10 position, courtesy of a stop right now for the number 13 Inter Europol car. Alexander Bekantsov is pitting and is in the midst of what we hope is a regular pit stop for him, as the overall race leader making his way through this battle for second position.
Yeah, and I think they actually hurt the 69 car, Ahmed Al-Hati at the wheel. He seems to be running a little bit wide and missing some apexes, and that's really David Perel has managed to haul himself onto the back, getting closer and closer. It's down to a second now that he's behind that Oman Racing 69 car.
David Perel has established himself in GTE racing as well as GT3 racing as quite a talent.
Now, as a driver, this is a point that, you know, when you're chasing and you're seeing that you're gaining, it just gives you that little bit more confidence, and it can just give you that last little bit of belief that you're going to catch them. And if you're the driver being caught, you really spend more time looking in the mirrors, and your confidence just gets a little dented, and maybe you start over driving a little, and you can start getting that little bit tighter in the car. Whereas in the 55 car there with David Perel, he'll be feeling confident and happy and really trying to chase that Aston Martin Vantage down.
And that was 1.5 seconds the good for David Perel on that lap. So it's not catching, he's caught him.
Yeah.
It's now whether or not Ahmed Al-Hati can summon up the defence to fend off the unwanted approaches of...
Missed the apex there.
Absolutely did, yeah. So it just enters a different phase here, doesn't it?
Yeah, particularly the lights from the Ferrari be getting even bigger in the mirror and in that rear view camera, and it just can really put you off and, you know, get you really disorientated on where you actually are. Got a yellow flag at turn 14. Somebody's had an incident there. As David comes up into turn 10, right behind Ahmed Al-Hati, it's right on him, and he's just run a little bit wide again, and looks like he could just be able to do the overlap and the undercut on the way through. And is he going to beat?
I think he's done it.
Yep.
But where is he on the wrong side here? Can Ahmed? No, he's done it.
Yeah.
He's done it as a great, clean shot. And that is the Cox Racing car, I think.
So it's spun at 14.
That's the Cox Racing car.
He'd lost it on the brakes, Nico Pronk.
So coming towards the end of his stint, Nico Pronk.
He got in a bit deep there on the brakes into 14, and he just looped it around as he started to come in.
It's an unusual place to see the car finish. I've seen it before on the inside there, but normally you would find people on the outside of that turn.
Yeah, sometimes if you just get the front axle loaded, and it rolls, and you just can't stop that pendulum effect.
It's a
it
nasty
rolls
place
around.
to have to rejoin, isn't it? They're
It
coming
is.
in there at pretty high speed.
He may be better off just reversing up the road a little.
It's uphill there, so if he's got drive,
Yeah,
it's downhill for him.
Yeah.
Uphill,
he would be reversing if he was. And he's just
he's not. It's,
flash of the lights. I think he's just trying to fire it up. I was talking to him earlier on, and we were talking through driving in the night, and Nico was saying that he hasn't really done much here in the night, and he was rather tentative about it all, and Peter was concerned that about the amount of night running he'd had. So I hope he's not been caught out too much by something, but
I'm not sure that car's got drive at the moment, because he's not moved an inch.
yeah.
It's not like he's creeping forward,
No.
looking for the opportunity, is it?
Or that he's trying to engage a gear, you know, either trying to find reverse, or maybe he's on the radio to the team to try and figure out, okay, what do I need to do here to get myself out this position, because he might have just frozen in the car.
We're just watching Nielsen Racing's Tony Wells coming through the shop there. He's still running in second in LMP3, courtesy of that stop just a few moments ago for the 13. Now back on track with Guillaume Muradol-Vera into the top 20, but down in 7th in LMP3. Just looking, that was a regular stop for the 13 car. They're long stops here, and it can make a dramatic difference on the timing and scoring screen. Now, still no move for that 14 car, and it's not going to be long before they decide a further intervention is going to be required. We're 45 seconds, by the way, from the midpoint in this race.
Not sure what's happened here, but Almod Al-Hati has got back by the Rinaldi Racing of David Perel.
We're going to full course yellow.
And so I don't quite know what happened there, because David definitely got past the 69 car, but then they've swapped back again. So that's a little...
Okay, this is the Rinaldi Racing car on pit lane. We are seconds from another full course yellow, our third of this race.
Seeing a lot of drivers here in the pit lane, getting ready to go.
Yep.
Drivers jumping up and down, trying to warm themselves up.
Well, to get counting back, we're bang on here for an LMP3 pit stop.
Yep.
Frankly, it's a good time for GT as well. It could be very busy down pit lane. Straight away onto pit lane. The 44 from ASC Bratislava from 5th overall. The 22 is already there. The 27 CD Sport car of Antoine Ducan is on pit lane. 72 from Karajan Kempi Motorsports with Nikita Alexandrov pit lane 2. The numbers 99 Herbeth Motorsport, their GT Am car from 2nd in that class. Marcus Seafried brings the black Porsche down pit lane, and the similar car, though they were not a similar colour, we can see it there on screen, the blue and white Dynamic Motorsport car. Giorgio Roda climbs out of that car, and I think it might well be Ben Barker that gets aboard. Also now joining the queue on pit lane, in comes Tony Wells. This will, I'm sure, be the point at which we see Colin Noble introduced to proceedings. Neil Muston leaves the pits in the number 44 car. Inception Racing, winners last night. Ollie Milroy brings the 7 car down pit road. This will shake up the order for sure. It is indeed. Colin Noble climbing aboard the car.
They're taking their time to get in there, but that's you know, it's a time stop, isn't it? So
if the 51 car pits here, and it does, Victor Gomez, that will have 10 seconds added for a pit stop infringement, by the way. That's that penalty call just before we got to the pit stop window. So it goes quiet as the cars come down to full course yellow speeds, but a fair number of them, about a third of the cars, already on pit lane.
Yeah, very busy pit lane, lots of driver changes.
Car.
Yep. Lots of teams there ready either to receive a car or looking to tidy away after they've just done a pit stop.
Yeah, none of the top 4 at the moment. That looks to be, is that the Rinaldi crew getting ready?
Yeah, I believe it was.
Oh, no, it's not. That's the Optimum crew getting ready.
Aha.
So the Inception have just gone, and I think the 42 car looks like that might be amongst the next batch. Busy pit lane right down that end, isn't it? As the
just seeing the Inception Racing boys have made a stop, and they've actually got Ollie Milroy out and Ben Barnicoat in the car. 17 car on pit lane, AF Corsa car, and are they going to do a full service here?
So that's the leader in GT and the leader overall.
Okay, we are going to be going now for the highlights of the second hour of racing here for the Dubai Autodrome in the Asian Le Mans Series.
Well, full course yellows featured in hour 2 for the Asian Le Mans Series, second race at the Dubai Autodrome. Problems in the pit stop for the lead number 4 car from Nielsen Racing. That car came in not once but twice and needed a replacement left-hand door for the number 4 Orica, but retained the overall lead. Matt Bell at the wheel for his stint before we see Ben Hanley to the finish. Team taking a look at something on the inside of that door. The Rinaldi Racing car, the 55 car that featured in the lead battle last night in race 1 here, still very much in the hunt. David Perel getting into a battle with the Oman Racing Aston Martin of Ahmed Al-Hati as we came into a third full course yellow period. Mixed class battles up and down the order, but the number 17 AF Corsa Ferrari seems to have the legs on the rest of the competition here this evening in GT, as does the number 2 car. A stellar performance from young Sebastian Alvarez has had that car up into the top 2 overall and is putting in lap times equivalent to the amateur drivers in the LMP2 cars. This is a good race tonight for the D-Car engineering crew after disappointment yesterday robbed them of what looked like a certain win. Number 6 car has been in trouble earlier. It looks here to potentially have further light panel trouble. Number 4 car though back out and in the lead at the end of hour 2. Matt Bell putting in another crushing run. Could it be 2 wins out of 2 for the season debutants in LMP2 from Nielsen Racing, their brand new Orica 07 Nordic script, and a husky on the bodywork for the Orica that leads the race. It's not a real husky on the bodywork, I should say. It's a graphical husky on the bodywork.
I was going to say, you were getting rather excited there, weren't you, Graham?
I do like a bit
you
of
and
husky.
your huskies.
I do like my husky.
You do, you do.
I don't like my husky. I love my husky. There's a number 6
true.
car. And the 42 car was indeed due on the pit lane, so it's another batch of stops. So by the end of this lot, more or less the entire field would have taken the opportunity under this full course yellow to go through a full service.
I wonder if the 42 car with Optimum Racing there have decided to change to Joe, or whether they're keeping Andrew on board.
Well, Matt Bell has rejoined the race in the lead, so we're going to have to wait a little while before we see Ben Hanley. Graf Racing pit now.
Matt's just hogging the car again, isn't he? He did it last night.
You know what? Greedy.
Very.
Greedy.
Very.
Graf Racing won the latest 2 pits. We've not had the end of this pit stop cycle called yet. And of course, particularly important for the teams with these time pit stops, Ollie, because if they call that pit stop too late, they're a long time on pit lane at green.
Yeah, they are, and you certainly need to get it done now if you can, because it's like not a completely free pit stop, but it's certainly less time lost.
It's the 26 car and the 39 car. Both these cars, by the way, handled by Graf Racing. The G-Drive colours on the 26 LMP3 car. That car released right now from third in LMP3 with Fabrice Rossello.
And they're working on the light board on the 39 car again. And maybe they've got the torches out. Maybe they've been down to the Ace hardware store to get their, maybe the double A's to rejuvenate their torches.
So that's a problem for them. How close this time was Dennis Anderson, who's had his latest pit stop? Well, I think he's on the same lap now as the 39 car, so could be that second place is under threat here. Of course, doing this under a full course yellow is helping them, but they've been running with that car without that light panel for quite some time. So I think they've had the phone call to say, best you do it this time, or a penalty's coming your way.
Yeah, absolutely. They're working hard on it, but if they're going to do it, need to do it now.
I agree completely.
There's frantic action there. Guy running through the box to bring something out. Maybe it's more double A's.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And full course yellow continues. 1, 2, 3, 4 now for the LMP2 cars, because Sebastian Alvarez has pitted the DKR car. Mathieu de Barbeau back aboard. excellent stint, one of the stints of the race so far from the DKR Engineering driver. Colin Noble is indeed aboard the number 8 car.
Good.
Vincent Abril, with the full course yellow, is back on pit lane. Now, that car's only just come out, hasn't it?
Yes, it has. There was an issue at the stop. Are they going to...
Did they not get all the fuel in? But that's Vincent Abril. He's back on pit lane, and we're 30 seconds from going to green. This is not good news to the 17 car.
No.
Or has he run straight through? Is he another one of the cars that thinks that perhaps...
It's faster to come down the pit lane.
Well, he's gone straight
very
through.
Close.
It's not he's not lost anything there. Showboating, I think.
Maybe.
But unless he was fine, there is the other possibility, by the way, which is these cars run on a pit stop speed limiter, don't they?
Yes, they do.
And you do know there is. We all know there is some variation as we go back to green. I wonder if he was being balked by a car that was slower than.
It's possible.
Because he's not allowed to overtake.
No, he's not. And it's very marginal on whether it's quicker to come down the pit lane or stay out on track. I think the Optimum boys were saying it was about even to maybe you just lost a second.
Yeah.
And talking about the Optimum boys, they did make a stop and a driver change there on the 42 car. Joe Osborne on board. Can he have a bit of a repeat of last night? Maybe can go one better and get past David Rigon in the 55 car. He's about 15 seconds back, 14 seconds back.
If you want a sentence or it's going to excite, we are now into the second half of this race, and the lead order in GT reads as follows. The F course of Ferrari number 17, now in the hands of ex-Bentley and AMG factory man Vincent Abril. Charlie Eastwood, Aston Martin factory driver, second in the Oman Racing 69 car. Davide Rigon, Ferrari factory driver at the wheel of the 55 Rinaldi Racing Ferrari. Joe Osborne, McLaren factory driver at the wheel of the Optimum Motorsport 42. Ben Barnicoat in a McLaren, but now a Lexus factory driver at the wheel of the number 7 Inception Racing car. That is quite some lineup.
Yeah, they're all pretty good, aren't they?
Yeah.
They are employed by those manufacturers for a reason, because they get it done.
I can tell you, I've met most of them, it's not their good looks. I can say that because they can't hear me.
But they'll be listening back later.
I'll hear about it next week.
Sure.
Love you all, guys. But Abril it is.
There he goes down into turn 1. He was having an awesome race last night.
He was an Iron Man last night, wasn't he?
He was
an Iron Man aboard that car.
Just managed to hold Joe off into turn 1 on one of those laps. It was a bit dicey, a bit close, but it was just about fair and legal. And he's... This team have been the class of the field in GT today. They have hardly been headed. They have always been like one step ahead of everyone else, it seems, whether it's with strategy, the pit stops, and general all-round pace of the car. They've a very strong driver lineup, and Vincent is only going to reinforce that, take it to the finish. It's quite a long time to you know, he's got nearly 2 hours in the car, and around here, after doing what he did last night, you know, with a good hour and a half to hour and 45 minutes he was in the car, mentally, physically taxing. And, you know, back-to-back races like this, you could see some incidents and driver fatigue really coming in, some mistakes coming. So watch this space, certainly in this GT battle with all of these factory drivers battling against one another. Even though they're a little way apart, I can see that is going to condense, and the timing screens are lighting up with blue sectors, personal bests.
You see that blinky light? That is the torch on the side of the 39 car, and that's going to be significant because the car behind him is for a battle for second position between Sebastian Page and Dennis Anderson. They are a second apart on track for second place overall and the lead in LMP2 AM.
How long has Sebastian been driving? It
I
seems like he's been
he's
in the whole race. Seeing here.
I don't think he's been long.
Let's see if I can find that information.
So, Sebastian Page with Dennis Anderson. Neither of them professional drivers, but both, we heard from Sebastian, big blast of flame from the side of the 39 Orica on the overrun. And Dennis Anderson, now with quite a lot of experience at the wheel of LMP2 cars, initially started with high class in the Dallara Gibson, now a couple of seasons behind the wheel of the Orica. Quick in daylight running,
Yep.
Dennis, nowadays.
Yep.
Not sure what his form's going to be like at night. Not particularly because I'm pouring cold water on it, simply because we haven't seen a lot of that. He's raced at Daytona, that's a different kettle of fish here.
Very, very different, absolutely. You get so much light there from the banking lighting, and also on the infield as well.
Yep.
This is properly dark and difficult to race here in the night.
The technical term, by the way, is darkety dark that we use for how dark this is.
Well, you do. I don't.
Yeah.
No. Sebastian Page has actually only done an hour and 7 minutes.
Oh, wow.
This is the start of his second stint. It
Wow.
seems like he's been in there for far longer, but doing a fine job.
But this is a battle. It is under a second between these two. So, in fact, right there, isn't he? He's right under the rear wing now, Sebastian Page. So this will be a moment for Dennis Anderson. Get himself involved in a battle. This is why they do this. And the gentlemen drivers aboard these cars measure themselves not just against the times put in by their pro colleagues, but also against their peers.
Exactly. Want to have a good, strong, close race. Wheel to wheel.
Want to be able to send that WhatsApp message after the race. The polite way of saying nardy nardy na na.
Yeah.
But in this case,
many emojis.
Indeed, many emojis.
Yes.
Some of them printable. But there is a great spirit in endurance racing paddocks, and certainly no less than any other group amongst the gentlemen drivers, who, let's not forget, in this world of Pro-Am racing, principally carry the financial can for what we're seeing this evening.
Yeah, we wouldn't be able to be doing this without those guys.
Yeah,
coming through, sharing their passion for the sport and wanting to come and race these cars at these great events.
And these, also worth saying that these are amongst the fastest cars in the world that anybody can drive in competition.
Yeah.
You know, these Orica 07s in their day have bettered the kind of times at the Le Mans 24 Hours that we were seeing a decade ago from the factory Audis that were winning the race.
It's tricky just through that point on the racetrack, dealing with that traffic. Those two boys in those P2 cars, you know, Dennis Anderson and Sebastian Page, dealing with that nicely, not making any mistakes. It's the YC Panda car and the leading GT battling car. That's the AF Corsa. Vincent Abril at the wheel.
He's got 30 seconds on his nearest class contender, by the way. Charlie Eastwood under pressure now from Davide Rigon behind.
Yeah.
So LMP3, the battle, if we can call it that. DCAR Engineering, Nadia Nash is down in the DCAR Engineering pits with Sebastian Alvarez.
Yes, we are at the garage of DKR Engineering. They're leading the pack right now, of course, for their category. And we have been speaking to Sebastian. We spoke to Matthew, and I think it's later on we should have some time to speak to Lawrence Hall, who's sitting right at the back there, because he should be jumping in the car a bit later. But for now, we want to know what happened yesterday at the race when their car was stopped or did not continue the race for the last about 20 minutes. Maybe, Sebastian, you can tell us what happened in the last 20 minutes of yesterday's race with the car, and is everything okay?
Yeah, so yesterday was definitely very difficult to swallow. We had some electrical issue, and it began in the pit stop. We had a really big lead, and unfortunately, due to the electrical issue, we started losing time. And 20 minutes to go, the car started, with electrical issue, it wouldn't go anymore. It started turning off. And it was really hard to swallow because we had such a big lead and we're in such a good place.
Right. So that's what happened yesterday, but it seems like everything is doing great today. Now it also seems like they're sticking to the same strategy, because we see Sebastian, he did 2 stints already. Matthew is in the car right now. Matthew is doing 2 stints, and he's in the car right now. So Sebastian, you can tell us, is it going to be the same strategy yesterday and today?
Yeah, so definitely our strategy yesterday worked really well. It gave us a very big lead and it put us in a really good position. So we said we'll try to go for the same thing and just take advantage of all the Furco's yellows.
Right. All the best to DKR Engineering, and of course we're looking forward to Lawrence Hall in the car later.
Young Mexican driver Sebastian Alvarez, and neatly explained about the woes of yesterday and the opportunities that sit ahead to right that wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, they're hoping and battling their way with DKR, just hoping that it's all going to line up for them again today. You know, Colin Noble is trying to put the pressure on from the Nielsen Racing car, but he is some 45 seconds back. And they just haven't looked in the Nielsen LMP3 car, just hasn't really looked hooked up, not this weekend. And the DKR Duquesne has been really the class of the field in P3. And they're still to use Lawrence Hua, who is their sort of gun driver,
who hasn't had an opportunity to show his pace because he was driving around a problem from the moment he got in that car yesterday. So we've not, other than in qualifying where we put the car on pole twice, that we've not had a chance to see.
Really quite comfortably both times, actually, didn't
he did indeed. Just a quick moment, by the way, just the 39 car going up trying to go up the inside, so the 48 car has rejoined. That's good news, but that's allowed Dennis Anderson to be right up behind the 39 car, and here there might be an opportunity for the Dane.
Yeah, Dennis is going to be looking to slingshot off the corner and tow up behind Sebastian all the way up this long back straight into turn 10.
He'll relish this.
Yeah, it's really nip and tuck, and it looks like he's going to have a lunge up the inside, Dennis, and he's not quite. Not sure he's got it done.
That's the lead car in GT.
Oh, he has.
He has got it done. Well done, sir.
Brilliant.
Now, the thing I'd say here is, very often in these races, it is about control and discipline. It is about consistency and speed for the gentleman drivers. It's fairly rare for them to get an opportunity for a real ding-dong battle.
Yeah. And that's great to see. You know, it was really great to see how he lined up the pass. Obviously used the traffic a little bit there. The Cox car coming into and through turn 9 just held up the Sebastian that little bit. But you know, Dennis had to commit, and he did that on the brakes on the way into turn 10. Great to see. Really nice overtake.
Yeah, just looking at a flurry of blue lap times on the timing and scoring screen, which means fastest time for that car. Amongst them, Colin Noble. He's 45 seconds back from Mathieu de Barbeau after that great stint from Sebastian Alvarez in the number 2 car, and he will be very aware that Lawrence Hua is still to come aboard that car. And Colin Noble, I would describe accurately as the kind of McNish-esque fighty little Scotsman.
Right.
And he will have his dander up. He would have enjoyed sitting watching the qualifying session 1, or indeed troubles for his car in the race yesterday, which meant they were basically chasing a finish rather than chasing major points. He will want to prove the point that he's got the car, he's got the talent to go toe-to-toe with the leading driver, the championship winning driver from Europe last year, Lawrence Hua, when he gets aboard that car. To do that, he's got to close that gap now. So he's working on that task first, taking tenths out of Mathieu de Barbeau, another very rapid driver, by the way. So a good spot at the moment from Colin Noble.
Yep, he's just set another personal best in that first sector. So just sort of seeing how that unravels, how that goes. Watching the 17 car, still leading in GT. And
comfortably.
Yeah, it is a comfortable lead for him.
But just looking here, he is being caught, you know. He is being caught gradually by the Charlie Eastwood Davide Rigon train. That gap is coming down. It was nearer, I'm sure that was nearer 30 seconds.
Yeah.
It's now 21 seconds. Indeed, they took 3-4 seconds out of the 17 car last time around. So 69 and 55. But we'll pick up that battle as and when we can.
Yep.
The gap, I'm looking at it definitely coming down. Davide Rigon right with Charlie Eastwood, but both of them catching the class leader. Could just have been a lap in traffic where he's taken lost a chunk. We've seen that. When you get involved with the P2 cars and a P3 car, that all of a sudden 1-2 corners.
Yeah, it's the ebb and flow that you naturally see with multi-class racing that you have to take into account. But you know, maybe there is a chink in the armour there on the AF Corsa car, and maybe Vincent is feeling the effects of the battle yesterday.
Still over 90 minutes to go in this race. We're at almost 8 o'clock in the evening, local time here in Dubai.
Here we are, 55 car.
And the car right over, that is Charlie Eastwood.
Yeah, David Rigon chasing Charlie Eastwood. And the TF Sport Quality Street Oman racing car.
Yeah, that car, and Charlie's soaking up the pressure at the moment. And actually do more than that. These guys are attacking, not just attacking and defending against each other, but also attacking the lead of Vincent Abril.
Yeah, maybe David is just sitting there going, okay, just let him have a little bit of room. We're making progress here. We're closing up on Vincent. Let's just go together. Let's not hustle and hassle him too much. Maybe David could put even more pressure on him, but he's just trying to get both cars going in a train to catch up to Vincent.
And they have closed another second on that last lap. The gap now from Vincent Abril to Charlie Eastwood. There's a car in between them. It's 24 seconds. It was nearer 30.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see also what they've done with their tyre strategy, and maybe it was Vincent only took left sides at the last stop. Whether he took a full set of tyres, don't know. I'm sure that they'll all be taking new tyres, or full set of new tyres for the final stop.
Dennis Anderson, by the way, after passing Sebastian Page, has pulled away to the tune of 4 seconds now, so he'll be delighted. The team will be delighted with that. We've still got Anders Fjord back to go in that car. We know he's got some pace.
Yeah.
Multiple winner here in Dubai.
Yeah, we spoke to him earlier on, didn't we? Yeah.
So Anders starting his international career. Four times a class winner in Porsches here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
There you go. There is the sparkly purple car.
Coming down into turn one. Maybe Davide will be just sort of looking at the spots that Charlie is a little bit weaker on, and where he's a little bit stronger, and trying to line up that spot to maybe make the pass if Charlie just starts to hold him up just that little bit too much. But it looks relatively even right now. Just have to see as the stint goes on, that tyre wear degradation comes on, those left sides really start to wear, that they'll maybe he's looking to pounce.
While you're watching this, I'll just interject with another fastest lap of the race for the number 8 of Colin Noble. He is closing that gap. It's getting down towards 40 seconds now.
Yeah,
so it's a cracking run here from Colin Noble. It's got a long way to go before we can start calling this a real battle. What he's doing at the moment is working a gap, but seen this time and time and time again with Lawrence Herr and Colin Noble in Europe.
Yeah, and maybe Nielsen are looking at it going, right, if we can just keep the pressure on, maybe they'll buckle again, and another mechanical problem will come through with that decaying, because it has been DKR's Achilles heel, hasn't it, many times there.
And we did say, didn't we, 6th and 7th were the CD Sport cars.
Yes.
4th and 5th now.
Yeah.
Here we go. They were way back, but it did happen last time.
Yes, it did.
1, 2, 3, 4 is the Nielsen Racing, High Class Racing, ARC Bratislava are up into 3rd now. How has that happened? Sebastian Page just been in the pits. No.
Has he had an
incident? It's Neil Muston has caught and passed him. Neil Muston has caught and passed the Graf Racing car. So with apologies to Slovakian racing fans, we missed that.
David is just giving Charlie just a little bit of a flash and a hurry up, and Charlie did run a little bit wide coming out of turn 1. He's got to be careful there with his track limits.
This is about being neat and tidy, isn't it?
It is. And David's just starting to turn the screws a little, crank on the pressure.
They're still taking tenths out of that lead. It is only tenths now. They're not taking a big chunk, but they've got no traffic here.
Yeah, this will be hard for Charlie. that Ferrari there blazing away in his lights, with the lights on in his mirrors and that rear view camera, and just the focus, just trying to keep eyes forward and not get distracted with those headlights really burning away there in your mirrors. So it's a difficult period, but you're earning his money today.
So hearing from the media delegate for the Asia Le Mans series, is a bit of an off-track moment for the 39 that caused that reversal. In fact, that car's now dropped behind Mathieu de Barbeau.
Yeah, that would come if you've gone heavily off and you've got a lot of sand on your tyres. Trying to get those tyres cleaned up could take quite some time in these cooler temperatures.
I think he's had more than one problem here, because he's dropped behind Neil Muston. He's now on a subsequent lap dropped behind the DKR Engineering LMP3
yeah,
leading car.
and that can all be from just getting crap and rubbish all over your tyres.
Yeah.
And it just really battling to get them cleaned up, getting strange vibrations, the car's moving around in the brake zone, you're really getting all those weird signals, and he's just trying to get his head around that, and it's maybe the first time that's happened, and
Close,
here we go.
Closer than ever here, the
Yes.
55 car, and all of a sudden they're getting into traffic, which, by the way, Vincent Abriel most certainly did have traffic. That gap has come down by another second, 23 seconds to the lead, this pair, but now they've got problems with cars ahead that they're going to need to get by. Now, is this the point at which the follow my leader game switches the other way?
Yeah.
It's the 66 car, the YC Panda car,
This
and the
could be the
48
point.
Cox racing car.
David will be looking to line them up.
On the hands of
There's
Stephanie
three
Cox,
wide.
by the way.
3 wide. Nicely done by Charlie
Was
there.
indeed.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, bit of a flash of the lights. I'm here too.
Yeah.
Didn't make it first time, does make it the second time. That didn't help the Rinaldi car, but that was principally because of some pretty clinical passing from Charlie Eastwood.
Yeah, Charlie did a top job there. Really was very direct. Just made the move, got it done. Good to see.
Excellent stuff. So where does all of that leave our battles? With this pair, still nose to tail. Brake disc glowing in the darkness there on the Rinaldi car. Nielsen Racing, I think, lap ahead now. I think they are.
Yeah.
Neil Muston is right with Dennis Anderson.
Wow.
So we're back to another battle for second place. A couple of seconds back, the Ligier is finding its form.
Yeah, Neil is hit a rich vein of form here.
The difficulty RC Bratislava are going to have is they've got 3 bronze drivers. We're still going to see John Corbett, whilst High Class Racing have still got Anders Fjordback to come, who has pretty good pace.
Say Charlie's battling a bit here with tyre wear, or the amount of track he's using, and just a little bit laboured across the apexes. He's just using all of the road on the exit there. And it's looking, I don't think David's close enough right now to put an attempt to pass into turn 1. I think that he needs just that be a little bit closer off of turn 16, but just a little bit closer on the brakes there, just closed up a bit more. But I think that Aston is pretty strong through all of the medium and high-speed corners, and he's just pulled out a little bit there on David. But I think they've got a little bit too much understeer across the slower speed, particularly at turns 9 and 12 and 14. The Aston just can't quite carve those corners quite as well as the Ferrari.
It's going to come down here, isn't it, to just how much clear track this pair can muster. And just looking where the gap is, it's still 23 seconds, because I think Vincent Abriel has got the message that there is a potential threat approaching.
Yeah.
And it's like one of those pub fights with little guys against the big guy. You just hold them off at arm's length.
Have you been in one of those?
I've been the little guy.
Yeah. I was going to say anything.
It's Dennis Anderson here, and he makes a solid pass on a couple of LMP2 cars. He's trying to fend off Neil Muston, who's under a second back now, so lost a couple of seconds with that traffic approaching, did well with it. Neil Muston struggling a little more with passing the 2 GT cars. So 4 cars in a row here, but it's the cars either side of that row, either end of that row, that matter. Dennis Anderson, having put a pass on Sebastian Page, pulled away. Probably wasn't expecting to see the bright yellow. Doesn't look that bright at the moment, but trust me, the 44 car is very bright yellow. Involved in this fight for second position overall. What a result this would be for ARC Bratislava.
Yeah, it would be amazing.
Miro Konopka, an overall podium would be quite a sight. I think that would be the result of his life, and he would enjoy it in a way in which TV audiences would relish.
Quite the show.
Just
looking forward to that.
Just keep the race suit on, Miro. It's a family show. 44 car here. So this is the Ligier JSP 217, and has in its sights Dennis Anderson. Lost a bit of time in that traffic, but it's still only a second and a half. Neil Muston is at the wheel at the moment. Australian. Flies fast jets for fun. And this.
Sounds fantastic.
Yep, aerobatics in fast jets.
Wow. I did not know that.
Yep. And that is the battle for second. Crossing the line now, 49. There's the 44. That is the battle for the lead in LMP2 AM.
Yep.
For second position overall, with under an hour and a half to go. And excellent stuff. Again, you see the blue flame from the side exhausts, the Orica.
It seems like that Ligier, as it's cooled off and it's got darker, it's come into its window, and it's really running well.
It's worth saying this. I mean, the dominance in the LMP2 market, the Orica chassis, has come with numbers and tyre development falling the way of where the numbers are. He's having a go here for the second place.
Yeah.
And the reality...
Just use that bit of traffic as a pick. He might get that better run off of turn 9
He's got a better run.
He has. Dennis got a little bit bulked.
He's moved to defend. Don't think it's quite on there.
No, but I think
he's
they are going
in the
to
right place, but
he's defending, but he's gone deep
got him,
on the brakes.
He's got him. Well done, sir. Neil Muston through to second position here in the second 4 hours of Dubai, round 2 of the Asian Le Mans Series 2022. Into second position overall, the lead of the LMP2 AM class. Neil Muston from Australia, with the Slovakian entered Ligier, goes ahead of Dennis Anderson, the Dane, and the Danish entered Orica.
He's put some distance into him already. Navigating
stuff from Neil Muston.
Just looks more confident. Just putting the moves on people and passing the traffic quicker and better.
He's happy in traffic in these conditions, isn't he?
Yep.
Neil Muston, by the way, has raced with ARC Bratislava in previous years in this championship, in LMP3 machinery as well. Was that Dennis Anderson pitting?
Yeah, I think it might have been, actually.
There goes the 44 car. And we'll just have a look and see what happens to timing and scoring, and lights up with someone heading for pit lane. Not showing it yet.
No. Oh, it's Dennis
There
Anderson.
it is. Dennis has gone for the pits.
Yeah.
And we get to see that pit stop. And is it just... No, it's going to be Anders Fjord back.
Yeah, driver change.
So that's enough of that, says Anders.
Yeah, cleaning the screen, getting all of that done, doing taking the seat insert out. Maybe this was the problem in the 4 car, we're not sure. But they've got the new seat insert there for Anders, and he's going to be strapped in by the driver helper. Door shut already. They're finished with the fuel. Now going on with the tyres. This will be a time stop.
It is a time stop.
Yes, it is.
Or
have they done all of their time?
They've done all their
time stops. So this will be actually on the clock. So the pressure will be on these boys to get it done, and they've left the tyre there, and they'll be allowed to go as soon as everybody's back over the line.
That was pretty okay.
Yeah, it wasn't bad.
It wasn't.
Looked a little bit sort of scripted as the guy came back with 2 tyres in his hands, back over the line. I don't think that was.
Well, 140 is their long form stop, if you like. This was their quick one they're allowed, and that was 1:12, 30 seconds quicker than they otherwise would have done.
Yeah.
So that's how quick they can do it.
Yeah. Maybe left a couple of seconds on the table there, but in general it was good stop. No massive snafus.
By the
Nicky Katzberg must respect track limits at turn 6 and turn 16.
Yeah,
he was talking about that in his lap that we saw a bit earlier.
Not so lucky, the cat, this time. They did spot it. His cat-like reflexes, not quite good enough tonight.
How many cats were in that sentence?
3. It's not
as many cats as Nadia.
No, Nadia does have a lot of cats. And if you'd like to guess on Twitter at hashtag #AsianLeMans and hashtag 4X Dubai, just how many cats Nadia Nash does have, do feel free.
It's more than you think.
Think big.
As the number 4 Nielsen car comes into turn 1, still leading the way with Matt Bell behind the wheel. Still punching in those laps, 1 minute 50. This is the leader also in LMP3 DKR. Matthew DeBarbo is again doing a fine job behind the wheel. I know that Colin Noble has been trying to cut down that gap, but Matthew's still doing a fine job, and Lawrence Horse still to get in this number 2 car. They're getting 20 minutes or so away from that final pit stop for the DKR car, and for Lawrence to get behind the wheel, and I'm sure they've got everything crossed in that DKR pit that it's going to be straightforward, run to the flag, no issues, no electrical glitches, no starter motor problems. We were finding out earlier on that the starter motor issue with this car just seemed to be when it gets very, very hot, and they can't get it refired.
Same issue for the Ginetta we heard last night after a spin from Chantong. Could not refire the car with the starter motor failing to re-engage. But it looks to me as if that car last night taken to a place of safety where he managed to finally get the thing restarted, because it did finish the race.
Okay, so it looks like the 4 car, the Nielsen Racing car, will be making a driver change shortly. Ben Handley will be getting in and Matt Bell will be getting out.
Yeah, that's a good stint from Matt, but it's not 4 laps this time, is it?
No, but they've had their issues, haven't they?
They have indeed. It's more of a challenge. Very impressed, by the way, with this stint from Neil Mustard in the 44 car. Whatever else has gone on around him, his pace has been pretty good for a bronze driver in the dark.
One of the challenges, it seems, on this number 2 DKR Duquesne is that they've got a lot of light that spread out, that's going out towards. Oh, we're seeing the pit stop here. This is Nielsen car.
Yeah, this is Ben Hanley, finally introduced into proceedings.
Yeah, he's just placing a seat insert there into the seat, and the driver helper's there.
The bad news, by the way, for the competition is this genuinely isn't going to make the car any slower.
No.
This is a proven talent at LMP2 racing. Ben Hanley, a race winner.
And it also doesn't look like there's much commotion there with the driver change. It looks like it's all back on script, and whatever the problem was earlier, they've fixed it. So they're just going through the tyre change now. Left side's being done, full service here for the Nielsen Racing car, for Ben to run to the flag. We'll do one more stop for fuel. I'm pretty sure he'll just stay on these tyres all the way to the end. A bit of a problem on the left rear. It's taking a bit longer than they hoped. Just got to get those tyres back over the line. They can fire the car up now and it can leave. Not a bad stop, but they had a problem on the left rear.
Occurs to me, I believe, and Twitter will tell me if I'm wrong.
Well, they were racing the Graf car there.
Yes.
In the pit lane.
Is I think Ben Hanley may hold a record in that he's won LMP2 races as a result of yesterday in the Asian Le Mans Series, the European Le Mans Series, the FIWC, and the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship.
Excellent. Fine work. Well, it's quite the record.
It is quite the record.
It is.
This, of course, doesn't have to be as hurried a pit stop. I think they are. No, this is their quick one, isn't it?
Yeah, that was a little bit slow on the right rear, and it's
not fired.
Not fired, no.
It's still not fired.
It looked like it did.
No, it hasn't.
No,
he's
still.
Yes,
no, he's going. Yeah.
So, did they have the driver change to David Drew in that car? I would imagine they would have done.
Yes, I would have thought so.
So, Nielsen Racing, by the way, turned the car around in 1 minute 27. That wasn't that smooth then, was it?
No.
David Drew emerges after a stop in 1:41. So, actually, that was at the time of a timed pit stop, but I don't think it was intended to be.
DKR car just clicking off the laps. They'll be most probably another 17 minutes away, maybe 20 minutes away from their final stop.
And as you're back, pushing on now, 150.004 with the fastest third sector of the race. We saw this yesterday though, didn't we, from Anders? He was putting in pretty regular purple sectors, but not hooking up the full lap.
Yes, it looks like the high-class car is quick, but it just looks a little edgy.
Yeah.
And you can't quite string the whole lap together. If you could, you'd really make some great progress.
Just keeping an eye, by the way, on what's going on this GT battle. They are not closing in now on Vincent April.
No, they might have used their tyres,
Yeah.
like pressing on or even racing one another. But yeah, it's only a couple of tenths between Charlie Eastwood and David Rigon. So that is going to be a battle royal between those two all the way to the end.
Yep.
Joe Osborne in P4 in GT, just in front of his teammate Ben Barnicoat in the Inception Racing 720S McLaren. And they're about 4 seconds apart, but that's, yeah, most probably 40 seconds off the lead. And I'm not sure, just strategy and pit stops and yellow flags and the full course yellows have hurt them a bit, and they got a little bit caught out. So I think it was that first full course yellow that really did, you know, put them back that little bit.
Yep.
They've never really been able to make that back.
What was that I said about Anders Fjordback not hiking up a full lap? It's just gone purple in the first sector and followed up by purple in the second sector. It was a 150.004 last time around. The fastest lap of the race so far, a 149.414. What is the Dane going to do about that? He's got 30 seconds to make up to catch the LMP3 leader, who's currently third position overall. Is a 147.612, which is faster than last night's fastest lap.
It's a
Well done, Anders.
rapid lap there. He's really got the bit between his teeth. He's most probably talked with his engineers, talked through some stuff.
Yeah.
Maybe a bit of a tyre pressure adjustment with the cooling off temperatures, and maybe a little adjustment to the car overnight.
Yeah.
And it's hooked up.
So how quick is that? Well, to give you a for instance, that is no less than 7 seconds quicker than not a bad lap time from Neil Muston.
Yeah. So he's going to be eating away at that lead in front.
So Muston, 30 seconds and change ahead of De Barbo, 25 seconds back from De Barbo now. So it's about a minute's gap to second place overall, which is what Anders Fjordback is looking for here. Neil Muston, they came in and did a 49-second pit stop. Now, what was that? That's not even a full tank of fuel.
No, it's not.
And we've not seen a penalty for that car.
It's a drive-through.
No, it's not long enough. It's too long for a drive-through. This is the 66 YC Panda car. Not had the happiest of weekends, this effort. This should, by the way, have been a two-car effort from YC Panda Racing.
So it looks like what the mechanic is doing here, he's checking over all the tyres. I don't think they're looking for pickup. They're looking for, most of the drivers radioed in, and he's saying there's something strange with the car. It feels weird, it's not right.
It's Basha Mardini, who is the driver for this one, locally based Canadian. And
I think that he feels that something strange is happening with the car. It doesn't feel right, there's noise, there's something. And it could just be pickup. And that's caught out many a good driver.
Yeah.
You've been out on track and you've been having some problems there trying to put down lap time, big push wide, got sand and crap all over your tyres, and bits of old rubber that can really make the car feel very, very odd. Looks like they've got some issue, problem here. Maybe they're downloading some data, looking at something. So the car controller has just been given the signal to fire it up, and away he goes.
Yeah, so saying this team initially intended to bring two of these Audis to this championship. The world situation still, I'm afraid, conspiring against the best laid plans, and the effort here between YC Panda Racing and some of our friends from Sepang and Vipanisa Racing wading in. But all sorts of plans they've tried. This is the battle now, by the way. The 69ers 55 have got the 27 car in between them right now.
Yeah, and that's actually 4 position, isn't it?
It is 4 position. This is for 9th overall. So these 3 cars, 69, the purple Oman racing car, the 27, kind of, I don't know what you call the colour on that. It's a kind of very dark metallic red CD Sport car, is I think going to make the pass here on Charlie Eastwood. Side by side, Charlie's kept his line, but I think he's going to lose out the next turn here.
Yeah, he is.
But that defence has allowed the 55 car back into play.
Yeah, David might be lining them up here.
Steve Paulette, by the way, in that 27 car is closing on the Rinaldi car ahead, 22 seconds, and then CD Sport. And there you go. This is the pass, is it? No.
It could well be that he's going to keep it stuck up the inside into turn 14. Drag race down there. The Aston power. I'm sure that David's on the button in the Ferrari, just to give him that little bit of extra horsepower.
And that started 4 corners away, didn't it?
And it was down to the P3 car that the CD Sport car that just got in the way a little bit there for Charlie.
And just like that, it's a Ferrari 1-2 in GT, and it was probably should have let it go. I think with hindsight, easy for me to say.
Yeah,
I'm not sitting in the dark in a powerful Aston Martin.
Yeah, we don't know if Charlie was actually told that that was the CD Sport car behind, and he could have thought it was maybe when he was battling the car at turn 10.
Could have thought it's 55.
Exactly.
So for the moment, that battle has been lost by the 69 car. Let's see now what Davide Rigon can do about this. What is it? 23-second gap. No, it's not, it's more than that. It's 27-second gap now to the AF Corsa car with 2 LMP3 cars between them. Still looking good for Vincent Abriel, who has responded well to that pressure.
Yeah. It's getting a little closer between the 2 cars behind this battle, in Optimum and Inception. Joe Osborne and Ben Bodycoat.
Second place car overall on pit lane now. I wonder if they couldn't get all the fuel in that car.
Yeah, Neil Muston jumping out.
There's an AF Corsa car behind, I think. In the pit lane. No, is that the 66 car back in? It is. It's come back in for a second pit stop on consecutive laps, so they're troubled at the moment at YC Panda.
This is not a scheduled stop. Just by the way that the mechanics are running around. Neil is also trying to, I think, get in there and help. They didn't look very prepared or ready for this. I think Neil is also quite sore, just by the way that he was stepping back from the car. 2 races in a row, day on day, can be physically very, very taxing,
indeed, particularly
in one of these cars.
Whilst Neil has got pretty good levels of fitness.
Yeah, that's also a nasty thing that can happen when you're strapping someone in, and then the car gets lowered onto the ground very quickly off the air jacks.
He's not very steady there, is he?
No, that can really jar you, and you know, it can actually trap things as well.
There's trouble here for the 66 cars going in the garage behind. We can see that.
Yeah, I think so. They obviously sent him out to check that out. He's come back in the YC Panda car going, no, there's definitely something wrong here. The 44 car's having a slow stop here, trying to get him strapped in.
Has dropped back, by the way, behind the 49 car, which has also gone by the 2.
We're just seeing it leave the box. And that was a slow stop for the 44. That's hurt them, really hurt them.
This is a battle on track, 59 car, Garage 59 debuting their McLarens here this weekend, switching from Aston Martin machinery. It's 13th in the class, but it's got Nikolai Kirchgaard ahead of Arjun Maini in the Haupt Racing car, a car that's had its troubles earlier in the race, the AMG, and Ben Barker is close to being with both of these 2 cars, on broadly similar pace, and taking tenths out of each other. So it is just seen by Johnny Adams just ahead of these. It's 4 cars in a row, isn't it?
Johnny was on pole. That was the 95 car was on pole. So I think John.
That's the first car here was the TF Sport 95 car, then followed by the 59 McLaren, then it's the 6 Haupt Racing AMG and the 12 Porsche. 4 different cars battling for overall positions here.
Yeah. So it was John Hartzell who started the 95 car, and I think he had some contact on either the first or the second lap, which I think dented his confidence. He just dropped back a little, and I think starting on pole was a bit of pressure for him. So it's unfortunate, but he still got through unscathed, and now they've rolled through the drivers, and now Johnny's behind the wheel, and I'm sure he'll be itching to get further up the order. The car's obviously fast.
Absolutely. So, for lovers of bright yellow Ligiers, the good news is that that car has rejoined the race. John Corbett aboard the number 44 car, but has dropped now to 6th place overall and back to 4th in LMP2. That stop, by the way, not too, it's cost them probably about 30 seconds longer than it should have done.
Yeah.
2 minutes or so on pit lane for that car, and it's Stewart back now 2nd overall, having passed the LMP2 leader, and we've now got the gap between Mathieu de Barbeau and Colin Noble, 42 seconds. But, Colin now pushing on again and trying to take time out.
Yeah.
Before Lawrence Hur is introduced into
Not the
proceedings.
fastest lap for him, isn't it? 55.2, which is impressive. He's very consistent and strong run, but it's 40 seconds, and that's, once Lawrence gets behind the wheel, that's going to be a chunk to make up, isn't it?
It is. Vincent Abril, GT leader, 7th overall, is getting warned for track limits.
Yeah, he needs to
just look
take
after
a
that.
breath.
That is the last
Nothing
stage
silly.
before black and white flag.
Yeah, don't want any more of that. Just a bit of information on the 66 car. It sounds like there was the engine was sounding off. The officials were just warning the 66 car that they should maybe just bring the car
Check
in,
it out.
check it out before it does anything nasty out on track.
Yeah, that's certainly what you don't want on a dark night, is fluid down. Worth actually asking, we talk about fluid down and all on a track. Tell us a little bit about what that's like in the dark of night when you hit something nasty.
Oh, it's really horrible because you can't see it. I mean, you're relying on a number of senses, but you can sometimes smell it.
Yeah.
But at night, it's really hard to see it, because sometimes in the day you can sometimes pick out the patch or the streak of oil, but in the night it's really, really hard to do. So you are really relying on your smell sense, and also if the marshals can be alerting you, and also race control or your team.
Quite often they can't see it either.
No, they can't. But if it has been radioed in, or if they've seen a car on track smoking, that and venting, quite obviously venting, then that the heads up, any heads up you can get from the team is super important.
The other question here is for anybody that's used to driving even a high-powered road car on road tyres. Go out there on slick tyres,
yeah,
on a road surface. Just what is that like if you hit a substantial amount of spillage?
It's like hitting ice. I mean, it just, because you're generating so much grip from these high-performance Michelin slick tyres, that when that grip gets turned off by hitting that slippery, oily surface, and it literally is like somebody turning the grip off, that it's a dramatic loss in cornering force, and you start going straight, and you're not stopping, or you're not turning, and all of a sudden a bit of scenery that was just casually going by was coming straight at you. So that certainly gets the blood racing.
All of a sudden, as we approach the end of the 3rd hour and they start the final hour of this race, things are beginning to come together in the GT classes. We've had another warning for another GT car. It's the 2nd place car this time, so both the 1st and 2nd place cars have had warnings. The last one before we get to black and white flag.
Yes, and it's getting late in the stint, isn't it now? So we're just coming up to about an hour and 4 minutes. They'll be lining themselves up for this final stop.
And all of a sudden, the gaps are coming down in the group behind them. So David Irigon has Charlie Eastwood just under 3 seconds back now. He's been caught by Joe Osborne, remember him from last night, who has been caught by Ben Barnicoat, remember him from last night.
Indeed.
So the Optimum and Inception Racing McLarens are beginning to make their run.
And this was something also that Ian Morgan from McLaren Motorsport was saying to me a couple of days ago, was that they really put a lot of value on how hard their cars can run throughout the stint, and that he thinks that in the second half of the stints, that's when the McLaren 720S is really going to come alive and really take it to the competition. You've just seen the Quality Street car, the Oman Racing car, sorry.
Oman Racing car is in. And we're getting towards the window now for a GT3 car to go to the end on 1 tank of fuel. So this could well be the final stop for the 69 car.
Exactly, yeah. And it's all about this. Okay, how can we get to the end of the race from here? And this is the first guys to blink and to do it, and to see if they can actually make it work and get that track position.
Barnicoat ahead of Osborne and up into 3rd position.
Maybe
He's
a bit of team orders there.
Yep, 4.4 seconds before he gets onto terms with Davide Rigon. And
it's going to come down to a very important final pit stop, making sure they can execute and get it done.
Yep.
You know, no mistakes, no errors.
This could be one heck of a final hour.
Yeah, yeah. They are still timed, aren't they?
Yep. Yes, they are.
Yeah.
Looking at that, Ben Barnicoat, that car, the Inception Racing car, has had 6 trips down pit lane.
Yeah.
To 3 from the car ahead of it.
Yes, I think they had to. They popped back in a couple of times, didn't they, for a couple of little things.
You know what I guess they'll be hoping for is where are they on a fuel strategy?
Yeah.
Not got that, I'm afraid, in front of me here. But we'll keep an eye on when. It's going to be critical to see when these cars make their final stops.
I think actually they've spent about 40 seconds more on pit road than the cars they're racing right now.
Yeah. The Inception car has had a 21-second run down pit road, and that either was under that full course yellow or it was a drive-through that we haven't seen.
Yeah.
And I'm suspecting it's the former.
Yes, Axel Jeffries in the 57 car there, just battling away with it. Number 8, Nielsen Racing car, Colin Noble. We're just seeing the actual other Nielsen car here, the number 4 car, leading the race. Ben Handley on board. He's just clicking off the laps.
Yep, all of a sudden, Colin is taking a chunk of time out of Mattia De Barbo as they get very close to their final pit stop cycle. Remember, it's a 2-driver squad for Nielsen. It's 38 seconds now, not over 40, as it was just a couple of laps ago. And we are 61 minutes from the end of this this race. In the garage for the 33 car. That's bad news, and no attention being paid to that car. That looks done.
It's on the skates. That's it. It's been wheeled into the back of the garage.
They've not had a great start to the season, have
they? No, they haven't. Yeah, that's
yellow
the
flags at turn 12. What's happened at turn 12? In comes the 26 car.
Yellow wave flags. This looks like it's a bit of an incident. Cars coming on pit lane, which is also another sign. Maybe people are gambling here. Is there going to be a bit of a yellow, full course yellow, or is this the first opportunity for these P3 cars?
Green flag, whatever it was, it's a green flag. I think that might have been. It's a DKR car. It's the DKR car that has been off track.
Oh.
Colin Noble has taken the lead, and the DKR car has lost the lead in LMP3.
Matthew Dubardo has...
He's lost 70 seconds somewhere at turn 12, so he's had a big moment.
We can be able to pick that up.
So Nielsen Racing lead LMP2 and LMP3, and both cars in the top 3 overall at the moment.
Yep.
So drama out in the darkness. We didn't see the incident. I'm sure we'll hear about it. In comes Mathieu de Barbeau, and there is there damage?
He's just rolling to a stop and doing a driver change. He was most probably on his in lap.
Yeah.
The team were most really calling him, and doesn't look like there's any damage, but it's, yeah. Doesn't look like, we can't see any damage from the back here. They're just working through the
That
standard.
was Lawrence Herr getting in the car.
Yeah.
This is a rapid pit stop, so whatever's happened.
They're not taking any tyres.
And this time it fires, and that will be Lawrence Herr into the race with 58 minutes. So they're going to go for final stints on old tyres.
I didn't see them put any tyres on, certainly not on the left sides.
But that car has dropped up. Now we're going to see fireworks.
Yeah, we are.
So how long was...
Busy pit lane now.
It's
Cox
a minute
car
and 4
coming down
seconds
pit lane.
on. Sorry, apologies. Minute and 4 seconds on pit lane for that car. Goes out into. This car does like a bit of drama, doesn't it?
They like doing it the easy way. They like to give us something to talk about.
We've all got kids like that. In comes the Cox car.
Yeah, and I
It's
think
been Stephanie Cox brings that car to a halt, and there's a driver change.
Peter's going to be jumping in. He told me he was going to start and he was going to finish.
Yeah, so
yeah,
daughter out, dad in.
Dad in. Great to see. Daughter helping strap him in. And get the belts over that shoulder. Maybe plug in the radio and also any drinks tube you've got.
And if you
and
are...
also, you'll just be doing the window net as well.
Yeah.
They've started on the tyres.
Keep an eye on that. I'll tell you, if you are watching in from the Netherlands, that is a name. You haven't seen the face, but it's a voice as well. You'll be seeing this year in their Formula One coverage on the new service for Formula One in the Netherlands. Stephanie Cox, the new pit lane reporter for the F1 coverage. Attempter Racing in and out. So let's have a look at the gap here for DCAR Engineering, who fall to third behind. Actually don't, so because
into Europol.
It's stopped. Its timing is showing DCAR Engineering has stopped again.
Ah, no.
But that could be a glitch. And up to third, by the way, guess who? CD Sports.
So this is another example of teams being, new to the series and just blooding new people, new mechanics.
Yeah.
The driver overshot the pit box, so then they had to get him to turn the engine off before they're allowed to touch the car. Then they had to push it back to the pit box to make sure that the fuel nozzle could reach. And it also looks like they've had a light failure in their pit box because it does look rather
very dark.
So, okay, so I think we're now going to go and view highlights for the third hour of the race of the Dubai Autodrome Asian Le Mans Series.
Deep into the night, the Asian Le Mans Series at Dubai Autodrome, and there's plenty of action out there with the GT battles being fought. This is the 55 Rinaldi racing car taking second place in GT, trying to go to terms with the leading 17 car. Back into third goes the 69 car from Oman Racing. Charlie Eastwood had mounted an almost stint-long battle against Davide Rigon, two factory drivers, one from Aston Martin, one from Ferrari, putting on the style for a full 60 minutes in the darkness. 17 car Vincent Abril seems at the moment to have the race under control, but there's dramas elsewhere for several leading cars in several of the classes. Could the 17 car get to the end untroubled? The 44 car here of Neil Muston, the ARC Bratislava Ligier, getting onto terms with Dennis Anderson in the 49 high-class racing Orica. It's a fabulous second place in the hour for the bright yellow Ligier before pit stop dropped him further back once again. Great stuff though for the ARC Bratislava team. The 22 car, this is the Rinaldi Racing Duquesne, in contention for much of the hour in LMP3, but dropping back a little towards the end of proceedings. With number 2 from DCAR Engineering again looking peerless until right at the end of the hour, when drama has dropped the car back once again. An incident out in the darkness at turn 12 for Mathieu de Barbeau before Lawrence Herr took over for the run to the flag. Ben Hanley introduced into proceedings for the run to the flag for Nielsen Racing. They lead both LMP classes as we're into the final hour, and the 39 car from Graf Racing looking to get back onto terms, having dropped from second to third overall and from first to second in the LMP2 AM class. 49 high-class racing car now in the hands of Anders Fjordbach, back second overall, leads LMP2 AM with 1 hour of the 8 hours of racing to go, as we had at Dubai to go, here at the Dubai Autodrome.
Great to see more action in the pit lane here. The two Herberth cars,
the two remaining Herberth cars,
yeah, on pit road. The 91 and the 99, and we're just seeing driver change there in the 99 car. 91
running 6th before that pit stop. The 99 car will be further back 13th and second in GT AM. It was Finn Gershitz who brought in the 99. It was Alfred Renauer brings in the 91. I'm pretty certain we will see
DKR
back straight back in. They're in trouble again. This is trouble for the P3 long-time leaders, but it's the second night in succession we've had to say those words.
Oh, that's a rough
It doesn't.
break,
It doesn't matter who you're looking to do well in a race. You don't like to see that.
No.
After a dominant, faultless performance. Nielsen Racing, by the way, also on pit road from the lead of the race. The CD Sport cars are running second and third again. It's astonishing. In the opposite order, by the way, this time it's 27 from the 3. We said this 3 hours ago.
Yep.
They're running 7th and 8th after running 1-2 overall. The lead car, Nielsen Racing, has been in and out. Nielsen Racing's lead car in P3 is on pit road at the moment from, I believe, is their final stop for this race. They're looking pretty good now for a really, really good result. And all of a sudden, 1, 2, 3, 4 again, the LMP2 cars, Nielsen Racing from High Class Racing, Graf Racing, ARC Bratislava, and then the first of the LMP3 cars is the Nielsen Racing number 8. We'll wait and see what happens. The drama's here for DKR. They're already off a podium place.
Yeah, they are. They're tumbling down the order. And they're actually just in front of the Inception Racing car, which I think is just leaving the pit box now with Ben Bardico at the wheel. I think they're currently in P3.
Yeah.
And I think they've done their final stop. That'll be it for them. And so it's now going to be, I think, a pretty straight fight between them, Davide Rigon.
It's the tension in the cockpit, isn't it, for this car?
Yeah. Something going on there. Maybe it's another electrical issue.
But it's not the same problem as last night, which was the starter overheating, which they were treating with CO2.
Yeah, they were. They were spraying that onto the starter to try and cool it down. That's why they had the rear deck off and the engine cover off, to try and get that cooled down with the CO2 being blasted onto it. The actual starter motor sits underneath the transmission there.
Just a quick shot, the 55 second place car in GT coming to a stop on pit lane for its final stop. Also on pit lane, the third place car in LMP3 from CD Sport. But that looks to be somewhat more routine than the issues for the number 2 here. Nielsen Racing back out and running with 51 minutes to run for Colin Noble. Well, tables turned again. LMP3, where these cars so often are so reliable,
yeah.
And it's just been issue after issue after issue, and they all seem to have hit the leading cars.
Yeah, they do. And it's maybe the cars being run a bit hard, or is the curbing here doing something, or is it these starter issues? The two
There he goes, two
DKR.
cars underway,
Yeah.
but that was a long stop.
Yeah.
So the car, let's have a look just where this car emerges and how long.
It's currently running 6 in P3 now. It's tumbled down the order. But talking about drivers,
3 minutes 17 seconds on pit road. That's disastrous for them. That's not recoverable at this stage.
No. A car that's snuck into the running that we really haven't been following at all, and there's a bit of a stealth mode. It's been the Walkenhurst Motorsport entry with Nicky Katzberg on board.
Just pitted from
yeah,
third.
Exactly. And
He's cat burgled it, hasn't he?
Didn't see that coming. Okay, so we're just we would like to follow that that GT battle and see where we're at, particularly around the P2, P3 battle.
Joe Osborne dropping. He's not dropped off Ben Barnicoat at all, has he?
They're pretty much right together, a second apart.
Both of them ahead of the Oman Racing team. So, you know, the number 7 and number 42, is that a formation run to the finish, or is that a real battle?
I'm sure that is a real battle. Plenty of cars coming up into turn 10. We're watching the DKR car there.
I think that's the 26th, the 22, but I don't think are on the same lap.
No.
So just to catch up after what's been a confusing few minutes. Nielsen Racing lead the race, but just a lap ahead after winning by 4 laps yesterday. Lap ahead this time, Ben Hanley from Anders Fjordback, with the High Class Racing team having a much cleaner run today. Graf Racing run third with David Drew. He's a minute and 20 seconds back from Anders Fjordback, with John Corbett a further minute back from the Graf Racing car with the 44 ARC Bratislava car. They did have their day in the sun, or they're out in the sun, with Neil Must a little earlier in the race running second overall. Leading with 49 minutes to go in LMP3 after those dramas and repeated dramas for the number 2 DKR Engineering. Duquesne is the Ligier, the number 8 car from Nielsen Racing. Colin Noble, the team having a much better run. So Nielsen Racing lead both prototype classes, and that car running 5th overall, 1 position ahead and just 25 seconds ahead of the leading car in GT after a faultless run to this point. And that's the kiss of death if ever there was one, from the 17 car from AF Corsa. That car pits now for its final stop, a critical moment.
Yes.
Second and third in the order in LMP3 are CD Sports 27 car, just leaving pit road now in the 3, with the Rinaldi Racing number 22 car in close contention with them. It's they're going to need help here from traffic and misfortune, but the podium positions in LMP3 not sorted yet. Then you get into the podium battle for GT 55. The Rinaldi Racing Ferrari, Davide Rigon, 24 seconds ahead of the Inception Racing McLaren of Ben Barnicoat. Barnicoat in a rich vein of form, that could be one to watch. He's in formation at the moment with teammate, because both cars are run by Optimum Motorsport, but the Optimum Motorsport branded the orange car of Joe Osborne, under 2 seconds back with Charlie Eastwood, 6 seconds behind that pair in the 69 Oman Racing car. This is the GT leader. That was a pretty clean stop, waiting for time now on this car to leave the pits.
Yeah, that was pretty straightforward. The car wasn't up in the air really that quickly. A little bit tardy, but I don't think they've lost anything here, and they're just waiting for the clock to tick down and get going.
Gets the nod, the radio call goes, Admiral goes, and it's moving
set
on.
Of tyres.
Yeah, impressive stuff, I think.
Yeah.
Ben Barnicoat, by the way, warned for track limits. The YC Panda car has left the pits. It has rejoined the race. So we've only lost 1 car at the moment, though it looks like 2, because don't see the Herbeth Motorsport 33 car emerging.
No.
Can't run Motorsports Ginetta after running 2nd in the class and 4th overall at one point. I'm afraid left us some time ago down at, was it turn 9, turn 10?
Yeah.
And the car stopping out on track. Davide Rigon puts in the fastest lap of the 55 cars race. It's 1 minute and 40 seconds was the gap. It's not, it's 0.7 of a second. That is the lead battle, 0.7 of a second.
That is, this must be the switchback with the strategy, and that the 17 car had to come back in for that final bit of fuel.
But we've already seen the 55 car on pit lane. This is the battle. So this is about strategy right at the end.
Yeah.
So it's going to be about the 2 Ferraris, who could do what. That's why we're seeing the rapid lappery coming from Davide Rigon. He's got the hurry up.
Yeah, he has. I think Vincent's going to be on new tyres as well, so he's just bringing them up to temp and trying to get them going. But yeah, this is going to be a great battle, great to see. Once again, the GT battle is going to bring the race alive. So we're just looking to see where they're at. Looking like they're going
I think
to
it's this pair here. It's this pair here. That is the lead battle.
Davide is trying to get him up the inside into 16, and seem to have.
Here we go. Has he got him here?
I think he's certainly.
It was tough off the
close
curbs
run
there. This is going to be whether or not there's room for a dive. Neatly defended there. It was a gentle drift towards the inside, but as that left exposed for the cutback, I'm not sure he can here. That was neatly done by Vincent Abril.
Yeah, he just overslowed the car there at the apex to stop David just coming back up the inside. And while Vincent's still trying to get those tyres up to temp, David's come on hot tyres. He's on full attack mode.
Well, you watch this while I watch what's happening with the gap behind. It was 22 seconds to Ben Barnicoat, but this is not going to help the pace of this pair.
This could play into his hands a bit. There's not much time left, but we'll see.
He was 2 seconds quicker on the last lap than this pair, Ben Barnicoat. That gap has come down to 21 seconds.
Yeah, they could be slowing one another up here, but I think Vincent's got those tyres up to temperature, and David's now going to really have his work cut out, particularly when you're following the same make of car. Chances are that it's going to be performed very similarly and very, in all the same spots, and it's going to be hard to pick your way through and find that little bit of advantage. He does seem to be still piling the pressure on.
This, there's a. Sorry, that was just perspective.
Yeah.
This is the kind of battle that I suspect you enjoyed more when you finished it than when you're fighting it.
A little bit. I mean, you relish the battle and the challenge, and while you're in the thick of it, you can't think of anything else. It's just all-consuming. And yeah, I used to love the battles like this.
Black and white flag though for Vincent Abriel. For abusing track limits.
Yeah,
final warning. Also for Joe Osborne, by the way, who's running in 4th position.
So Vincent was doing this in the race last night. He was using all and more of the track on the exit of turn 16. So just there. And David's got a great run on him. There's something about the way that Vincent goes through that last corner that means that he uses all of that extra bit of road, and as they come down into turn 1.
This is the time of the brave, isn't it? Not quite there, but he's gone deeper into it, Abriel, and I think he's not quite given the room again.
This is playing into Ben's hands.
So it's taken another second out on the last lap, Ben Barnicoat. It's 20.4 seconds now. Not very close, but he is closing.
Definitely, and if they continue like this for another 5-7 laps, it won't be long before he's on them.
And I'm absolutely sure that the team would have given him the hurry up.
Yep.
Experienced guys at Inception Racing.
And he'll know. They'll have given him all the information.
Still 42 minutes left. There is time for this to play out. We'll keep an eye on the body language of these cars. It doesn't look like it's going to be a move made here.
No.
That's AF Corsa keeping an eye on what's going on. They're in the lead.
They'll be radioing through just to sort of say, okay, well, what's the situation, what's the deal? Looking at all the temperatures and pressures, and they might be able to monitor his live. They'll be able to monitor the temperatures and pressures of the tyres, and just seeing how he's brought those tyres up, and if there's any more performance there, anything else that he can unlock inside the car. Looking at the data, comparing things. Is he doing something different inside the car than he was last night? What they learned from last night? There's all these things that the engineers will be feeding back to Vincent to give him all the weapons to battle against David.
Still closing. Ben Barnicoat under 20 seconds now, so 19.8. Working the next lap.
This is where David can really, if he can line it up, really make it work, but Vincent's got a good run off of there.
The big plus for this pair is they're not hitting traffic. They're restricting the damage to Ben Barnicoat because they're not hitting traffic. That's going to change in the next lap or so.
Yeah.
Vincent Abriel, by the way, does 1:57.713, which is the fastest lap of that car's race. But remember, he's on a black and white flag. His tormentor is not. He can't afford to test the patience of the race director.
No. And Ben didn't really take anything out of the lead that these two guys have over him, so another lap ticks by.
40 minutes.
And this was David might just have to back off a little bit, just let the front tyres breathe a little bit on the front of the 55 Rinaldi car, because when you follow so closely, it just really starts to work that front axle a lot harder. You're just losing that little bit of front downforce, so it can just overheat those front tyres, and they just start to slide away as you look to turn the car into the corner.
Very different lines through there, though, and
yeah,
that puts the 55 back onto the tail of things. You're talking there about giving those front tyres a breather. You had a message from Joe Osborne after yesterday's race, which I have to say...
I think it said that I was right about a lot of the things that I said.
You said you're 100% right. He said that's not a message I've ever had from Joe.
No, I was just talking last night about exactly this. Joe was battling so hard with Vincent to try and get by, and the McLaren had some strengths and weaknesses in different spots on the track to the Ferrari. You can see Joe trying to use those strengths to try and pick that point, but he did hurt those front tyres. on the McLaren 720S, and he had to back off, and then on that final lap, or couple of laps, he could really press again. Oh, did you see Vincent just tag the little polystyrene marker on the way into turn 16 there? He just took a big chunk out of it with his left side mirror, and I don't think it did any damage to the car, but it certainly
probably woken him up a bit.
Yeah, but there would have been a noise for sure, a big bang as you hit it. But yep, that's maybe what David's had to do, is just back off a little bit, let those front tyres breathe a bit, and then go at it again.
Final stop, by the way, while we're watching this battle, for the number 49 car in the pit window for the final pit stops. About 40 minutes or so for an LMP2 car around here. And Anders Fjord back after a great stint from him.
He's just got purple.
No, it's the way the Alcabel turning. It showed, that's all right. The Alcabel timing shows the best sectors in that stint, or for that car, depending on how it's set. But he has got the fastest lap of the race at 1:47.612 early in his stint.
David, just when he's coming into these big break zones, he does seem to be having a slightly tighter line on the way in. He's also maybe just trying to upset Vincent just by placing his car in different spots, really trying to fill his mirrors with him. And this is the second night in a row that Vincent's had to do this. So mentally, it's really taxing.
Ben Barnicoat not catching at the moment.
It's stuck at 20 seconds, isn't it?
But I think it's because these guys, when they're not battling, are they? They're going very quickly in formation. In clear air,
yeah,
they're able to hold that gap.
Yeah, and they haven't hit any more traffic. Maybe Ben's just had to work through a little bit of it.
They've had a relatively clear run over the last, what, 3-4 laps? Little bit of traffic, but very little. Keep an eye while you're watching for any visual clues as to what we might see here. Still not quite close enough there.
David's just not quite close enough. There's no difference, and they'll have the same toys inside the car to give them a little bit of extra boost, so they'll be using those toys in the same way as whereas if it was a different car, a McLaren or an Aston or whatever, it might have little bits of extra performance in other spots of the track that you can maybe really execute that pass.
Just dropping back with that pit stop into third place, but Graf Racing still owes a stop, the high-class racing car overall. So Anders Fjordbak will complete the race. David Drew goes into second, but there is a final pit stop required for the 39 car. In LMP3, Rinaldi Racing's 22 car is closing on Edouard Caupe for the final podium position. Very good lap, fastest lap of the race for the 22 car last time around. 39 pits now, by the way, from second overall, and the lead in LMP2 AM, so that will switch back. AF Corsa and Rinaldi Racing continue to battle out for the lead in GT3, and the gap back to Ben Barnicoat is not coming down quickly enough here. 19.7 seconds. Not in this fight quite yet.
Well, they've got some lapped traffic coming up, and that could be David's time to try and make that pass. He's just got to try and time it right. Maybe again he's just letting those front tyres breathe a little.
Yeah, Vincent Abril is on a good lap here. He'd already last 2 laps ago put in the fastest lap of the 17's race. I think he's about to do it again. So 2 blue sectors for Abril in this lead car of this pair. This is for the win, remember.
Yep.
And this is important. It's a short season, and there's a big prize up for grabs here. It is another fastest lap of the race for the number 17 car. Vincent Abril done that twice in the last 3 laps in defence of his lead.
Yeah, it's most probably that the tyres have now fully come up to pressure. They're right in the window, and he's got the platform that he needs to be able to deliver the lap times in the right way, and he's generating the lap time in a good, efficient way, not using too much road, not getting any warnings, no track limits. He's just threading it through.
Ben Hanley on pit lane as we continue to watch this battle for the final stop of the race, final planned stop of the race at least for the race leader. There he is. It looks like a fuel-only stop.
Yeah, it looks like the mechanic there just clearing out all the intakes there. That's for the brake cooling and rad cooling, and just making sure that everything there's nothing to go wrong.
Yeah.
Just making sure everything's running nice and cleanly.
Another good race, not fault-free this time for the number 4 car.
Yeah, they had those scares with the seat and with most probably the door and other bits and pieces that all came from that switch when they did Rodrigo Sales to Matt, and that seemed all a bit sort of out of sequence, didn't it? Because they did it under the full course yellow. They all looked a bit of a rush. And
this is a guess. I wonder if they couldn't open the door properly and he had to get in from the other side.
Now that would be something.
It would explain why it took so long. It would also explain why the seat had to come out from the right-hand side. I wonder if that was what it was.
It's a thought. Not sure it's the right one, but
it would be unusual and worrying not to be able to open the door of the car.
Yeah, that's never nice.
No.
And that's actually one of the things with ACO rules. They do a test before the start of the season where you have to get out of the car in under 5 seconds, but out of the passenger door, the other door.
Yeah.
So you have to get past all of the safety systems, nets, and all the boxes, and climb out and get out of that far door. And
I bet that's quite bruising.
Yeah, not very nice. And yeah.
Ben Hanley on his way, by the way, stopping 1 minute and 6 seconds, and with a lap gap to Anders Fjordbach. It's been a good race from both those teams. David Drew is in good shape here. 32 seconds is the gap, so it's a much closer race in P2. 3 wide, by the way, down the back straight in the darkness, and a lot of traffic all of a sudden.
Is that the DKR car there? I think it is.
That is the DKR car.
And it's got its lights sort of flickering and flashing as it goes up the road. As it was coming out of turn 9, it was having a problem. Also, it doesn't look like the front lights are very strong on that car. It's got a lot of light to the side and on the apexes, but it doesn't have much thrown up the road.
I did hear one of the issues was a battery issue yesterday for that car. It hit a lot of problems very quickly, didn't it? Colin Noble making his way through this gaggle of traffic, not particularly what he wants at a point where he just wants to nail this in.
You can see exactly multi-class racing there. You know, where he's trying to get his way past the GT car. The GT car hadn't really seen him, and maybe a couple of drivers getting a bit tired and not really too sure what's going on. And there's a lot of cars on one bit of track together, so there's a lot of lights.
He's actually coming up to lap the 2, isn't he? Because it's the 2 at the lead. No, it's the 72. My apologies. There's the 8. There's the 26. But Colin Noble with 1 minute and 23 seconds ahead of, guess what, CD Sport, the 27 car.
Sneaking up for the win.
Then it's Edward Cope is being caught, and pretty rapidly, by the number 22 car. That's something we'll get on shortly. The DKR and Janine car, I'm afraid, is out of contention for Podium. The car was way off
there.
What was that car?
I don't know, but I think he's back. I think he's back on track.
Yeah.
Was it a McLaren? Was it a Garage 59 car?
Well, we'll keep an eye on the sector times. That was, I think, Marvin Kirchhoffer.
Oh, yeah.
Lost a place in that move, didn't he?
Right. There's a lot of cars all together. They just shot off.
Nicky Katzberg, by the way, who was up to second at one point after his final pit stop in 7th. That's a creditable position for that car. We know those cars have had their teething problems, but they're finding speed.
Yeah, I think that we might be seeing a bit more performance from them when we get to Abu Dhabi. Yes, Marina might suit them a little bit better. Is this the lead battle here?
That's
yes, 17 car, yeah.
They are indeed coming up on a slower car.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, the lead pair are losing time to Ben Barnicoat. It's 17 seconds now.
Yep.
Let's see what happens with traffic.
Yep, and this car that got a lap here is certainly going to help Ben.
That would be something, wouldn't it? E3 car battle for the win. Remember, in a short season, you need to score the big points. You need to keep scoring them. One bad result can be disaster, and these 3 teams, of course, are Rinaldi Racing and Inception Racing.
They're sharing the podiums out between them, aren't they?
Well, I mean, Inception, I know, would love to have a second entry to Le Mans. They're going to be going to Le Mans with their WC effort with Team Project One, but they'd love one in their own name.
Vincent's got to be careful there. He is right on the limit, right on the limit with the track limits coming off at turn 16. Talking to Joe last night after the race.
Yes.
That's what he was saying.
Pushing the envelope.
It certainly was.
They still haven't got by the 99 car.
No, and this is all just going to be playing
Who's
into
in
the
99?
hands.
That is Marcus Seefried, who is a
Bedbar.
rapid driver and is going at the kind of lead pace at the moment.
Yeah.
That's the good news.
Yeah, but what happens in that situation is that he's just not quite quick enough.
Yep.
And he's just holding them up, and he thinks he's going good,
yep.
but he's actually not as quick as the leaders, and
he is holding them up.
He is now going to be holding them up.
Under 17 seconds now for Ben Barnicoat.
Yeah.
And that can come down very rapidly.
In this situation, yes, it will. And you know, Vincent is giving him the flash, saying, "Look, come on, out the way, coming through." David's just dropped off the back of him a little.
Charlie Eastwood, meanwhile, who was in that battle for podium position, just seems to have lost a bit of pace at this stage of the race.
Yeah, the car's faded a bit.
Yeah, it was 4 or 5 seconds back for Joe Osborne. That's gone out now to 12 seconds. Joe, too, who was very close to Ben Barnicoat, now 11 seconds back. It's under 16 seconds now, the gap.
Maybe what happened there was that Ben took 4 new tyres, and Joe maybe just took 2.
Yep.
Just to, that might be one of the reasons why.
It's the final half hour, and a couple of minutes into the final half hour, and there's still plenty to play for here. There is time.
Oh, and David's only just got past that back marker, so it's just opened up a gap there to Vincent.
Now we'll see, with clear air, what can Vincent Abril do without the blinding headlamps of the Rinaldi car in his mirrors. What's left in the 17 car? We should see it here, shouldn't we? It's a clear lap.
Yeah.
It's the 57 Kessel Racing car. That's Axel Jeffries, who had a fine run here, didn't he?
Yeah, he'll be the next car that the 17 catches.
Well, he knows his way around here. So
Yeah.
let's just have a look, see what Axel is doing in terms of lap times at the moment. 158s again, but 157s are doable, and that's what Ben Barnicoat's doing. It's 15.5 seconds now.
Yeah, he's going to be just about that similar sort of speed where he's going to be slowly caught, but then he's going to really get in the way for at least half a lap until his team tells him to get out of the way.
Edward Carpe, by the way, has responded to the threat from behind from Andrik Steele and has extended that lead. So at the moment, it's Nielsen, CD Sport, CD Sport.
We're seeing the other Nielsen car of Ben Hanley leading, coming into turn 1, clicking off the laps.
It shows you how dark it is, doesn't it, that shot?
Yeah, it does.
It also shows, as we were saying last night, Ollie, how important those number panels are to the trackside observers here.
Absolutely. But it was also, a lot of the drivers were saying that section, turn 3, 4, 5, is the hardest point on the racetrack. The fastest point, but it's the hardest point to really get your line and find those cues and those points just to turn the car into the corner. You know, you just add that angle on the wheel and hope the car is going to go in and you're going to end up on the right bit of tarmac, because you're a little bit blind down there, and it's that fastest point on the track.
Out in the darkness somewhere, it's right there in fact, the Lawrence Herr car is on terms now with the 26 G-Drive racing car.
He's pumping in the fastest lap of the race for himself, for that car.
And he's going to be grabbing, I think, 6th place, clawing back some points.
Yeah.
It's a 10-second stop-and-go penalty for the number 8 car for insufficient pit time. That is the lead car in LMP3.
CD Sport.
It's going to be tight.
It is. Colin's going to have to really get his toe down here to make sure that they can secure the win.
That's going to cost him about 40 seconds.
Yes.
And the lead is
38.
No, 68.
68, sorry.
78. ARC Bratislava come in for their final pit stop. John Corbett in 4th.
Staying on board, but they've gone inside the door. Is that maybe that's a stick that they have to change for pit stops and for data.
Driver on the left-hand side of Alicia, not the right-hand side. Sorry, the right-hand side of Alicia, not the left-hand side. So we'll keep an eye. That's the 44 on his way. That will be the final stop for ARC Bratislava. A good run from them tonight, actually. And actually, we have in the order from 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, all Ligiers, 1 LMP2, then 3 LMP3s, and looks like it could well be another Ligier sweep of the podium.
So Ben Barnicoat has got it down to 13 seconds.
It's
to the
coming
back
down
of David
pretty
Rigon.
rapidly now.
And again, it's this second half of the stint where the McLaren really comes on. And I think that 23 minutes, it's going to be close.
Isn't it?
But I'm not sure there's going to be quite enough time.
Here is the number 8 car. This is a critical moment for Nielsen Racing. The car needs to start.
It's just being watched there by the official, making sure that he's being stationary.
Now
for
he
the right,
goes.
Yep, right amount of time.
Right, now, the critical point here is, where is the 27? It's not finished the second sector. So, Colin Noble will emerge from the pits in just a few moments. Where on track is his closest rival? Gets out there now. That cost him 39 seconds. And Steve Paulette is in the final sector now, so he's about 30 seconds back.
I think Vincent has seen off the challenge of David from the 55 car. It seems like he's got that little bit of gap, 1.6, 1.7 seconds.
It was, I have to say, with the two Ferraris, a very similar performance from Ambril we saw last night against Joe Osborne.
It was.
Assured, risk-taking in terms of track limits, but assured.
Yeah.
The key now for Vincent Ambril is he's got to be clean to the end of this race, because track limits here could be punished, and it would cost him dearly, because not only would he lose the lead, he's too close to Ben Barnicoat to retain second place either with a drive-through.
Absolutely. Yes, he just needs to keep it clean. Just don't make any mistakes. If there's a bit of traffic coming, just got to be looking to where he's going to pick these points to pass. And you know, it's all about managing the situation now.
Lawrence Hurd, by the way, hasn't passed the G-Drive racing car. That is a bit of a battle. Nicky Katzberg just dropping behind the two battling LMP3 cars, and it's sensible to stay out of that.
Yeah, that's about 10 seconds though, isn't it?
Yeah. It's Colin Noble, the lead, I think, 35 seconds over the second and third place cars.
That's the spot. He just needs to be really careful there, Vincent. Just don't let it drift out over that white line. There'll be Eduardo and his crew upstairs will be watching that like hawks.
Absolutely. Any liberties taken. 12.8 seconds. Barnicoat now back from David Rigon, and a couple more to the leader. Remember, it was a win last night for the Inception Racing team. Second for the 55 and third for the 17, so it's the same three, in fact the same four cars in the top four places.
And I think these are the form teams going to Yas Marina, and you know, the winner of the Asian Le Mans Series and GT is likely to come from one of these four cars.
If they can retain the same form on the different track. We didn't see that last time. We didn't see it. We did see the Porsches struggle a little bit more at Yas Marina. We saw the Aston Martins and the McLarens coming to the fore, where they'd looked nowhere here.
Yeah, but I think the McLaren's going to be likely to be strong. Likely to be strong there. We have to see how if there's any sort of BOP adjustment, maybe to help the BMW, or seeing what the other runners, you know, if there would be an adjustment for maybe for the Audis or even the Porsches, just to get them a little bit closer. But who knows?
Nicky Katzberg, by the way, is under pressure from the Garage 59 car, the 88 car of Marvin Kirchhofer at the moment. And that is for 7th in GT. But Volcanos Motorsports and Garage 59 both looking for good results and good data from their newly acquired weapons. the new M4 GT3s for Valkenhorst, with 2 of them here. So number 17 clicks off another lap. And the new McLarens for Garage 59.
Yeah, it's great for them just to keep learning, gathering data. And again, I think there'll be a team that really show their true performance when we get to Yas Marina.
That's the 88 car. There is Nicky Katzberg. The striped graphic on the boot lid of the M4. Very, very different cars.
Yeah, they are.
The M4, a classic 2-door front-engine GT car. The 88, what I think most people would regard as what's termed a supercar.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean to say the BMW M4 is any less super, but just the equally classic, mid-engined, low-slung sports car.
Yeah.
There we are.
Marvin just working away, trying to catch Nicky, trying to put a move on him, but Nicky will be wise to most moves that Marvin will try and put on him. It's just to see how the strengths and the weaknesses of these 2 different layouts. And a mid-engined car of the McLaren, and that straight 6 twin-turbo BMW M4.
The styling of the M4 GT3 has been pretty controversial, but one of the things I think that people will start to recognise are the headlamps on them.
Yeah.
Like a pair of evil eyes, they are. It's the grille design. I know it's attracted a lot of comments.
Yeah, it's an acquired taste.
I haven't acquired it yet, I have to say.
Neither me.
I'm sure we'll learn to love it if the car ends up being quick and spectacular. It's certainly, as we were hearing last night from Nicky, a car that the drivers are finding easier to dial into more quickly.
Yes, just haven't been able to completely unlock all its potential and all its speed. It just seems to have had a bit of a dampened debut, where it's not really been that fast. They struggled with pace and issues in Daytona and in GTD Pro, and then they had the car running here at the Dubai.
We had 3 of them. We had 3 of the Dubai 24, all of which either hit trouble or something hit them. We had one with suspension trouble after hitting the curbs. We had one that ingested entirely one of the polystyrene course markers, and another that was involved in a contact incident. One of the concerns, though, was all of that took a long time. The car, and in part that's because of teams' inexperience with the car, but things took a long time to fix.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's in endurance racing, you know, something where development has to keep up with the need to be able to keep these cars out of the pits, out of the garage and out on track.
Yeah, yeah.
Some things did seem to take longer than they should.
Having some problems with floors and diffusers, other bits and pieces at Daytona.
Certainly Daytona, and we had a diffuser fall off one of the cars here too.
When you've got a brand new car, it's tough, you know.
It is.
When you sort of seem like you're debuting and then developing everything as it's going along, and those little things can, not little, but big things can jump out and bite you.
They're selling cars and selling cars in numbers, and that's because of the way in which the customer product is being sold.
Yep.
If BMW can follow that up with the way in which the customer service is offered to develop the cars, then they're on a winner.
Yep.
Here, they're a little bit mid-pack. Nicky Katzberg, you all know, is no mean driver.
Yeah, he's world class.
Yep.
Seeing here is the Kessel car, and the high-class racing coming down as still Anders Fjordbach in that car.
Yeah, on for a second placer at the moment. And
yeah, strong performance from them.
Good lap last time around though from David Drew. It's too far away to do this on pace. He's 37 seconds back from second place. Ben Barlicoat, by the way, is 11.2 seconds back from David Enrique on his running out of time.
He is.
It's going to require help at this point.
He is slowly catching them, but it's like he needs another half an hour.
Yes.
Because catching is one thing, passing is yet another.
This is the overall race lead in the number 4 car. Blue spitting flame. And coming up on this battle between the two, this could be an interesting moment.
Tom Gamble in the 77 D-Station car is being given the black and white flag for abusing track limits.
Yeah, that's been a car. It's in the top 10, the D-Station car. He's trying to fend off friend and colleague Johnny Adam in the TF Sport car that's running 11th. That's been a good recovery back up the order from Johnny, and he's just gone by Ben Barker for that place, with Michael Grenier also snapping at the heels of the dynamic Porsche in what is the GT leading car, the winner from last night, the SPS Automotive car. Just keeping an eye on where things are emerging. Ben is on occasion taking chunks out here. Took a second out last time of the 55 car.
Yeah.
So it's involvement with the LMP2 leader, the overall race leader, not helping, but it's just too far at the moment. It's 10.1 seconds.
So Lawrence Hoare was looking like he was making a recovery in LMP3, the DKR car, but it seems like he's now dropped back a bit.
And he's not got the pace either.
No.
It's 159s, that car is carrying a problem.
Yeah, I'd say it is, you know, because they were so
He's going to be so
quick.
Frustrated.
He really is.
You know, one of the things I think I was looking forward to is just seeing that battle between the likes of Colin Noble and Lawrence Hoare develop, and we've not had the opportunity to do that here.
No, there's been too many issues, too many problems.
With both cars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully we can get that clean run and have that battle in P3 at Yas Marina. That gap between Vincent and David in the 17 and the 55, it's back down to about a second. Maybe traffic's helping.
So
maybe David just needed to drop back a little bit, just give the front of the car a bit of a breathe, let that front axle recover, and then just attack in this last 10 minutes.
It's under a second.
Yeah.
It could be still on, and we don't know what kind of car it is. Car 17 is reported to the stewards for abusing track limits. He's going to get a penalty.
Oh.
He is going to get a penalty. The lead car in GT is going to be dealt a drive-through. There is zero doubt of that.
Let's see what they say.
We will, but that's been the pattern every single time.
Yeah.
And that decision, I'm sure, is going to come rapidly. We've got 12 minutes to go in this race, and that opens the door for Rinaldi Racing and for Inception Racing and for Optimum Motorsport.
It does, yeah. So all of those will be being told right now what's the deal.
So meantime, we'll keep an eye on the gap. Rigon to Barnicoat, 10.2 seconds now.
Drive-through penalty for car 17.
There you go. Well, he called it. I mean, you do have to feel bad about it, but the warnings were there.
Absolutely.
And you did say more than once.
He's got it's that turn 16, turn 15 area that he's just been right on the ragged edge, and you know, Eduardo's mostly been just going, all right, look, okay, one more time. Right, that's it, done.
Yeah.
Drive through. There is a limit to everything. So
you know what? I keep saying it, and it keeps coming true. These races, endurance races, produce dramas all the time in the last 20-25 minutes.
And it's all about keeping it as mistake-free as possible.
Absolutely.
Whether that's mistakes from your drivers, or mistakes from your team, or your crew, or your decisions on strategy. It's keeping a clear head and being able to deliver at the highest level when the pressure is on. That's what professional sport is all about.
Yeah.
And Vincent has just buckled a little bit under that pressure from David.
David right behind you now, flashing the lights. So I'm sure he's had the message too, which is just basic, let me go. You're done, let me go, but that's not going to happen.
Yeah, because he's got time. He's not got any time to give up, has he, Vincent? Because he knows that he's going to be right on the limit with Joe, or you know,
his pace has come off, and that's helping Barnicoat. Barnicoat is under 9 seconds back now.
Yeah,
it's not enough, but it could be with another little problem. So, after a battle for, well, an hour, almost nose to tail, it's been settled with a penalty for which there's adequate warning. It's got to be said. The body language here seems to... What do you think? Is he going to come in and serve it, or are they going to argue the case afterwards?
I think they might still be arguing about it.
Not this time. Well, that's good news for Barnicoat.
Yeah.
Because I think it's just come off the gas a little bit here. 8.6 seconds to the last timing sector for Barnicoat, back to Regon, and that's what's going to matter now.
He's not going to be helping his case here.
59s for those two. What is the lap time for Ben Barnicoat? 58.7, 8.6 seconds. Needs a bit more. Needs effectively a second a minute.
He does. I think David is relatively safe, but you never know.
One
Vincent-
stumble.
Vincent-
Car 35 reported to the stewards for abusing track limits. That's the second of the Volcanos cars. That is the 4th place car in GTE AM. Are we going to get a flurry of these right at the end as the inbox gets dealt with? It wouldn't be the first time. It would not be the first time.
Eduardo's got them all lined up on his
Absolutely.
desk, and he's just flicking them off, going,
Absolutely.
right, there you go, another one, another one, another one.
Yep.
And actually, it is 8 minutes left, but it's also plus that one lap.
And
Which,
that, oof. Oh,
yeah.
now you've said it.
yeah,
So remember, Ollie's absolutely right. It is 4 hours plus an additional lap.
you said I was right.
I did, that's another one. I put that on the scoreboard.
Well done.
I get that as 15 for me and 1 for you. I may have not got that right, but 8.2 seconds is the gap from Barnicoat to Regon. Needs a bit more, doesn't he?
He does, he does. Is Vincent going to serve the penalty this lap, or is the team
Is this the
still going
last
to be
one or one
arguing?
more? 3 laps, isn't it?
Yes. I think he's got one more after this. They might push it as far as they can. No,
He's
he's
in.
going to pit. So, right, let's see where this brings him out.
Because it's critical here. I think it's going to be right with Joe Osborne as
Yeah.
he comes out from this. He's definitely lost the lead. Davide Regon goes through with 7 minutes of the race to go to lead the second 4 hours of Dubai. The Inception Racing car will pass him now.
Oh, Ben
Black and
Barnett.
white flag for Ben Barker, the dynamic car,
Yeah.
for the same thing. Where is Joe Osborne? Hasn't completed the lap yet. And crosses the line now, and he's going to be right with him. There he is. This is for the final podium position.
Reunited.
Oh, he'll be
These
so
two.
pleased.
Yes. Joe will be. Oh,
And
yes.
meantime, it's 7.3 seconds, Ben Barnicoat to Davide Regon.
So what can Joe do here to put that pressure on Vincent? Vincent tyres would have just cooled off a little bit in the pit road.
Yep. What has Davide Regon got the last 6 minutes plus a lap? Well remembered. Marvin Kirchhofer, by the way, still with Nicky Katzberg. That's for 7th place in GT. We'll just check to make sure there's been no dramas elsewhere. And Rick still, no pun intended, with the 3rd place car, just 4 seconds there between the two. No real movement with the rest of it. It is about this battle.
Battle in GT.
That is that the 7 car in traffic? I think it is.
No, that's a Noble Nielsen car.
Apologies.
Colin Noble.
He's 32 seconds to the good from Steve Paulette in what is looking like a banner day for Nielsen Racing. Few teams, very few teams, have ever scored overall wins in 2 LMP classes in the same race. I can think of only United Autosport that have done
Right.
that. Nielsen Racing look to repeat that one. And a banner day as well for CD Sports. 1-2 yesterday, 2-3 looking very likely at the moment, with the 3rd place still under some doubt.
They'll be looking very strong in the championship, CD Sport, won't they?
Barnicoat, 7.2 seconds. It's not going to get done, is it?
No, I think they got a bit of traffic there, and it's that's blunted his attack. Let's see how the 17 and the 42, Vincent and Joe.
They're 2 seconds apart. And what's Joe's pace like against Abriel's? The answer is marginally better. It's close.
Very close.
There's the Inception car.
Yes, Colin Noble just behind him.
Yeah, it is. That was where I was getting confused. It was indeed the 7 car, and with traffic, so that is not going to help Ben Barnicoat. It's under 7 seconds, but it's just about 4 minutes plus the lap. Let's Colin Noble go. So into the final 4 minutes. Nielsen Racing lead the race with a lap gap to High Class Racing leading the LMP2 AM class from Graf Racing in the 39 and the 44 Ligier of ARC Bratislava. Nielsen Racing lead also in LMP3, 5th overall for Colin Noble, the car we're looking at there, ahead of the 2 CD Sport Ligiers. At the moment, Ligier 1, 2, 3 in LMP3, 3.5 minutes plus the lap to go. Rinaldi Racing, after the dramas for the 55 car, Ferrari of Davide Rigon ahead of Ben Barnicoat's Inception Racing McLaren. A gap 7.4 seconds and not coming down quickly enough for the McLaren to come with a repeat win. There it is, crossing the line. About 10 seconds behind that pair, Vincent Abriel, who led the race until just a few moments ago, and then dealt a penalty for track limits. Here he comes, 3rd place, and now having to fend off again for 3rd place.
Joe Osborne.
Joe Osborne. My, he must be pleased to see him.
So these two have been in the car for about 2 hours now in the darkness, and I'm sure Joe was thinking, oh, the back of this Ferrari again. Just brilliant. But he'll keep fighting,
he will.
And he's now within 1.5 seconds.
Yeah, he's taken half a second out of that lap.
Yeah.
There are, I think, another 3 laps, depending on where the overall leader is. To explain that as we come into the last couple of minutes, race will be completed with a further lap after the overall leader crosses the line for the first time after time has expired. So the clock goes to 0.
Yep.
The leader crosses the line for the next time and then will complete 1 more lap. The overall leader.
Yep.
And as we saw last night, that can be critical in terms of a number of things. And as it turned out last night, it was critical in terms of drive time.
It was for a number of teams.
Including both the top 2 finishers in GT, who were lucky, to be blunt, that they got enough of an edge.
Yeah.
It didn't affect the overall result.
Yeah, absolutely. The Inception car and the 55 both exceeded their drive times, I think, with their final drivers, Ben Barnicoat.
And that came because of that final lap. They were ahead of and not behind the overall leader on the road. A matter of meters could have made the difference.
Yeah, absolutely. Is Joe just eking away, just chipping away at that lead that Vincent has? Is he going to be able to
They've got 2 laps left, haven't they? At least 2
Yeah.
laps left.
I'd say 3.
Yeah. So Ben Hanley comfortably leads this race. He's got 1 minute plus that lap, plus whatever of this lap he's on. Here comes Vincent Abriel. There is Joe Osborne in the bright orange. So it's a bright blue and yellow Ferrari. Behind him, if anything, the brighter orange and blue Optimum McLaren.
Vincent is already prepping the car in front to get out of the way, which shows in my mind that
he knows he's got a challenge.
He's rather anxious behind the wheel there. Hasn't got much left in those tyres, and he's anxious, really.
He doesn't want, so one of the BMWs, he doesn't want to defend any kind of lunge from
Joe.
No. Looks to me like Ben Barnicoat. He's under 7 seconds back, but he's not quite got the attacking pace that we've seen. It's a late pit stop from the 2nd place car in LMP3. Now, CD Sport, I'm guessing, would have to hope, we'll have to hope on their behalf, that's not a long stop to come.
Yeah. So Vincent is just, we've got the leader here, the Nielsen number 4 car. Ben Hanley taking the line. And this should be his last lap, because he's come across the line with
last lap now.
Yes, with the time expired. That's the DKR car going through. Sorry, no, that was the CD Sport car.
There's the leader, last lap, and it's been another impressive display in this opening season for LMP2 from Nielsen Racing, and they look like bringing home a very famous result with this car leading the race overall, P2, and their lead car in LMP3 across the world, Colin Noble, Tony Wells, bringing home what looks like an assured LMP3 victory. I think Steve Paulette, by the way, has retained second place after what looked to me to be a splash and dash. Four car picking his way through traffic. GT and then LMP3 traffic ahead. And that would be 2 out of 2 for Nielsen Racing. They'd dearly like to be able to nail in an automatic invitation to Le Mans with this effort.
Yeah, it's certainly been another strong performance, hasn't it?
It has indeed. That's the 3 car from CD Sports. That will mean that this will be the 3rd place car nailed in, and he'll be grateful for that because he's not that far away. He's actually pulled away a little from the Rinaldi Racing car, but coming into the final couple of turns comes the number 4 car, and we can call home a 2nd consecutive win in the Asia Le Mans Series 2022 for Nielsen Racing.
Fantastic result for them. That's really great stuff.
Ben Hanley brings the car home. Rodrigo Salas it was that started the car. Matt Bell again in that 2nd stint.
Yeah, and they had their problems and issues at in those pit stops.
Yeah, they did indeed. We'll hear more about that, I'm sure, later. Graf Racing come home 3rd and 2nd in LMP2 AM. The 3rd place car in P3 from CD Sports, Edward Caupe, has sealed that position for CD Sports. As the cars come through, looking for who's next in a significant finishing position.
It's Colin Noble, is it coming through?
That's the GT winner. 55 Rinaldi Racing. Colin Noble comes home to win for Nielsen in P3 as well, with Tony Wells.
Just coming over the line as well, getting that P2 in GT.
That's an amazing result for this team. After the emotional scenes we saw at the end of the Michelin Le Mans Cup season with Sven Thompson, the team principal here, it's been a very tough year for Nielsen Racing.
Yep.
But they've come home here as double class winners. Mark Scaife there,
Fantastic
the LMP2 mechanic, used to be with United Autosports.
And actually, Vincent hung on for that 3rd place in GT. Joe Osborne was following him over the line, only 1.2 seconds behind.
Yeah.
So this 17 AF Corsa car did rescue that podium position.
So it's the 4 Nielsen Racing car wins the race for the Matt Bell, Ben Hanley, Rodrigo Salas combination. High Class Racing finished 2nd with Dennis Anderson. And as Fjordback brings the car home, having Weeder aboard that car. Graf Racing, Eric Trullier, David Drew, Sebastian Page complete the podium and completed the LMP2 and podium. And a great result actually from them. Good run tonight from the 44 ARC Bratislava Ligier, John Corbett with Neil Muston and Miro Konopka. Nielsen Racing win LMP3 as well as the LMP2 class with Colin Noble and Tony Wells, and it's the CD Sport pair again will both be on the podium. 27 from 3 this time. Steve Paulette and Edward Caupe bring home their 2 Ligiers. A team that really is looking for a deal for the remainder of the year. And spectacular stuff for the number 4. GT classes as the 4 car stops. Is that Matt Bell with the braking board? It is, isn't it?
Yes.
And Rinaldi Racing take the win from the Inception Racing McLaren and the AF Corsa number 17. There you go, the 3 drivers together. That's a great result.
Yeah, well done, boys.
That was a great opening stint from Salas, and another great stint from Matt, who dealt well with the pressure that would have been brought by those long pit stops.
Yes, those pit stops were not to plan, were they? And there was certainly some issues there, but it's great to see these guys pulling it through and getting the win again.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner. And Matt Bell there in the middle. He will feel like the more attractive of the 2 Bell brothers tonight.
I'm sure he will.
I think he heard us say that. Oh dear me. Well done, boys. Excellent stuff from Nielsen Racing, and a win in both classes, and that might be the first time that Ben Hanley's heard that. We'll see Colin Noble pull to a halt very soon. Also should call, by the way, the final top three. That's for GT Am. 12th overall, and it's a double win as well for SPS Automotive Performance. Michael Grenier bringing that number 20 car home as the 55 Rinaldi racing car comes home to take the class win in GT. Second in GT Am, Kessel Racing's 57 car. We hope to see their second car back next weekend. Here comes Colin Noble with the LMP3 winning car, and to complete the podium in GT Am, the number 99 Herbeth Motorsport car, Marcus Seefried bringing that car home. There's Tony Wells. Here comes Colin Noble. And Colin will enjoy this moment, I'm sure. Anything but straightforward at the end there.
Yeah.
With that stop and go. But they had enough in hand.
Yes.
Great day for Ligier. 1, 2, 3 in LMP3. And a podium in LMP2. Been a while for them for that.
Yes.
LMP2 Am. But a better day for Rinaldi and Ferrari.
Yeah, it's good to see the boys from Ferrari looking very pleased with their work. The Rinaldi boys had a very, very solid run throughout, and they were, you know, piling the pressure on the AF Corsa boys, and it ended up paying off.
I think that's going to leave Inception Racing leading the championship by a single point.
Right.
Because they've had a first and a second, as have Rinaldi, but Inception had a pole position.
Right.
I think that's where we are going to Yas Marina. It's almost all square.
Right.
And with two strong results as well from the 17, they're not out of it either.
Yeah.
Great stuff.
Very healthy in GT, great battling. But it's been another fine race. The LMP3 battle was good. It was a bit up and down with DKR, and they struck problems again, and I think they were carrying problems at the end there, but the Nielsen car came through with the victory, with Colin Noble behind the wheel with that late scare with the extra pit stop, but all good.
Absolutely. And by the way, great to see Davide Rigon back on winning form. He had a challenging year last year with injury at Spa, and that just goes to show, doesn't it? Fully recovered, fully back up to speed, fighting performance from Davide. Did not give Vincent Abril a single inch.
No.
And effectively forced the error.
Yeah, exactly. That's what he was trying to do, was just keep piling the pressure on and, you know, get him to push that little bit harder, make those little mistakes on those corner exits, and for the those track limit warnings, and he was getting warnings. You know, Vincent was getting warnings throughout that last stint, and it finally told with that drive-through penalty.
Well, lots of memorable moments, lots of memorable performances. We're going to get to the podiums as soon as we possibly can, and lots of action in the darkness. I enjoyed that one. That was great fun, and had a great battle in LMP2 Am through that, with the different strategies that came into play. I'd like to understand what happened with that really quick pit stop for ARC Bratislava, but whatever it was, it worked for them, briefly at least, put them into a position where they had a bit of a banner day, running second overall for a little while. Neil Muston having a great run, but no argument that Nielsen Racing have had the best day of all. Fastest lap of the race did not go to them, though. It went to Anders Fjordback from High Class Racing. They'll take the LMP2 Am win here. And Anders with their 1:47.612, quicker than we saw from Nielsen yesterday as well. But no doubt in my mind, the the headline here is a win in both classes for Nielsen Racing.
Yes, impressive performance. Certainly a great way for them to bounce back, particularly in P3. After that issue they had with the exhaust yesterday, and you could see that they had some decent pace in that car today, and their driver lineup is strong, and they've delivered so many times. And today, you know, once the DKR car had run into its problems, they just took control of the race. Yes, they had a little bit of an issue there with the final pit stop and having to come back in to serve that penalty, but yeah, they were in control really.
Thought occurs to me, because the other great performance here. CD Sports with a second double podium. Team have shared with us that they don't have a customer in Europe for this year. They could win an entry to Le Mans without a program in Europe.
It'd be quite extraordinary,
which is
wouldn't
quite
it? Yes.
amazing for a team that showed well last year. Adam Ateki, who's here, by the way, in Dubai, but not racing, was a star, I thought, last year for CD Sports. But they had a first and second yesterday. They've got a second and third here. They will be very much at the top of the point standings when we see those later this evening. If they have a good run at Yas Marina, and there's further problems for either of the two strong runners here, it's going to be a very interesting result in LMP3. It is, I think, it's reasonably wide open.
Yeah.
What we've got is CD Sport, not the fastest, but they have been the most reliable across the two races so far.
Yeah, they've certainly delivered, haven't they? And you know, I think that at points yesterday they were a little bit surprised to get to where they got to, but you know, they absolutely deserve it. And in sports car racing, to finish first you have to finish.
Absolutely
and
right.
That was it. You know, that they were there at the end, and you know, others had made mistakes and things had gone wrong, and pit stops hadn't quite gone right for the competition they were up against, and they'd all run into problems. And CD Sport were there to pick up the pieces and run to the front and take that victory, and that 1-2, and they've now backed it up with a second and third here, another podium for them. And I'm sure that they're sitting there thinking, this is fantastic. What a great way to start the season here at Dubai Autodrome, and pushing on, giving them great confidence to get to Yas Marina.
The other thing I'd say as well, it wasn't quite as frenetic a GT race tonight as we had last night, but it's no less busy out there. And yet again, a 4-hour race, much of it in darkness on a challenging track with remarkably little contact.
Yep. People were behaving themselves out there and giving one another some room, and they were just making sure that they had nice and clean, and again wanting to try and make sure they got the car through to the finish to get those points.
Well, let's have a look at the overall results. LMP2 and the overall win for the number 4 Nielsen Racing Orica LMP2 AM, won by the high-class Racing Orica, a lap back, but much better performance tonight for the Danish team. Graf Racing take the final step on the overall podium, second in LMP2 AM, and that podium in LMP2 AM is completed by the number 44 Ligier of ARC Bratislava. Nielsen Racing take the win as well in LMP3 ahead of a 2-3 tonight after a 1-2 last night for CD Sport, the 27 and the 3 Ligiers. GT won tonight in spectacular fashion, and again with a penalty playing a part. Rinaldi Racing's Ferrari the 55, and then number 7 Inception Racing McLaren, and then the 17 AF Corsa car completes the GT. We're going to go very soon to the podium, where we're going to get the very first of the podium celebrations, and I think that's going to be for the overall, and the overall win that were the way of Nielsen Racing.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the podium presentation for Race 2 in the Asia Le Mans Series here at the Dubai Autodrome. And we'll start with the LMP2 category. In third position, please welcome the number 39 team, Graf Racing. Please welcome David Roux, Eric Trullier, and Sébastien Page. In second position in the 49 car, racing for high-class racing, please welcome Dennis Anderson, André Fjordberg, and Kevin Wieder. And to the top step of the podium in LMP2, please welcome from Nielsen Racing, Rodrigo Sales, Matt Bell, and Ben Handley. We're also going to introduce the winning team representative as well from, of course, Nielsen Racing. And now the national anthem for the winning team. I'm going to step out of the way here for those lovely photographs here. Of course, your podium here for the overall category for LMP2. Thank you, gentlemen. We'll now move on to the next podium, which of course will be LMP3.
Well, as the track workers clear up, and thanks very much to them. As always, it's impossible without the volunteers and professionals that support motorsports. We prep for the next podium. It's been a fantastic and a safe 4 hours of Dubai, the second race here at Dubai Autodrome. Thank you so much to people at Dubai for looking after us so much. Ollie, it's
we're
the
going to
next
go to the
podium is.
LMP2 AM right now.
We'll now move on to the podium presentation for LMP3. And as always, we'll bring them out in reverse order. Ladies and gentlemen, in third position from CD Sport, please welcome Michael Jensen, Nick Adcock, and Edouard Chouhappe. In second position, also from CD Sport, please welcome Christophe Cresp, Antoine Dequin, and Stephen Pallet. And to the top step of the podium in LMP3 from Nielsen Racing, please welcome Anthony Wells and Colin Noble. And along with them, of course, is the representative from the team as well, from, of course, Nielsen Racing. We'll now have the national anthem for the winning team. Move on now to the next podium, which of course is for GT.
Well, spectacular. I mean, Nielsen Racing, not just an overall win, but an LMP3 win as well. It's tough enough to win one class when you're a little team that could, but to do two and in completely different classes, and one of which you're making a season debut in, and a double win for that, that's some night for Nielsen
Oh, it's very,
Racing.
very special, and you can see that the team are delighted. You know, it's been quite a hard couple of years for everybody, but those guys have been battling away and coming here with two cars in two classes, having a difficult run yesterday in LMP3, and then coming through today to take that victory is fantastic. Great, great effort by them at Nielsen Racing.
Well done, Sven Thompson and Stewie Mosley and everybody down at Nielsen Racing. Thoroughly deserved after a very tough year in 2021. Let's get down to the podium for the next ceremony.
And we now move on to the next podium presentation for GT here in the second race for the Asian Le Mans Series. And again, we'll bring them out in reverse order. In third position from AF Course, please welcome Louis Petit, Vincent Abril, and Konrad Grünwald. In second position from Inception Racing, please welcome Brendan Arib, Ollie Milroy, and Ben Barnicoat. And to the top step of the podium in GT for Rinaldi Racing, please welcome Rino Mastrodonri, David Perel, and Davide Rigon. And also introduce the representative from the winning team, which of course is Rinaldi Racing. We'll now have the national anthem for the winning team. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you could raise your trophies up high.
Little doubt in my mind, Ollie, the team most pleased with that is Rinaldi Racing.
Yeah, you can see by the emotion there on the podium, you know.
And the team that's
great
most
to see.
gutted is the number 17A, of course, the
Yeah,
squad.
the body language from those boys walking out, you could see that they were rather down, a little bit sort of beaten after it looked like it was going to be a great win for them, but we have to play by the rules.
Well, we'll see what the official results say. My calculations, not always faultless, I think Inception Racing will lead by a single point. We're going to head down for the podium for another podium ceremony right now.
And now we'll have the podium presentation for GTM. In third position from Herberth Motorsport, please welcome Jürgen Haring, Finn Gerschitz, and Marco Siefried. In second position in GTM from Kessel Racing, please welcome Roman Simian, Francesco Zolo, and Axel Jeffries. And to the top step of the podium in GTM, please welcome from SPS Automotive Performance, Valentin Pierberg, John Loggy, and Mikkel Greiner. And at the same time, please welcome the team representative from SPS Automotive Performance. And now the national anthem for the winning team. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to put those trophies up high.
Well, that's the GT battles fought and won. It's a second win in GTM for the SPS Performance Automotive team, the number 20 AMG. So they're looking set fair in their championship standings.
They certainly are, yes.
Close in GT, like I say, possibly 1 point in it for the Inception Racing team. Not close in LMP2 with 2 wins for the Nielsen Racing team in emphatic style. I have to say, I'm clueless as to where we are with LMP3. The really good thing about that battle is anything could happen when we get to Yas Marina for next weekend. Remember, it is 6 days' time before we're back racing. It is 4 days' time before we're back on track with these cars. And these teams hopefully get an opportunity for a little bit of a celebration before we get to pack up for Jasperina. Now time for the final podium ceremony.
Last but not least, the LMP2 AM category. In third position from ARC Bratislava, please welcome Miroslav Konopka, Neil Muston, and John Corbett. In second position from Graf Racing, please welcome David Roux, Eric Trillier, and Sebastian Page. And to the tops of the podium in LMP2 AM, please welcome from High Class Racing, Dennis Anderson, Andre Fjordberg, and Kevin Wieder. We also invite the member of the team, the representative from High Class Racing for the winning team. And now, the national anthem for the winning team. If you could raise those trophies up high.
Plenty to enjoy. Plenty to enjoy. You enjoyed that one, Ollie?
Yeah, I did, absolutely. You know, it was great battles throughout the field there. We got LMP2, you know, wasn't that close, but we had that little bit of incident in the Nielsen pit and their pit stops, and that kept everybody nice and close. In LMP2 AM, we had a number of people backwards and forwards, but it was really the GT and the LMP3 battles that were really very, very tasty, and particularly in GT was phenomenal. So I think we're now going to go and have a look at the highlights of the race with Graham.
A second 4 hours of action at Dubai Autodrome, and hopes were high amongst the teams as the number 4 Nielsen Racing Orica led away the 35 car field in full daylight, but not for long. There was a quick spin for the number 22 Rinaldi Duquesne, almost collecting the Conrad Ginetta quite close to the start, and big action again in the GT3 class with the number 17 AF Corsa car harassing the number 6 AMG. Night falls very quickly here in Dubai, and it wasn't long before we're racing under the not very many lights here at the Dubai Autodrome. In GT, it came down to a battle on track between the 17 and the 55 Ferraris. That was settled not with a pass, but with a penalty for the 17 AF Corsa Ferrari. Gifting the win to the 55, with the 17 coming home third, and the Inception Racing McLaren winners yesterday here at Dubai Autodrome, finishing second. That's going to leave it very close in the points. The number 2 DKR Engineering car again dominated on the road, but again suffered problems of the reliability nature. They would finish outside the points. That left the number 8 Nielsen Racing Ligier to take a famous double class win for the team. Tony Wells and Colin Noble taking the win ahead of 2 CD Sport cars. The team that finished 1-2 yesterday finished 3-2-3 on Sunday. Overall, it was a run to the flag and a run to the win from the number 4 Nielsen Racing car. Second place and the win in LMP2 AM from the 49 High Class Racing car, and third place for the number 39 Graf Racing Orica. A far closer fought battle after problems in the pits for the Nielsen Racing team, but ultimately they had enough in the bank to bring it home comfortably for that brilliant double class win. LMP2 and LMP3 both falling to the team from the UK. Ben Hanley, Matt Bell, and Rodrigo Sales take a second win.
Well, thank you, Graham, for that. Well done for getting through all of those highlights. Have you enjoyed it?
I have thoroughly enjoyed it. I think we're going to see a very different couple of races next weekend in Yas Marina. It's exactly what we saw last year when we first showed this quick-fire format, 4 4-hour races, and in particular in GT, it's just a very different circuit with very different characteristics. Let's look again back at the result of this 4 hours of Dubai, race 2. From the top, the win for the number 4 Nielsen Racing Orica. Second overall and first in LMP2 AM goes to High Class Racing's 49 Orica. It's an Orica triple on the overall podium with Grass Racing's 39 for the overall. Second in LMP2 AM, but it's a podium in LMP2 AM for ARC's Bratislava's 44 Ligier. In LMP3, Nielsen Racing seal a double class win in LMP2 and LMP3 with the number 8 car after disasters yesterday, coming back on form today, 5th overall. CD Sports 27 and 3 Ligiers complete the podium after Rinaldi Racing's 22 Duquesnes final push for the win just fell a little bit short. GT and the top 2 cars in the GT order in the top 10 overall. Rinaldi Racing's Ferrari number 55 winning the class after trailing the number 17 AF Corsa for well over an hour. It was a penalty that finally settled it. Rinaldi take the points, take the win ahead of the number 7 Inception Racing McLaren, winners here yesterday, of course. Completing the podium in GT was that 17 AF Corsa car, losing the win to a late penalty for track limits and coming home again for the second night in succession with the number 42 Optimum Motorsport car, McLaren, in close contention. All the way down battles between the GT3 cars, the 23rd place car overall, the 20 SPS Automotive Performance AMG car coming home as the winner in GTM. We had just 2, in fact 3 DNFs, just noticed there. The YC Panda car unfortunately registered as a DNF. The Herberth Motorsport number 33 car failed, and after running second in the LMP3 order, a problem into the darkness for the Ginetta robs the Conrad Motorsport team of what could have been an absolutely famous result.
Yeah.
One of the best runs we've seen for the little Ginetta, and such a shame. But
it's been finely run by Conrad, and they looked like they were really onto something there with Gregor behind the wheel. It looked like he was really getting some great lap times, but it just ran out of reliability there, and they had some more issues like they did yesterday, unfortunately.
Well, what we're seeing certainly from the response on social media is that people enjoy this format. It's going to be interesting to see as we emerge from the global situation everybody's found themselves in, is what the future holds for the Asia Le Mans Series here in the Middle East. My guess is we're going to be coming back here for a little longer, not maybe for the full season, but more news, I'm sure, of that next week when we get to Yas Marina. There's lots of people and lots of meetings happening, talking about what we expect to happen, what we hope to happen, and what racing we can bring you in 2022-23. But before that, don't forget, there's 8 more hours of racing action, plus qualifying to come from Yas Marina Circuit in Abu Dhabi, just a couple of hours down the road from where we're sitting now.
Can't wait to get started with that. I think it's going to be slightly different, but it's still going to be fantastic racing. And I think last year we saw that there was going to be some different winners in those GT classes. Maybe there's going to be a little bit of adjustment in the BOP, who knows? But in P3 and in P2, we saw that there were some different cars coming to the front. So I think we are now going to be going down to LMP2 winners with Nadia Nash.
Yes, your winners for P2, Nielsen Racing, car number 4. So, gentlemen, here we are again. So it's good news, I guess. Congratulations, of course, to all 3 of you guys. We have Ben, Matt, and also Sales with us. Yeah. So, tell us about your win. You guys, it was like a double win here in Dubai, and then you're heading to Abu Dhabi. So what does that mean for your team?
Well, yeah, obviously we're pretty happy about it. We're 50% of the way towards the championship. That was the target coming here. There's a huge amount of effort gone into making this program happen. So, starting to see the reward for it. It's really good to get 2 wins on the board for the Nielsen team, and then obviously they won in LMP3 as well. So I think the team are really showing their credentials here.
Yep.
And it's just full focus now to complete the series and get to Abu Dhabi. We can't wait to get there.
Nice, and that was cute. A little nod to your sister car there. So congratulations, and we'll see you in Abu Dhabi, I guess.
Cool. Thank you.
They're happy. Rodrigo Sales, Matt Bell, and Ben Hanley. Quite right to be happy about that one.
Fine win for them.
Yeah, and looking set fair for the title. They've still got to deliver. They've still got to convert the potential of that program into the results, and they've done that despite a challenge which we don't yet fully understand in the pit stops. We can talk to them about that later. You can read about that, I'm sure, in the Asia Le Mans series and their social media in the coming days. But they still had to turn that car around and not panic.
Yes, they did, and you can see that there was still those problems in the pit stops, and they certainly need to iron that out. I think there was maybe a little bit of a snafu with that stop where they were getting Rodrigo Sales out of the car and trying to get Matt in, and there was some snafu either with the door or with the seat insert or maybe with the head restraints that they've got in there in the Oreca car, and so they've got to just get that just dialed in, and that's what racing's all about. Dealing with these things under pressure. And Rodrigo is new to this car, and
doesn't look it.
No, he doesn't. He's been performing fantastically in it, but it's those pit stops when you have to extract yourself from the car under pressure, and that might have been just that there was just one of those moments. We're not sure. We're going to be looking into that, but there was definitely some issue there that put them under pressure themselves. I think we are going to be going down to the LMP2 AM winners with Nadia Nash.
Your P2M winners, of course, we've got High Class Racing here with us. Congratulations. And of course, we are looking forward to what you're going to bring throughout the whole season. But what does this win mean for the rest of the season? We've got a couple more races.
Yeah, it's a great way to start the weekend. We started with second yesterday and picked it up a notch today for first, so we're really happy about it. Tied for the lead in the championship, and very excited to get into next weekend.
Right, looking forward to see you guys in Abu Dhabi. Yeah,
absolutely.
Congratulations once again.
Thank you so much.
Right.
Kevin Weider is absolutely right, of course. They are indeed tied for the LMP2 AM Championship for a second place and a first place, and exchanging those results with the Graf Racing team. That's going to matter to them. They're going to be up to see whether or not they can pick up any spoils if Nielsen stumble, which they haven't so far done to an extent that's allowed them in. But equally, they're going to be looking to beat the competition they've got, and that means ARC Bratislava, and it means the Graf Racing team. And they've managed to do that today with actually what I thought was a very convincing run.
Yeah, and Anders Fjord back there was very quick at the end of the race in the night. He'd really got everything lined up. It looked like he was struggling a little bit with the car yesterday, but they certainly worked away with that, and they delivered today. And Anders was very, very quick at the end there. Okay, maybe Ben was in the car at the end there with the Nielsen car, and he wasn't necessarily pushing super hard, so it's hard to see or know whether we've seen the full potential of the Nielsen car in the coolest conditions. But certainly Anders has delivered on the lap time today.
It was good performance as well from Dennis Anderson. We saw him go and grab the class lead, the LMP2 AM class lead, in a battle with the Graf Racing car. He was fighting with a very quick Ligier at one point in that race. Didn't faze him at all. Kevin Weider beginning to get to grips with the task in hand after quite a number of years away, but great to see them. Well, it's going to be down again to Nadia, and she's now going to be with the second class winners from Nielsen Racing, this time in LMP3.
Colin Noble and Tony Wells here with us, your winners for P3 again from Nielsen Racing. A huge win for the team today. So congratulations to the both of you and the team as well. So we have to touch a bit on that penalty lap that you had to take. But that somehow did not affect your team. Here you are holding the trophy. So talk a bit about that, and of course your outlook for the whole season.
Yeah, so, well, obviously we're really pleased to bounce back after yesterday, with the exhaust manifold going and so on. But yeah, the team did a great job. The car was superb. We just kind of, I guess Colin made it a bit more exciting for everybody with the line call. But we're going to go through some coaching with him later on and try and help him with that. But no, it was superb, right? I mean, anyway, we had a good lead, so it didn't cause any trouble. And obviously looking forward to going to Abu Dhabi. I mean, Dubai is a great track, and so is Abu Dhabi, and obviously a new track layout and so on. So yeah, we're excited.
Yep. I'm sure everybody is. Colin, I know you must be tired from the races now. You're a man of very few words, but congratulations, and can't wait to see what you guys will bring in Abu Dhabi. So there you have it, your LMP3 winners.
I'm looking forward to seeing what this practice is going to be that Colin's going to be doing.
I mean, this pair have been together for a long time, and you see by Colin's eyes there's going to be an answer to that, but it won't be on camera.
Yes.
But Colin Noble can indeed be a man of very few words, but when he does say them, they're usually pretty heartfelt. And I think that pair have been with Nielsen Racing for a long time. There's going to be a lot of celebration and emotion in the Nielsen Racing team tonight, and they thoroughly deserve it. As I said, for lots of reasons, it's been a very challenging year for that little crew, and to come here in a field as challenging in LMP3 as it's been, and to deliver and convert on a double win, that is a day they will all remember for the rest of their lives. Make no mistake about it, this is a very rare result.
Yeah, it's fantastic for them, and it just shows that if you can deliver and you can have a nice, pretty clean run, you usually end up at the front. And great for them. They had a little snafu at the end there, but you know, they built up enough of a lead.
It's a leg pull, isn't it, rather than a
Yes.
disaster? And I think that
exactly.
we saw that in terms of the way that it was all done. Let's go downstairs to Nadia again. She's with our winning crew for Rinaldi Racing in GT.
Taking home the win for GT class is, of course, Rinaldi Racing. Congratulations, gentlemen. It was quite a display just now of 4 hours. It was fantastic. So talk about your experience at the race 2 of 4 hours of Dubai today.
So yes, I have to say that it was a very intensive race, starting with Verino, that had a contact in the beginning of the race. Then he recovered a really super job for him, fast, with no any contact, a clean drive. So amazing job from him. Then a good strategy for our team Rinaldi. Then also Perel David did an amazing job, and then we finish with me like a qualifying race for us, flat out since the beginning. So I think we deserve this race because the team, all the guys on the box did an amazing job to prepare this race, also on the pit stop. So many thanks to all of them, and now focus for the championship, and now we go to enjoy this race.
Yeah, fantastic. It was quite an intense battle in the last hour, and that was really fun to watch on our side. So congratulations. We'll see what you guys have for the second half of the season. And there you have it, your GT winners.
Three good guys, three fast guys. I enjoyed that GT battle because it had something of everything, including a little bit of misfortune, which just adds a bit of spice. You're the GT racer in the room.
Yes, but
enjoy that?
Yeah, I did. I did enjoy it a lot. But you could see that there's a number of teams there, number of cars, really two different manufacturers in Ferrari and McLaren, really, that have been dominant here at Dubai Autodrome. Is that going to change when we get to Yas Marina? Yes, I think it will do a little. But I think that those two teams in particular, three teams in particular, are going to be at the front still. And it's one of those guys, I think, that's going to come away being the championship winner in the Asian Le Mans Series for GT.
You want to see cars of quality and drivers of quality doing well in races of this stature, and that's certainly what we've seen in the last two races here. Let's wait and see what we see for the remaining two races. We're going to go down for the last race winners. GTM, they're with Nadia Nash right now.
Yes, taking home the win for GTM right now. Now, of course, we want to know how they're feeling and what they have for us in store for the next couple of races, of course. So, congratulations, first of all. Can we know how was your stint just now, the 4 hours? Was it tough, smooth sailing? How was it for you guys?
Yeah, it was a really good race. The team gave us a really good car today. We improved from yesterday. Both of my teammates did an awesome job. I am really grateful to have the best two bronze in the field this weekend. We had two little issues in the pit stop, so it made the race a bit stressful, but the team kept calm and everyone did a good job.
Right, fantastic. Maybe I can throw in one more question. We'll be seeing you at the other two races in Abu Dhabi. What's your outlook for those two races?
Well, it would be fine, cool to go 4 in a row, so we're going to try to win both of them. We all know the track there. We should have a good car, so we are looking forward to it.
Nice. I like that optimism and can't wait to see you guys in Abu Dhabi. Congrats.
Thank you.
it's our other double winners. And there was times through this race where it looked like rather more double winners, but that's not the case. LMP2 and GT-AM are where we've had those double winning.
It's remarkable that those guys have managed to come through with that second win. I mean, it's been up and down, and you can sort of see that it's not been plain sailing at all in GT-AM.
No.
There's been many good efforts from many people, and you could sort of see how it has been moving constantly throughout the 4 hours. They came through and delivered again.
Well, we've done now with the 2 races here at Dubai Autodrome. They've been fabulous hosts to us for the last 2 years for this what feels like a long week, but it's pretty rapid fire. The teams will be looking to a bit of a breather. Some of them, once they've actually finished the logistics of getting all the kit from here 2 hours down the road to there. But the rest of us, well, I might not set an alarm, it's got to be said.
Well, I think tonight the boys from all the teams are going to be flat out trying to get everything packed up, everything in their flight cases, all in the containers, on the trucks, because I think they leave tomorrow to go to Abu Dhabi.
They do.
I think that the teams might themselves, the crew might have tomorrow off and maybe Tuesday off. But it's straight back at it on Wednesday, and then we're back on track on Thursday.
And hopefully, well, we know one car that will be joining us. We'll welcome back United Autosports with an exciting entry to add to LMP2. So that will add some spice.
Certainly will.
To the proceedings. But beyond that, we hope to welcome back the missing car from Kessel Racing after one of their drivers sadly fell ill after qualifying.
Yeah,
so hopefully we'll go boost the field by another 2 cars. It's been exciting enough. It's 2 races around the very new curves of Yas Marina.
Looking forward to getting there with the new layouts and how that's all going to be under the lights. I think that it's going to create just as fun and energetic and action-packed racing as we've had here this weekend. But I think there's going to be, plenty of action in all of the classes, whether that's P2, United coming, or P3. We're going to, I think, hopefully have some cleaner running there and full running throughout the races from all of the P3 entries. And then GT, I mean, it's just stacked full of talent, both on the teams and as well as the driver lineup. So it's looking really, really good.
So thank you, Dubai. We look forward to seeing our friends in Abu Dhabi once again. I've had great fun over the last 2 4-hour races. I think you have too. It's been great to see the fans back here too.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed it. It's like you say, great to see the fans. Great to see the fans in the stands, but also people also on the grid. Great to see.
So thank you for joining us. Thank you, Ollie, for being with us again. Thank everybody involved in the Asia Le Mans series. We're going to say goodnight from the booth, and we're going to leave you with the silky smooth tones of Nadia Nash.
So there you have it. Dubai chapter is closed now. We've got some drama in the darkness. We've got several full course, yellows, and lots of, well, wins and losses as well. And that's all we can offer you here in Dubai. But you have to follow us for the second half of the season, which will be at Yas Marina Circuit in Abu Dhabi. So make sure you pen that down. We have that weekend locked and loaded for more endurance racing for you. So for now, we are signing off, and we would like to thank all of you for staying with us throughout the weekend, and we hope to see you again very, very soon. For now, I am Nadia Nash signing off for Asian Le Mans Series. See ya.